4 classes.
Hey, take that back.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
And welcome to our annual Law Review Symposium. For those of you who don't know, my name is Gilbert Holmes. I have the honor and pleasure of serving as the Dean here at the University of Verne College of Law. This is my second year as Dean, and it's been just a wonderful time, a wonderful ride. Sometimes a bit of a whirlwind, but you know, when you have a whirlwind, all you do is just hold on and ride the wind. And so it's really great to see you all this morning, coming out early for this symposium on a very, very important and critical topic. Before I get into introducing a couple of the people involved here, I want to, for those of you who are not students, so maybe this is your first time here, during the breaks, please take the opportunity to walk through our art gallery. We're one of the few law schools in the country that has an art gallery. Well, a comment was made earlier about, we brought the humanities into the College of Law, and I said, yes, that's important because last I heard, lawyers were human. Although there's some who might disagree with that comment. We are blessed and graced to have Grace Napolitano, Congresswoman Grace Napolitano, here to give the opening remarks for our symposium. Congresswoman Napolitano was first elected in November 1998. She is in her 8th term, serving the California's 32nd district. And it's interesting, it says here, water is always a pressing concern for California. I would say water is a pressing passion for Congresswoman Napolitano. She said to me earlier that she gets a little passionate. She apologized for getting a little passionate, and I said, you never have to apologize for being yourself. And it's very clear to me in our conversations that water is something that she cares very deeply about, has some very, very strong ideas about how we should be acting and reacting as a society, as a government, and as a people. And so we're very, very happy to have her here to open our symposium, Congresswoman Grace Napolitano.
Good morning, and thank you so very much for the nice introduction. My name is Graciela Alicia Ledesma Flores Musquiz de Napolitano. Short Grace. I have the great pleasure of having La Verne University in La Verne in part of my district. So when I was invited to come and speak on water, you're talking my language. So I said, certainly. And I didn't realize it was all the way out here in Ontario. I had to get up a little extra early. Deborah, your president, has been an excellent partner in many of the things that we do in Congress for my district, and so I thank you very much for being here and for the invitation. But the Dean, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm getting to know him, and I'm going to have his number on my real quick dial to be able to talk about water.
Anytime.
Phil Hawkey, where are you, Phil? Thank you so very much. Again, he's a special assistant to my good friend Deborah. Noelia Barajas and Lindsay Drought, chief executive editors for the magazine, organizing the symposium. Thank you for putting this on. This is timely for more than one reasons. I was supposed to give you the welcome. This is not my area, so I just got to say thank you for having an interest in water. My area of expertise has been water and transportation. I have sat on the Natural Resources the Subcommittee of Water and Power for 16 years. I gave it up this year to go into transportation's water and infrastructure, which is the navigable waters, another big issue on water. You've got to know that for the last 16 years there's been a battle on north, central, and south battles on water. And you've got to understand that the water that we get comes from 3 sources in Southern California: the Colorado, the river, the aqueduct, and then of course underground rivers. What has happened is, many of you may not know that most of the water used in California from any of those sources coming from the north, actually from the aqueduct, 80% is used by farms. 20% is used by the rest of us, whether it's industrial, agriculture, or residential. And my fight has been for many years is having my colleagues in the Central Valley, and not as much in the Northern California because they get it, is that we need to understand that we do not have new sources of water. Mother Nature gave us only one source. How we use it, how we treat it, how we abuse it is how we're going to survive in California, not only as residents, but as business people in the economy that we represent. California used to be the 6th world largest economy. I think we're now rated as 8th, somewhere along there. So you understand how critical water is for this great state of ours. The fact that years ago my colleagues on the other side would not accept the term climate change. It was non-existent. You don't talk about those things. There is no climate change. Scientists are crazy. There's no way that this is happening. Well, guess what? It has happened, and it is continuing to happen. Somewhere along the line I read probably about 10 years ago, that we've had 100 years of wet weather, and we're going to be having 100 years of dry weather. Well, guess what? We're in the 4th year of that dry weather. And it's not going to get any better. And I've been telling them for years, you've got to be able to protect yourself, whether it's by conserving, whether it's by storing in aquifers, because you have evaporation of 15 to 20% above ground. So recycling, desalination, conservation, education, all of those things, that has made California be able to withstand, Southern California specifically, be able to withstand the drought cycles that we have encountered. Because all of that has been going on thanks to the Metropolitan Water and other water agencies for the last almost 20 years. The fact that they bought a valley and created a dam, and they paid for it. It wasn't with public money. Yet Northern California wants to have the ability to have more water. And I'm sorry to harp on them, but I get very upset, as you say, Patrick, about what we see, that we have to pay larger and larger fees for our water, not only the agencies, but also the ratepayers. So the snow melt is not there anymore, so Northern California now is struggling. Central Valley is, as you've seen some of the clips. And it is going to get worse. But there is no plan B for them. And the farmers are saying, give us more water so we can have more exports. I'm sorry. Almonds is 90% exported, so is alfalfa. And yet you and I are paying for us to have that water exported to the crops so they can export more product. Well, what about the farm workers? You know, and we talk about being able to help. Well, we've had food banks and rent subsidies and all of the things that have happened for those people who really are hurting. But what about retraining? What about bringing in more the technology so they can go into another job? Anyway, those are the things that I would talk about Central Valley. They want to do away with the Endangered Species Act. Want to do away with the EPA regulations. Well, those are things that have made California what it is. Business come here because we have the cleaner air, the cleaner water. And so, well, and of course we have great workforce. So the Sacramento dams do oppose increased delta pumping. The Metropolitan Water has invested a lot of millions of dollars in being able to have pumps not squash the delta, smelt the little fish, which they, for years they blamed on the water shortages. So, figure it out. Then we have the Southern California folks all the way down to San Diego who have been working for more than 2 decades to be able to conserve more water and be able to set up recycling and conservation and storage in the aquifers. The Water and Power Subcommittee that I sat on for 16 years, my passion on that one was Title 16, which is your recycled water, your purple pipes that bring in the water that's taken from the sewage that goes into sanitation districts and cleaned up either to a 3rd treatment or 4th treatment, and then either infused back in the aquifers to be able to be reused, or is used for the green lawns, whether it's golf areas. Excuse me, my mind is racing. All the green lawns that do not require to be used for potable use. We have for Title 16, a very small budget. I think it was 17 million this year. The backlog of congressionally approved projects throughout the western 17 states is over $400 million. These are already approved projects that are waiting for matching funds from the federal government. So you understand my fight is when ERA came up and we put in 150 million, a lot of things happened. We created more water. But they don't consider, the administration does not consider it a way to be able to ensure that our communities have ability to help themselves in being able to produce water. Because there is no new water. Mother Nature only gives us that source, and how we use it, abuse it, or clean it and recycle it. And my analogy has always been that Mother Nature recycles the water through the watersheds, through the mountains. And sometimes it takes up to 100 years to be able to get that water into your aquifers or into your streams. Well, technology now has advanced to the point where you can recycle that same water, or the water that we currently use industrially, commercially, and residential, and even agricultural, so that we have potable water. And I invite you to go to any of the sanitation districts that have these projects and take a look at what they've done to be able to do that. In Mexico, it's aguas prietas, and you don't touch it because it's smelly, whatever. But here in the United States, we have learned to use the terms of showers to flowers instead of toilet to tap. Sounds better. More acceptable, rather. The effort this year is to increase the funding for Title 16 to 75, because the budget they've requested is, I think, 17 or 25. I can't remember the exact figure. I always have figures rattling in my brain. But 165 of that goes to WaterSmart, which then will have the ability to start programs to help educate people, to put in programs that will help people purchase the low water usage, like toilets, etc. But we'll see what happens. The Central Valley is one of my favorite targets, simply because, as you probably already saw, they are overusing their water. They're drilling lower and lower. So they're creating a subsidence where the land is shrinking because they're taking the water out and not putting anything back. So that will never come back up. Once they go back, they're drilling to a deeper and deeper area to be able to get more water. Well, what happens when they run out of that deeper? Well, how much deeper are they willing to go? Some of the people who drilled the wells are saying they have a backlog of a year to be able to go and drill more wells deeper. Again, for farming, where then you export that product and then they get subsidized and we're still paying for that. So talk to me about some of these inequities that I find. The current, I don't know whether the gentleman from the Farm Bureau is here, but I understand that, and I mean no disrespect, I'm just telling you what I know from my 16 years on the committee, and listening to folks and getting the reports, and showing the indication of how the weather is not going to be changing, it's going to get worse. It is how do we work to be able to help farmers do more drip, do more conservation, do recycling of the water runoff, so they can reuse their same water, which now Kevin Costner's daughter, Ani, is doing a pilot in one of the farms to be able to have a tanker be able to recycle it on site and reuse that water for farm use. There's a lot of things that are happening that we need to be cognizant of, that we need to be able to work with. And I'm willing to work with anybody as long as they come with a solution that's equitable and fair to all of us. Past water bonds have always been focused on what is necessary for the Delta, for the Central Valley, and then Southern California gets this much in funding to be able to do all the things that we have done. To me, that's inequity. And I have been very vocal about how we need to be able to not just change the dynamic, but understand that we also have our necessary issues, or necessary things that our water agencies need to do to expand the recycled water, to promote more education about what you need to do with water. And that is not necessarily happening. So there is one of the things that I have great concern with. The other area that is very seldom talked about is the Native Americans. They are the first water rights holders in the United States. Not by Congress, by the Constitution of the United States. And yet we ignore them. We at one point had, during one of the hearings, have one of the tribes, the Navajos, come in and present a sheet. And I introduced him to the record, and he says, this is what our children show the water comes from. And it was a picture of a water truck, a hand-drawn picture of a water truck. In the United States, where we have the greatest economy, where we have this is happening in our tribal reservations, and that to me has to change, because they may not have the ability to have the consultants, the attorneys to fight for them, but they do have the first water rights in the United States. Now that I'm in transportation, water resources, and I've been on that transportation committee now for about 8 years, and now ranking members, we have jurisdiction over the Army Corps of Engineers and over EPA Clean Water Act programs. Well, interesting. Army Corps has a lot of projects that they deal with everybody, with the cities, with the counties, with water agencies. And we want to ensure that they pay close attention to capturing more water, because it is not in their goal. It wasn't until last year when we passed WARDA. And we included the provision that they need to capture water in their core dams. And they captured in 22,000 acre-feet of water from one of the water experiences that we had in Southern California. Well, we want them to capture more water. We want to clean out the catch basin, so when there is water runoff, that we're able to capture more that'll be then filtered into the aquifer. So we have the use and doesn't run out into the ocean or to other areas where we don't have use of it. The WARDA provisions, of course, are interesting, and we continue to work on them. We're hoping to have a transportation bill that it will include water, a 6-year bill. Heretofore, it's only been 2 and 3 years because of the cost. Understand the transportation bill is $468 billion for 6 years, somewhere in that area. Take a few billions off. And that is for all the issues, whether it's road building, bridges, etc., including water. And of course, EPA's budget comes under that. One of the biggest issues currently, and many of you may already know about, is stormwater. EPA has mandated that every community be able to ensure that any water that goes into their sewage system from the streets, the runoff, has to be clean. But it's a mandate without money. So Mayor Marianne Lutz from one of my cities in Monrovia has been is the chair of the Conference of Mayors nationally to be able. This is for everybody. This is just for California. Is working with EPA. We brought them to the table to be able to sit and dialogue on how can we meet this mandate, be flexible, work with us, rather than here it is, you got to do it by a set date. And that's some of the issues that you need to know will be coming up. All these links we can provide for you, so if you're interested in this. There has to be integrated planning. It can't just be EPA's mandate and here communities deal with it. I've introduced one bill, 291, the Water in the 21st Century Act. You have it in your packet. Thank you for providing it in the packet. And Senator Boxer has the Senate bill, and I have the House bill. It addresses some of the drought crisis. $750 million for homeowners and businesses to purchase water-efficient appliances and landscaping changes. $700 million in grants and $500 million in loans for recycling, water recycling, groundwater cleanup, water replenishment projects, and funds could be used for stormwater projects to address our issues in Southern California. I'm telling you that I don't have a Republican co-sponsor, and I don't think I have one on my bill so far. So you understand it's a lot of political flavor in Washington that we have to change. You have to look at things, and you have to call your locals and say this is something that's going to help our communities be able to address water and help our residents be able to have information so they can understand what their role can be. We also have under the jurisdiction of the Transportation Committee, NOAA. I think all of you already know who that is, USGS, the Geological Survey Systems. And we also work with the JPL, Jet Propulsion Lab, because I have felt for a long time in dealing with universities that we need to outreach to the scientists and to the academia that is doing research, but if they're not sharing it with us, how do we know what they're doing, and how can we rely on that new information to be able to move forward on whether it's a bill or a proposal or funding? So I plead with you that as you learn how, check in, let us know what's going on so that somewhere along the line we can benefit, whether it's in committee or being able to talk to the agencies themselves, to work with the rest of the folks who are interested in making a better way to handle some of these issues. One of the gentlemen that I've worked for quite a number of years from UC Irvine is J.P. McKenney, who's now on sabbatical to JPL. They are doing research, predict storms and drought. When I visited UC Irvine, he told me that the satellites, 2 of them, they called GRACE satellites. I said, what? That's their name. They were going to be phased out. And he says that's what farmers rely, that's what some of the water folks rely on, predictions of moisture in the soil. So we placed a call, and certainly, I don't know whether it was me or because I spread the word, they're still working on the GRACE satellites, and they launched a 3rd one, whose name I don't know yet, to be able to have these predictions be able to help the water agencies. That's the groundwater assessment. We must have any of the research so that we can understand, because we're so stuck in Washington. Sacramento does their own thing. I have not heard yet on what they're doing with the water bond. I saw the news release that the governor is releasing $1 billion for water assistance to California, but I don't know how much of that is going to come to Southern California. So we need to be able to understand the dynamics of who's at the table and who is actually going to be able to help us move forward. I had one of my colleagues mention that they had, Southern California had a year and a half of water, and Northern California has none. Well, guess what? They've been preparing for it for the last decade and a half, almost 2 decades. So what is it that we're not doing that allows some of the legislators to think that Southern California does not need funding to be able to expand the ability to conserve, to educate, to recycle, to desalinate, and to do all the things that will help us be able to continue to have the economy we have. 2/3 of the water, the residents in Southern California, we have the ability to be able to vote those things in. So somewhere along the line, we need to be able to have a little more cooperation, not only at the elected officials, but the water agencies. So the water bond will help. I won't go into that. I think you probably have somebody talk about that. The cleanup on Superfund list, that's another one that we need to get into to be able to ensure that we clean what we have underground, whether it's brackish water or contaminated water, and ensure that you get in line to be able to have those issues funded, addressed and funded in the future. So with that, my time was up about 10 minutes ago. So I thank you very much for being so patient, and I hope that I've at least begun some of the conversation that you might want to continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congressman Napolitano. Your remarks are very significant, and even though you did go over time, we won't hold it against you. I want to take a moment to thank some people, and I always tease my staff and those who deal with me, you have to give me a written list of all the people to thank, because I'm old and I'm senile and I can't remember from one moment to the next. And yet, I'm sure there's some people that may be left off of this list. But I wanted to take a moment to thank Crystal Lyons, who's the Director of External Relations here at the College of Law, for helping set this up. Melinda Davenport, who's my Executive Administrative Assistant. Evelyn Deanda, who's one of the faculty support individuals. Brian Parker, who's responsible for the setup of the technology. And we are recording the entire symposium, which will be edited and then posted on our webpage. Phil Hawkey, who has served so many different roles here at the university for both his knowledge, his encouragement, and his mailing list. Henry Barboza, who will be here this afternoon. I'm going to hold off on this last person because this next person, I'm going to have some other words to say about him. Professor Placido Gomez, who's a visiting professor and has just been a tremendous contributor to the College of Law and to the symposium. Professor Ezra Goldslager, who was the advisor for the law review, who has guided this process all along. Professor Kevin Marshall, who just, every time something gets done around here, it seems that Professor Marshall's name or presence is there, and we greatly appreciate that. The other person that I would thank is the person that I'm going to introduce, and he is serving as our Master of Ceremonies for the day, and his name is Gilbert Ivey, who is the Assistant General Manager and Chief Administrative Officer for the Metropolitan Water District of Southern California, an organization that he's been with for over 40 years, having started there as a summer trainee in the engineering department. And in a time when people don't always stay in any one location for more than 5 years, the fact that you've been at one place for 40 years is both remarkable and commendable. He is very knowledgeable about water, and I know he's going to do a great job in moderating and serving as the MC for the symposium. We met this morning, and of course, the first thing that we talked about was the fact that we both are blessed with the absolute best name in the world. But I advised him of something that he did not know, and that is that the name Gilbert is, the definition for that is bright promise. Something I learned when I was 11 years old. I looked it up in the dictionary, and there it was. And so I know that now our symposium has bright promise because Gilbert Ivey is the Master of Ceremonies. Mr. Ivey.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
You know what? The one thing you're going to learn about me is I don't like to participate in anything that's boring, and I don't like to be put to sleep by speakers. So I'm going to keep this thing energized all day long. I promise you, as your moderator, as your MC and the moderator of one of the panels, that we're going to be out of here at 5 o'clock. There's no way about it. We're going to make up time during lunch. We'll make up time during break. We want to honor our speakers as they talk, but we're going to end at 5 o'clock. So if you see me pulling the hook, you're going to have a good time with that too. But I do want to tell you that I have been in water for actually almost 43 years. I'm straight out of Compton, California. That was where I was raised. I was born in Oceanside, California. And when I got my first job at Metropolitan, all I cared about was that I made more than everybody else in my neighborhood. I made $400 a month, and back in 1970, that was a lot of money for a little 17-year-old. And I didn't care one lick about water. I did not care. And it wasn't until I was much longer along in my career, and after many, many cultural diversity types of issues that I had to deal with in that type of world, that I come to understand the relevance and the reverence that we need to have for water. And when we built the Metropolitan Water District system way back beginning in 1928, it was during a very wet time. So we had no idea that in 2015, that we actually are now in probably a normal time of climate. And that what happened back in the 1928s when we were designing the system was probably a very wet time in the climate system. So one of the issues that's going on is, of course, the challenge of this a climate change issue. Is this human cause? Is it just a cycle? And you have debate all over the place, but I think we can all agree on the fact that climate is absolutely impacting our weather patterns here on the Earth, and certainly here in California. So the panels today are going to be talking a lot about all kinds of issues dealing with water legislation and culture and allocation and stuff. And leading the charge in all of this conversation is going to be our keynote speaker, who will kind of set the stage for where we are in his experience. And he happens to be one of my bosses, so I have to be really, really nice. His name is Larry McKenney. One thing, he is on the board of the Metropolitan Water District representing Municipal Water District of Orange County. We have a 37-member board. It's the biggest board outside of the California legislature. It used to be bigger. It used to have 52 members. And it's just been one of the most blessed opportunities anyone could have in life to work on a panel for a company that cares so much about water and about public, and the fact that water is the foundation of life, no matter how you slice it. Water is the same thing that the dinosaurs drank when they were on Earth as the same old water we're drinking now. And if you don't think that you can drink recycled bath water, then you have forgotten that our water comes from Lake Mead, which is a flow from Las Vegas. So let's get real, let's think about it, and you're going to be hearing all kinds of things coming on today. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you Larry McKenney, Executive Counsel to the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, and he's many, many things. He's very, very smart. And he's an attorney. One day I want to be an attorney when I grow up. And it's going to be just a great talk from you. We're going to make up time and just bring you forth. Larry, if you would come forward and speak at this time. Put your hands together for Larry.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Gil. Good. I was looking to see when I was sitting there, I'm looking, there's a clock here. I didn't know if there was a clock that I could see, so that's good. I need that. I am incredibly passionate about water issues, and so you are at risk of having me go on all day. So you got to be careful about that. I'm just thrilled to be able to be here to present on this topic today and speak to this group. I see my task as to sort of set the table for the discussion that's going to happen. I will probably, as is my want in these situations, I will probably raise more questions than I answer in my presentation, because that's for the other speakers to answer the questions. I just want to get people thinking. I hope to raise some aspects of the topic of the symposium that maybe you might not otherwise include. And I also have to note at the outset, as I tell everybody in every walk of life that I'm involved in, my comments are my own. I'm not speaking for any agency at this point. I am on the Met board, and I do have a Met perspective on some things. I'm not speaking officially for Metropolitan with the thoughts that I'm offering today, and the same for SAPA. People ask me all the time, because I do wear a lot of different hats in the water industry, and they say, how do you keep track of who you're speaking for at any given moment? And I always say, well, I just tell people what I think, and hopefully that works out. So that's what I'm going to be doing today. I do want to note, just as one matter of context, I've worked in a lot of different parts of the water industry, water supply, surface water quality, stormwater, and so forth. I am on the Metropolitan Board now. Prior to that, I was on the Molten Miguel Water District Board in Orange County. So while the Met Board is appointed, I do have a little bit of experience on the elected side. I'm going to make some comments about the challenges that our elected leaders face, and so I wanted to note that I have been through that mill a little bit. So the topic today is the crisis, right? So what's the crisis we're in?
Not enough water.
Everybody thinks it's the drought, and that's true, and we're going to talk about the drought. First thing I wanted to start off with is just to note that there are a lot of other aspects of the water crisis that we're in this state beyond just the drought. So just mention a few things. One, Gil Ivey just alluded to. Part of our issue as a state in managing our water resources is that all of our projection of water supply and flood risk and all that sort of thing is based on a hydrologic record. And our hydrologic record is largely the 20th century. And come to find out that there was a much longer period of the Earth's history before the 20th century that we also have to pay attention to. And it may be, we're seeing now that the 20th century was a bit anomalous in terms of our hydrology in this particular region. And that's something that we have to deal with. We probably over-predicted a lot of our runoff potential in a lot of our watersheds. And it certainly is an issue that's coming to the fore in the Colorado River Basin. Another issue that's an aspect of our crisis in managing water resources today is the water rights system that underlies how we manage water in this state. You're going to hear more on that, and I know you've got materials that were handed out this morning. People have done lots of scholarly work on this, and it's a very important topic. just I expect everybody understands the basic water rights system in California, which is every other water rights system in the world patched together somehow, basically. That's our water rights system. But I wanted to note in particular with respect to the prior appropriation doctrine, which is part of our water rights system, and it's the prevailing water rights system in the rest of the Western United States. That's a great example of a water rights system that was based on a set of values, that the highest and best use of water anywhere you could find it was to move it somewhere else where humans could put it to consumptive use, even if that was out of a watershed. That's a value judgment. It was very effective at driving investment. Our values have evolved. Our values have changed in many ways over the decades. One of the reasons we have the crisis we have now is that our water rights system and all of the legal tail that holds are not really quick in adapting to those changing values and accommodating. Another aspect of the crisis that we're in right now, I think it's fair to say, is that we have a phenomenon in our California communities now with respect to government in general, and it affects water specifically, where we have communities that are not really willing to pay for public services that they expect. You see this in general in the counter-majoritarian ideas that are becoming more and more prevalent at all levels of our government, where we think that government should only be able to raise funds to implement government programs if it isn't vetoed by a minority. And that is a real hassle. It's a real difficulty in trying to move ahead in a democracy. It's true at all levels of government, as I say, and it makes its appearance in the water community, particularly in the form of the challenges posed by Proposition 218. So that's just, it's always out there as an issue that contributes to our crisis. And then I think there's an aspect of our crisis that is simply challenges of leadership. Congresswoman Napolitano noted that we have a lot of mandates that don't have funding associated with them. And I would expand on that to suggest that we have local government officials whose traditional role is to use the police power of the state to protect the health and safety of their communities. And at least in some sense, they've been undercut by the fact that there are very prescriptive mandates from the state and the federal government, which establish compliance floors that are very easy then to take as all you need to do. And it's really easy to tell your voters that you have to do these things because we're being mandated by somebody else to do it. And then you don't have to actually deal with the questions about what your community needs, what's best for your community. And it's also difficult to balance needs because of those mandates. And inherent in local government is balancing many competing needs. And also, we've taken a lot of revenue away from local governments, and that presents a challenge in their effort to manage these resources. I think political leadership today has a problem with lack of focus. I think most of us would agree that we spend a lot of time and effort addressing ideological issues instead of problem solving these days. I think term limits have created issues with our ability to address water issues because people in elected office often don't have the time to develop the literacy that they need to be able to weigh competing views and complicated issues and arrive at wise judgments. I think at the elected level and all the way down to their constituents, we have issues with our literacy, our scientific literacy, and our ability to understand information that we receive and to converse about it. And I think that across the board we have a lack of understanding of the history that got us where we are. I'll give you one specific example of that, and that is a colleague of mine on one of the boards that I sit on. When we have our vigorous discussions about water use efficiency, which I'm going to talk about in a moment, I'm a big proponent of creating incentives to change how people use water at the user level. And my colleague chafes at that and says, that sounds to him like social engineering. And my response is, social engineering was when we built dams on the Colorado River to bring water here so that we could pretend we could afford to have lawns. That was social engineering. Getting people to use water efficiently is not social engineering. But when we don't understand that aspect of history, it makes managing our crises difficult. So there's all these different aspects of the crisis of water resources management that we're in today. And in addition to that, we have the drought. And the drought is the the 800-pound gorilla at the moment. Does anybody in the room not believe we're in a drought? I don't have to dispel that myth. Suffice to say, we're in the 4th year of a very, very dry period of time, the driest 4 years we've ever had. And before that, we had a wet year. And there were 3 dry years before that in the state. So this is the 21st century, and this is the way it's going. Colorado River is in the 15th year below desired runoff. So we're certainly in a drought. Well, what are we doing about the drought? Well, there's a number of things we're doing. First and foremost, in this region, in the metropolitan service area, we're using water from storage. Metropolitan made major investments of all of your money over the years to develop a lot of storage. Because in the past, when we had to go into allocations, we had enough storage to get by for a year or so, but it wasn't enough to really give us a really comfortable buffer. When we started this current dry period, Metropolitan had on the order of 3.5 million acre feet in storage. And as allocations from the State Water Project have been curtailed and the weather has continued hot and dry, we have continued at Metropolitan to meet customer demands by taking water out of storage, and now we've taken about 2.5 million of the 3.5 million out of storage. And this past year, we used 1.1 million acre feet of the storage. So as we have entered this 4th year of the drought, you can see the situation we're in. This has created all sorts of public relations issues for us with our Northern California friends who don't understand why we have been in rationing. But that's because we've been using the storage that our customers paid for. But we are reaching a point where now we have to make real decisions about how aggressively we conserve the remaining storage. So the other side of it is you have to reduce usage. There's lots of different ways that we've tried to promote conservation. Obviously, the governor called for a 20% reduction. All of our agencies in Southern California have education and media programs that are aimed at promoting voluntary conservation and use reduction. In addition to that, as you all know, the State Water Resources Control Board has adopted emergency regulations on water use aimed at trying to achieve reductions. There are significant challenges with making that work because the State Water Resources Control Board relies entirely on local agencies to enforce those regulations. So there's a little bit of a disconnect there. We also have, for a long time, agencies have offered rebate programs to incentivize water-saving measures. And in this region, we have reinforced that in a major way. Metropolitan alone has allocated $100 million in the current year to support water use efficiency programs, including education and outreach, but largely for rebate programs to replace water profligate utilities and fixtures with more efficient devices. And also, a large part of that program is for turf removal. And there's a lot of debate about how that program is working, but it certainly is, whatever it's doing, it's working. It's very busy, it's oversubscribed. And I'm going to come back right at the end of my remarks and talk about what I think that means. And there is the possibility, the very likely possibility, I would suggest, that at the metropolitan level, we're going to go into allocations, which then will ripple down to retail agencies. It will require retail agencies either to do their own some sort of rationing or mandatory restrictions, or double down on their involuntary or on their voluntary efforts, however they're going to do it. But the metropolitan allocation system is essentially like a budget-based rate. You make the decision to go into allocations. We look at a historical baseline. We apply a number of policy adjustments to the baseline. We tell people this is your baseline number that you have. Based on what level of allocations we declare, you have to reduce your usage by a certain percent below that baseline. And if you don't, you pay steep punitive rates. We're going to be considering that decision at our board meeting in April, so in a couple of weeks. And I would be, frankly, quite surprised, given the way the weather has been in the last month, if we don't make a decision to go into allocations. I would suggest it's really a question of what level. And so you can all be watching that. You can expect it. What else have we been doing to respond to the drought? Well, there's always the idea of developing new sources of supply, and we are trying to address very aggressively every kind of supply you can imagine. Better use of groundwater basins, cleaning up contaminated groundwater, conjunctive use of groundwater basins, greater recycling, stormwater capture if there's ever another storm. Desalination, people ask me, is desalination a good idea? I know they're talking about seawater desal, but I always answer them, desalination is a great idea. We should be using desal on all kinds of water. We should be using it on stormwater, on recycled water, contaminated groundwater, maybe even the ocean if, if we needed that badly. It's expensive, but at some point we need it. So we're trying very hard to develop new supplies, and I would just note that within the Metropolitan family, one of the ways we do that is through Metropolitan's Local Resources Program, which in general subsidizes and incentivizes these kinds of local projects. But as you can imagine, that's not a fast process. So new supply development is not the most attractive immediate response to the drought. It's always true that the fastest and cheapest savings you can achieve is not using the water, so reducing use. With regard to use reduction, there are a number of challenges that we face, though, in the public relations arena and in effectiveness. So I'll just mention a few things that I think are challenges. I mentioned the State Water Resources Control Board's regulations. If you look at what the State Water Resources Control Board is requiring, most of the regulations they're imposing are not even new requirements. It's interesting to me, the State Water Resources Control Board addresses water rights and Clean Water Act enforcement. In the municipal parts, the urban parts of California where we have phase 1 municipal stormwater permits, all these provisions in the state board regulations about not hosing off your sidewalk and all that sort of thing, those are already law. They're rules already. There's been a lack of enforcement perhaps. But it's interesting that the state board came out and said, you have to do these things, and it got a lot of press, and I never saw anybody say, yeah, we're already required to do that. There are also inequities in the whole idea of doing an across-the-board 20% reduction in use across the state, which was the governor's call to action. I understand why the governor issued that call to action. That was the broad brush, the big blue arrow. That's what big leaders do. But when you get down to implementing it and the data collection that the State Water Resources Control Board has done and the way that the comparisons have been published to show whether we're achieving use reductions using year-over-year, month-to-month comparisons, I would suggest a lot of that data is really meaningless in terms of what we're trying to achieve, and it creates confusion and it misleads people about whether we're being successful. Bottom line is there is a difference between use reduction and efficiency, and it's quite possible that you could have two different water users who are being told to reduce and trying to be more efficient, and you could have one person who is incredibly inefficient in their use before, who has a large % reduction in use, and who still is more wasteful than somebody else who is very efficient and whose use may even have gone up because the weather has been hot and warm, hot and dry, but who is still more efficient if you look at gallons per capita per day usage than the other things. So that's a real inequity, and it confuses people. Another challenge that we have with respect to reducing the usage of water is that water remains underpriced in our culture. It's not because we intentionally subsidize water, it's because we don't include all of the real costs of the water supplies that we have in what we consider costs when we set rates. And this is, I think this is just reality. It's across the board in the industry. And yet, the reality remains that pricing is the most effective tool that we have to promote water use efficiency and reduce usage. If you increase the price of water, any economist will tell you, if you increase the price of water, people will make their use more efficient, usage will probably go down, water agencies will have a sufficient revenue to be able to develop new supplies or to pursue efficiency measures. The effects of increasing the retail price of water ripple through the entire system. In addition to this, one of the problems that we have that you have to acknowledge in this state is that because we don't really accurately address all of the costs when we set rates, we are constitutionally required in the state to set rates based on cost, and if we don't figure what those costs are, then we can't recover the costs. In addition to that, we have a constitutional conflict in the state right now because we have one provision of the Constitution that says you have to set rates based on cost. And we have another provision of the Constitution that says you have to prevent the waste and unreasonable use of water. And there are statutes that say that one of the ways you can do that is through allocation-based rates. We have a case pending right now. We're going to get a decision from the 4th District Court of Appeal within the month, within a month from now. It's going to tell us whether you can have water budget-based tiered rates, which statute allows, without violating the cost-based rate idea that's in a different provision in the Constitution. So that's a real conflict that we have right now. We have lots of other bigger problems with regard to use reduction and managing water resources, and I'm going to short circuit all that and just tell you I know the drought is the thing we're talking about, and use reduction is a really important part of it. There are many other aspects of water resources management that are out there, climate change being one, how we address land use management with water resources planning, how we do flood risk management. Those are all big, big issues. But rather than talking about all those today, I would just note that one of the things that we have going on is a movement toward integrated regional water management planning as a way of trying to address all of these different issues that the local government agencies have to address. In the Santa Ana region, and in my day job at the Santa Ana Watershed Project Authority, we have an integrated regional water management plan that we call One Water, One Watershed. If you go to the SAPA website, you can easily click to it and see it. In that plan, we identified a number of really critical challenges that we thought we faced that the IRWMP is intended to address, and we called them originally the 4 horsemen of the water apocalypse. And we said that it was the Delta, the Colorado River, climate change, and population and sprawl. And I mention those because it sort of puts the current drought in context. We have a lot of other issues that we're dealing with that we have been dealing with even before the drought. But let me mention a little bit about each of those things. The Delta, I will come back to. But Colorado River, I mentioned that we're in a multi-year drought on the Colorado River. The Bureau of Reclamation is telling us that it's more likely than not that in the next 2 summers, we're going to have the first ever in history shortage declaration on the Colorado River, which means that Nevada and Arizona are going to get cut back. California doesn't get cut back immediately. But if this is the beginning of a longer trend, it's time for us to wake up and look and see what's going on with that. With regard to population growth, there's many aspects of population growth that affect water resources. Obviously, demand goes up. In the metropolitan service area in general, we look at the effectiveness of our efficiency programs, ours and our member agencies' efficiency programs, by noting that over the last 20 years, as population has gone up significantly, our total demand has stayed flat. We haven't reduced demand, we've kept demand flat as population has gone up. In addition to that, population growth brings increased impervious surfaces, which means we lose groundwater recharge, we increase our flood risks and all those sorts of things. It affects habitat and everything else. But it's also always important to note to people that the majority of our population increase today in this region is natural increase from within the region, not predominantly immigration. And so, unless everybody's starting to take cold showers, we're going to continue to see population. And then there's climate change, which just creates lots of variables and uncertainties. We expect that we're going to get more of our precipitation in the state as rain rather than snow, which deprives us of the storage benefit of our largest reservoir, which is snowpack. And it also means that the need to balance flood risk management with water resources management is ever more important. I always try to note to people that when you look at a project like the channelization of the LA River, we might have done things differently if we looked at that project as a water project, managing water. When we build reservoirs, we look at what the yield of the reservoir is going to be. If we had looked at the channelization of the LA River and said that has a negative water supply yield, we might have realized that there were costs there and we might have done things differently. And then there's the Bay Delta, that was the 4th of the horsemen. And I would want to just note while I'm here today that no matter what else happens in terms of our water use reductions, development of other local supplies, no matter how we succeed in reducing our reliance on the Delta, we still need, as a state, to fix the Delta. It is an essential part of our portfolio of supplies to make us resilient in Southern California. We need it for the high quality of that water that comes. We need some certainty about how much water we're going to be able to get from Northern California so that we can invest around those certainties. And one thing people forget is that we're in long-term contracts for the state water contract, and we pay, as a region, $500 million a year, roughly, in fixed costs for the state water project, whether we get any water from it or not. So we need to fix the conveyance, fix the ecosystem up there, and make certain what water we can get from that system, because we're buying. So, the OWOW plan, One Water, One Watershed, we call it OWOW. Some people call it OW, because it's hard, but it's the OWOW plan, intends to address these kinds of issues and to help us to achieve balanced approaches, because we realize that, that the only way we're going to be able to address these competing challenges is by achieving some notion of what the appropriate regional balance is. You can't maximize any one solution in this context. That's the central realization of watershed planning and integrated planning, is that it's not about what's the good thing to do versus the bad thing to do. It's about 15 different good things and only so much money. And all the money comes from the same people, no matter which agency you're in. It all comes from the same people. So how do we do that? So the OWOW plan is helping us to develop some regional approaches. During the drought round of Proposition 84 funding that's going on right now, we were able to help facilitate the creation of a watershed-wide water use efficiency program that's concentrating on developing tools to help agencies move to conservation-based rate structures, and that is promoting turf removal in a big way, and doing things on a larger scale. In addition to that, we're hopeful that in the next round of grant funding, we're going to see some big idea projects like regional conjunctive use projects that allow us to really get much better use out of our groundwater basins region-wide, to the extent that when we talk about recycling, we talk about that on a regional scale, and we figure out where we can invest in recycling so that it gives us the best water supply benefit across the entire watershed and not just in one community. Ideally, it would be wonderful if we could even get our agencies in the watershed to agree that when we buy imported water, it's to everybody's advantage to have the imported water, no matter who's paying for it, imported to the watershed at the top of the watershed, where we can use it 2 or 3, 4 times before it gets to the ocean. People don't do that now. We buy water, it gets delivered to our agencies. It would be better if we had all the water that's imported in the Santa Ana watershed delivered in San Bernardino. You know, it would all get recycled and reused all the way down. So those are the kind of things that the One Water, One Watershed plan is working on. How am I doing on time?
We got a few more minutes.
Okay. So to kind of wrap all this rambling together, I want to get back to this. There's an idea that's in the title of the symposium today about culture, and I want to suggest that across all these different kinds of challenges that we're dealing with, the drought and the integrated planning is intending to address, the biggest challenges that we face are not technical, but they are cultural. And I want to touch on a couple of those cultural challenges. SAPA has identified as one of its strategic goals to change the ethic within the watershed, to change the way individual people relate to water as their resource, because we all know that the vast majority of people who live in Southern California have very little understanding of where their water comes from, how it gets to them, and what it costs to do that. We want people to see the rivers and to understand the groundwater basins and to understand where the imported water comes from, and to use water more wisely and to be willing to pay for it because of that. So that's a larger goal, and that's a cultural goal. I want to touch on the example of turf removal, because I mentioned that we're spending a lot of money on turf removal, and I hear a lot of criticism from people when you're take an engineering approach and you look at what we pay, what we rebate for turf, which is Metropolitan's putting $2 a square foot into turf removal, and a lot of agencies are adding their own $1 or $1.50. And you look at the water savings that you get, it varies where you are in the region, how hot it is. In general, you look at the water savings that you get from that. It turns out that that's very expensive water. The engineers tell me that's $1,700 an acre foot water maybe on average. And I always keep telling people, that's not the right metric. The goal of the turf removal program, sure, we want the near-term water savings, but the goal of the turf removal program is to convince other people that they shouldn't put turf in the first place when they have new development, or that other people that don't even get the rebate should cut back on their watering of their lawns or replace them with drought-tolerant plants. In other words, it's changing the aesthetic in the region away from cold season turf. That's the real goal. That's a change in culture. Another change in culture is recycling. We've made great strides in this region in moving toward purple pipe, Title 22 recycling for landscape irrigation. We've made great strides within the Santa Ana watershed in moving to indirect potable reuse recycling through the groundwater storage and recovery project that the Orange County Water District and Orange County Sanitation District partnered on. That's a world leader in indirect potable reuse. We need to move to direct potable reuse in our society. As Gil mentioned, there is no new water. All the water we drink now is recycled and reused, has been for eons, and particularly in our system, it's all been used pretty recently from the Colorado River and from our watersheds. We need to get culturally past the ick factor and get through the regulatory process and see our way to do it, to do direct potable reuse. And I just want to say, it is a significant strategic change in capital investment to say you're going to go to direct potable reuse, because you need a different type of infrastructure to support that than you do. When we're doing landscape irrigation reuse, it's all about building duplicate distribution systems and needing seasonal storage. That's what you need. Those are the things that keep you from being able to maximize it. If you go to direct potable reuse, you don't need that. What you need is redundant high-quality treatment and salt disposal to a totally different capital regime. So we need to make the decision if we're going to go to direct potable, and we need to get on with it and not strand our investments. We need to change how we do rates. We need a better understanding of costs. So that's a cultural change. People need to understand that the environmental consequences of where they import water from are part of their water cost. The improvements that need to be made to their systems to provide reliability are part of their water cost, and those things need to be accounted for that way. And we need to understand from a financing perspective that bonds alone are not the answer. Proposition 1 is a great down payment on a fix of our water problems, but it's not the fix, not even close. So we need to be able to invest local funds in solving our problems. So we need to change that understanding of costs. We hear a lot about market approaches and how we need market approaches to water resources management. I would suggest if that's going to work, we need a cultural change. We need to change our understanding of what's optimum development. We need to understand what the balances are. Market approaches are a good way at maximizing something. If you want to maximize the beneficial use of water, the human consumptive use of water, you can create an appropriation doctrine and people invest in moving the water to where the use is. But that's not a balancing approach. I was just at the California Water Policy Conference yesterday that's going on at McKenney College, and Pat Mulroy spoke. And somebody asked her about market approaches, and her take was she hates the word markets, because in the water business, where you have to have collaboration and balancing, she thinks market approaches are lethal, she said, lethal. So I think there's a lot of promise with market-based approaches and water trading, but we have to set up a market that allows for an understanding of what an optimum solution is. And as I've mentioned, integrated resources and integrated regional water management planning, I think, is a big part of the answer for culture change. Integrated regional water management planning involves collaboration across all boundaries, jurisdictional boundaries, geographic boundaries, all the silos that we create for ourselves personally and professionally, who lives in what city, who works in flood risk, who works in sewage, who works in stormwater, who works in water supply. We've got to break those boundaries down. Who works in land use planning, who does habitat development, who does recreation. All those people have to collaborate, and that's the goal of IRWM. Additionally, I would suggest that the idea of integrated regional water management planning empowers local officials to do that. It gives them permission to step outside of their geographic jurisdiction and say, I have a reason to collaborate with neighbors and to spend money from my jurisdiction on things that happen elsewhere in the system because it benefits us. And in that sense, IRWM can achieve a cultural change by changing our understanding of how government works with respect to water. So I think that IRWM can represent our great new venture in democracy. And that's my closing statement.
There you go. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Again, let's give a big hand for Larry McKenney. That was fantastic. Setting the table for our great program today, and it has been something that I hope is eye-opening for you, because all along, if you think about it, you never really thought about water. Come on, let's be real. You never thought about water until this drought hit. We've been trying to educate and inform and cause you to be aware of your surroundings, and all of you continue to just use it. I know, I've seen it. I drive by my neighbors who tell me they're very conscious, and I see the water running off the sidewalk. I get it. I come home, I see people washing their cars with soap and the water's running. So I'm talking about people who are very aware and have a lot of money, and they say they're socially aware, and you're not. We need to get very, very real. We need to get very, very real. This is serious. When we talk about allocation, you know what people are going to go, oh, that's nice. We're talking about rationing. That's what we're talking about. You all have never experienced, unless you came from Australia, what rationing really means and what it's going to mean to your life, what it's going to mean on a continuing basis. We are spoiled here in Southern California. We're very spoiled in Northern California. And we're going to have to get an understanding. I think Larry gave a fantastic speech on how to be more conscious about our surroundings. So with that, I'm going to be presenting our moderator, and I'm going to ask the panel to come on up just to save time. You know who you are, Paul and Dr. Mónica and Stacie. And Jason, come on up and take a seat. I'm going to introduce your panel dealing with impact of the drought. You heard a significant portion of that in Larry's discussion with you. And I want you to know, I know you guys are all quiet, and I'm going to wake you up in a minute, but I want you to know how important this particular topic is. The moderator for this particular panel is Philip Hockey, Special Assistant to the President of the University of Laverne. And let me tell you, Phil is a fire breather. He's been aware of what's going on in water for a long, long time. He's put the University of Laverne on the map dealing with water programs. And in fact, we've had water symposiums here at Laverne, in the city of Laverne, I might add, not here in Ontario, but in the city of Laverne we have water symposiums that have been very well received, very well attended. So Phil, will you come forth, present your panel, and you know what, why don't you go to about 11:15, and we'll make up some little time for it. Okay, thank you, sir.
It's good to be back at the law school. Gilbert Ivey, who you've been hearing from, is one of the strongest leaders of water in California. Very knowledgeable, very experienced, so we're fortunate to have him with us today. And of course, water is one of the great issues of our time. As Mr. McKenney mentioned, we're in the 4th year of the drought, and you know, some scientists are predicting this could be a mega drought. This could go on for decades. And of course, each year goes on, the water gets less and less and less and less. And as Mr. McKenney said, we're going to be moving into significant changes in our lifestyle and our society. So these are very important issues. Let me just take a moment to thank David Hamilton and Lindsay Williams for all the work they did in putting this together. They talked to me. This is a very well-structured conference. Thank you very much. I also was impressed. You have drought-tolerant plants on the table. That's a good idea. But I wanted to take the opportunity to say that water issue for this law school is an issue that's going to be with us for a long time. And today we have 4 people that are experts in different aspects of water. And what I'm going to do is introduce them, all 4. You have them in your program. And then, but then I'll come back, I'll introduce each one at a time so that their profile is fresh in your recollection. One of the good news I got this morning when I woke up and read the paper is that rain is coming. And it says, raining cash. That's the governor's $1 billion that he's allocating to deal with the water stress that we're having in California. And would you rather have cash or would you rather have rain? Try living without water. And the answer is easy. So our panelists, I'm going to start on this end. Jason Steele from the law school, and I'll come back and introduce them. We'll go in the order of your program. Stacie, this is Stacie. Stacie Takeguchi from MWD, Dr. Mónica Palomo from Cal Poly Pomona, and Paul Wenger came down from the Modesto area. And so first on your program, let me introduce Paul Wenger, who is third generation farming family. His grandfather acquired some of the property in 1910. So he's been involved in farming walnuts and almonds in the Central Valley for a long time. He's president of the California Farm Bureau Federation, also on the board of the American Farm Bureau. The California Farm Bureau represents 78,000 people. The American Farm Bureau represents about 6.2 million people. So if, many of you have seen the stress on the farms in the Central Valley. You've seen the pictures of the dead trees and the parched land. You have an idea of the kind of stress that sits on Paul and his family and his friends and his neighbors dealing with this water crisis. Let me introduce Paul Wenger.
Is it right to speak from here?
You're welcome, yes.
You know, maybe to save time, if this goes on, we can speak from here if you can hear me. It's a great seminar. Thank you for letting me be a part of it. I'm going to talk fast because I could talk for about 4 or 5 hours on what I've already heard here today. And I am a third generation farmer. When Grandpa came from Pennsylvania in 1910, we had 2 grade B dairies, hand milking 35 cows at each dairy. We did that for a number of years until you had to move into grade A or get out. We got out. We did direct sell dairy beef, home raised beef on our ranch for grain and hay that was produced on our farm, our family farm of about 100 acres. Finished out Holstein steers until folks all of a sudden didn't know what to do with a half or a whole, and also you had all this intricate system of federal and state inspections, so nobody wanted home delivery beef anymore. So then we went into almonds and walnuts. I have 2 sons that farm with me, and 2 more grandsons and a granddaughter. And she'll probably be the farmer. They're about that tall. As I tell them, I don't know what we're going to be farming or what they're going to be farming in the next 20 or 30 years, but if we have the land, we have the water, we'll farm whatever you all want. Because we don't just raise it to let it sit there. Let me just talk real quickly, and I really appreciate the Congresswoman this morning and her comments, but I think there's one thing I want to highlight. And she was talking about folks on the other side. Folks, we cannot continue to talk about people on the other side. We're all in this together. And I guess maybe that's kind of funny talking to a bunch of aspiring attorneys because you want conflict. But at the end of the day, I think you're here about solving problems too. And we have to quit thinking that it's either you or me, them or us. It's all of us together, and we're going to have to solve this problem together. So let me go through a few real quickly things as we talk about water usage. I don't use water. You all use water. We can talk about the argument that should we be raising almonds and walnuts that we're exporting around the world? Should we be importing all those water-made products? Everything has a water coefficient to it, everything. So you go down to Walmart, every extruded plastic product that's in there was made with water. We import far more water than we export in anything. Almonds are about 6% moisture when we market them, walnuts about 8% moisture. So if you really want to think about what goes overseas, it would be about that much of moisture. The rest of it is staying in the field, it's staying in the ground, it's allowing us to grow trees and plants that are sequestering carbon, putting it in the soil, and releasing oxygen through photosynthesis. I think what we do is a pretty neat thing. So So let me get down to another couple of things that I heard real quick. We heard that agriculture uses 80% of the water. I like to give folks facts so that you can go back and make sure I'm not just blowing smoke. 2013 State Water Plan by the California, under the agricultural water use in California, page 4, table 1. Urban uses about 6 million acre feet of our annual average precipitation, which is 8%. Flows to the ocean unrestricted, about 22 million acre feet, 28%. Agriculture uses 24 million acre feet, 31%, and the environment uses 25 million acre feet, about 32%. Agriculture does not use 80%. We also then, that was on the plan that came from, that was the plan that came out in 1993. The Water Action Plan, those are different numbers. I had to look those up real quick. This was something that Governor Wilson, the DWR, came up with that chart, so I wrote that down. And I'm going to give you page 4, table 1. There, and the numbers do change a little bit, urban and M&I, 6.5 million acre feet. The other one was 6, and they say 10.6. Ag, 24.66 million acre feet, or 40.3%. And the environment, 30.06, or 49%. And so, you can see there's varying numbers all around. Where we find ourselves today is, folks, and we talk about, market-based, what we're going to do with our water and whatnot, and the highest and best use. Let's just assume that all the water bottles that are in this room is all the water we're going to have. No more. We're not adding to it. Let's take in the coffee and the juice back there. He who has the most money is going to get it. Who in this room is going to get it? I'll guarantee it's not going to be distributed equally. It's a very basic thing that we need is food, and we need water, and so that if we're not careful, who's going to get that water? We also hear about that farmers are overutilizing water. Who's a farmer? I farm 150 acres of almonds, 300 acres of walnuts. I've been farming, like I say, all my life, third generation. If the price of almonds go down by half, it will really impact my livelihood. Today, the price of almonds are good, so it won't impact it as much as it was a few years ago. As Al and I were driving over, and thank goodness for Al Clark, who picked me up at the other campus and brought me over here as I was confused. A lot of folks say, well, we shouldn't be producing a lot of these crops, but I saw what my dad went through in the 70s and the 80s and the 60s. It really wasn't a place that you really wanted your son or daughter to go and become a farmer. In fact, I was going to become a veterinarian because you couldn't make a livelihood farming. I never thought in my lifetime would I see that the rest of the world wants what we have here in California. And that's the food that we can produce because we can produce it cheaply, safely, on a reliable basis up until now. 2009, the initial water bond went through. That's when they had the 5 bills that put the $11.14 billion bond that got postponed twice. The next day after that got done, there was a big headline and all over, greedy farmer sells water for $74 million. It was an investor out of the San Francisco Bay Area. He owned 4,000 acres of almonds. In the Central Valley, a state water project, sold that state water project contract because he was only getting 20–30% of that water, sold it for $74 million, went and bought another 4,500 acres outside of his area, started drilling wells and exporting water to the other, finally got shut down. John Madden, we all know John Madden, 3,000 acres of almonds. Would you consider John Madden an almond farmer? Trinitas is outside of our area in Modesto. They're developing almonds and walnut orchards like crazy. They're farming rocks this big around. This guy would never do it because it ain't going to pay. But if you look at their prospectus, it says, while we can't guarantee future returns, we can tell you that past history, we should be able to give you a 14% return on your money. Can you tell me any place else in the stock market will give you 14% on your money? And the Congresswoman, some of her allies in Congress, are members of Trinitas and investors in Trinitas. We hear a lot of folks saying that LA didn't really realize they were in a drought. You're darn right, because they're the only place that's invested in infrastructure with Diamond Valley Reservoir. It's interesting, as I also have a lot of folks in the San Francisco Bay Area say we have to do more to save our rivers. Right through my property, there's 3 great big tongues. 2 5.5 footers and 1 7 footer. The purest, cleanest water coming from the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, coming through our property, all gravity flow over into the Bay Area. They fill their toilet bowls with cleaner water than we drink in the valley. If you're on a septic tank, when we talk about toilet to tap, I will guarantee you what's coming out of my tap was somebody else's toilet water that went out their leach line and came over to my well. It's called toilet to tap. We're already doing it. It's very interesting. We compare ourselves and we say we really have a clouded way of dealing with water in California, that we're not like the rest of the world. Can you tell me, do we want to be like the rest of the world? The rest of the world wants to be like California. They want to come here because we're pretty cool. We've done things that are pretty neat. So maybe we do have a very complicated water system. We're not Texas. In fact, during the groundwater legislation, we heard that, well, you know, we're the last state to regulate groundwater. Do you call Texas, even though there's some adjudicated basins in Texas, it's called the right of capture. He who has the biggest well in the ground can do anything with that water they want, and they can sell it. We don't do that here in California. You have what they call an appropriate or a correlative right to use the groundwater beneath you for a beneficial use, of which farming is. Where I'm at, Modesto Irrigation District, Turlock Irrigation District went in 50% with the city of San Francisco to build Don Pedro Reservoir. It wasn't built with any public money, it was all private money. I can remember Grandpa talking about how there was a bonded indebtedness. Unless you had riparian water rights or by a river, you had to pay, just like your property tax. Today that reservoir is 60% full of, or 60% of average. 60% of average isn't bad. Never in the history have we been limited to 16 inches of water. We're going to be limited to 16 inches of water. We don't have wells, we're drilling them. I've been on a list now for 14 months waiting for the well driller because my investment in my trees, which without talking about the value of the ground, before you can get any kind of a nut off them or anything, is about $15,000 an acre. And plus I have mortgages that I've got to be able to produce or I'm out of business. And we have that reservoir, it has plenty of water in it, but where did that water go? It's going to go for fish. And isn't it interesting, State Water Resources Board is going to be talking this year about increasing unrestricted flows to the ocean. When I just gave you those numbers that the environment already gets an awful lot of that water, and the numbers I gave you didn't talk about what Met has to do for salinity standards. Those aren't even talked about. Late last year, I was in Kansas talking to the Governor's Conference on water. They were very concerned about water. They had a 3-year water summit going on, talking to water, about surface water, what limited surface water they have, groundwater, and the usage of it. There was 800 people in Manhattan, Kansas. They've been 3-year program, 25 stakeholder meetings, and they wanted to know what was going on with water. They called about California because they said, you know where we get our fresh fruits and vegetables? If you want to call them fresh once they get to Kansas, they get them from California. And they're more worried about it. Came to the Western Governors Drought Conference right after that with Governor Brown and Governor Sandoval. There was 45 people in the room from all the Western states talking about the drought in the West. Do we really think we have a drought? Do we really take it seriously? So I'm gonna leave it at that. You know, our food system in California is nothing short of phenomenal. And when we say that user pays, who's the ultimate user? You have to remember that our daily usage is somewhere between 60 and 70 gallons of water today to shower, to bathe, to brush our teeth, to flush the toilets, and things like that. But if you want a 1,200 calorie diet, the average will be anywhere between 850 gallons to 1,200 gallons of water to prepare the food, to grow the food that you're going to eat. And a 1,200 calorie diet is not a big diet. You can't get by it, folks. We need to have water to grow food. What we do here in California is nothing short of phenomenal. We get more production per drop of water than anybody else in the world. There are only 5 Mediterranean climates in the world. There's only 2 that have a mountain range that capture snow on the east and the ocean on the west, and that's us in the middle part of Chile. If we do not have and figure out a way to figure out this water component so that you can have water to drink and food to eat, we got a problem. There's Lord Cameron from Dorrington, when there was in 2000, there was a strike because of fuel, and I'll finish up. There was a strike over fuel, and the truckers couldn't get the food into the stores, and you can research it, just go, we're 9 meals away from anarchy. You're on the first day, you probably got enough food in the house. The second day, you got a little bit more, but you get 3 days without having food in the shelves, and we've got anarchy. Can you imagine what can you imagine what all of California would be if our shelves went bare and our food, we didn't have food there? We can produce the food that we need to eat in California, but in order to do it, we got to have water.
That gives you a sample of the power of the dimension of these issues. There's a lot at stake.
A lot.
Fortunately, we have someone with us, Dr. Mónica Palomo, that knows Kansas. Because she got her master's and PhD from Kansas State, and some postdoctoral work in Kansas as well. Dr. Palomo is a professor at Cal Poly Pomona and has expertise in water, stormwater, wastewater management. Dr. Palomo.
Thank you. Well, today I'm here because I know about the technical aspects of water, but also I want to share something about education. I'm an advocate for education. That's why I'm a professor in the university. And I do appreciate the opportunity to be here with educators and people from industry and people from public agencies and students, law school students that are interested in water. I think it's critical that we all work together to ensure that the word integration has come up recently a lot. And I do believe in integration because there is a lot of disconnection. And those are the biggest issues. I'm going to be sharing with you a little bit of what I've done in my work in Pomona. It's non-technical, it's more cultural. Like the keynote speaker was saying, I was like, wow, he already said everything that I wanted to say. So I'm just going to be supporting his points, I guess. So I did a research project to evaluate Pomona culture in terms of water. Educators want to change the curriculum. We want to make a difference out there in the community. Why Pomona only? Why not a different community? Well, there is easier to access those students. And what do I want it? I wanted my students or the future leaders of California across the board. I'm not talking about just engineers. Across the board, educators, biologists, or other type of scientists, or even artists, to know. I want to know what they know about water. I want to know how much. I want to know what is the gaps. For this project, I outreached to the Orange County Water District and also to the Golden State Water Company. They let me see their instruments that they use to reach to the general public. And this is not from their instruments. We modify these. So, in general, we just outreach to know what's the baseline. It's twofold here. We want to do a curriculum that will be educating everybody. We believe that the water knowledge is a right. It's not just, they should not to conserve, it's a right because everybody needs to make informed decisions. One of the examples is when one time we have our own water distribution system in Pomona, and there was an announcement about the THMs were over the standard. And everybody was freaking out. At least my colleagues like, what is it? THM? We have no idea. Is it good? Is it bad? Should we be drinking the water from the tap? And I was like, well, don't worry. They came and asked for what to do. My neighbors, the older, they were saying, oh no, there's something about E. coli, whatever. Is it good or bad? So, is it fair that the public doesn't know if the news that have been released that is happening in the water distribution system are good or bad? No, they need to know. So we did this study across only Pomona again. That was what we wanted to do. We were able to capture a lot of the different departments to ensure that it's a fair, not just bias. Engineers might not. That was the assumption, but not necessarily. More, especially they are concentrating on water. In general, everybody understands that there is a very small amount of water in the world that can be used, but it's still a huge, about 40% of the total didn't really agree or didn't know that there was not enough water, right? And maybe why? Because every time that they go home and open the tap, there is always water running. That's a big issue. So, what about the annual precipitation? Well, they say yes, no, there is not a lot of water. They know there is no rain in California, but what about reliable supplies of water? Well, they say yes, they are somehow reliable. So, what are they thinking this? If there is no rain, but there is a reliable supply, so there is a disconnection there. Why do what they are relying on? Where is the water coming from, right? And then, are you aware of the rebates? And many of them said no. And I'm not showing all the data, but I'm showing you key pieces of what we were able to capture. So I have to share about 1% of the people that was surveyed, they are homeowners. They do know about the rebates. The remaining are people that is living at home with parents, or maybe they live in dorms. They don't ever see a water bill, right? And they don't know about rebates or any other information. So this is the right time to educate them, to tell them about what's going on out there. And everything we're working on getting some curriculum for that. Now, let's talk about cost, right? We have a bottled water here, and how much does it cost? We didn't give any information. We said, well, how much do you think that it costs? The majority said less than $1. A gallon of water is less than $1. What about milk, right? $3 or $4. So again, these are students, younger students, but we're looking at this as professionals. Later, for the students that are not here, they're going to be working with you on developing policies and the tier, the prices, all those things, right? And so, okay, do you think that this is expensive? And many of them, they say, oh, fairly, okay, but some of them are expensive. Well, I will say, if you buy bottled water, it is expensive. Tap water is not expensive. You can compare and do the calculation to be less expensive. What about, the next one is, do I know the water quality? Because we thought, well, maybe it is expensive, bottled water, and we want to know what kind of water they're drinking. And they, in general, we believe that they don't really know what the water quality is, if it's good or not. And we also went into other questions that I'm not showing you here about, are you looking at the water quality reports that are provided by the city or regarding what's coming out of your tap? And mostly everybody have no even idea. Even in senior level engineering students that are taking the water treatment class, I ask them, gone to your city and police, what is that? I don't know. So there has to be awareness. They need to know. It's a right. So is bottled water safer than tap water? And unfortunately, the neutrals in this case, we put them as they have no idea, they have no clue. So they don't know, right? They agree that bottled water might be safer. So we want to see what were the practices in there. What about the regulations? Do you know they're regulated? So this is good news. I think that they know that it's regulation somehow, right? But so why are they thinking that bottled water is safer? But now let's look at the other one. We are looking at, do you use a Brita? I don't want to use any branding here. A filtration system at home, right? And we provided an example to ensure that they knew what we were talking about. And many of them, they do that because they think that the water is not safe. So their perception is a cultural issue that we need to address. And I do believe that at least at the college level, if we can find a way to provide that information, it's going to be a change reaction. It's going to be them bringing that home, bringing that to the kids, changing the culture. And we're talking about now 20 years down the road, but we're going to start changing cultures. We're going to be doing something different. This is going to be expanded not only to the college students and later to the future leaders. It's going to be going down and as part of our heritage, what we're going to be leaving behind to our kids. What about disinfection byproducts? Do they know that there might be some carcinogens being produced during the process? And many of them didn't know. And this is a THM question or example that I was bringing in. THM is they are carcinogens. And the water companies, they have to be aware and telling the people when the standards are exceeded. Might not be bad for health because was only one sample taken and it's going to be okay, but they have to be telling the public, and they need to know. Public needs to know. We are talking about like what happens if there is a drought, right? Are we in a drought and say, yes, I will change what I will do? Have they changed anything? I don't think so. And we're in a drought. And what about, what will be the motivation? Well, is the right thing to do or because of the money? And you were, Larry was talking about the money. I think that the money is a big incentive, unfortunately, right? And for some of us, or that we don't have a lot of money, it's going to be really hard to pay for the water, and it's not going to be a fair distribution. So these things were really critical, very important. We saw a lot of these connections that are not hard to take care of them. We have universities, we have professors, we have other communities that can start teaching the public. And we are not only talking about the college level, we can do K-12 outreach, and then from there we can have volunteers going out there in the community and work with the public agencies on what they are doing, managing. And it's a very complex network of water systems, and our engineers and the lawmakers, you need to know how water works, how the energy is driving the flow, because you're going to be helping the engineers to achieve the best solutions for the community. And I just want to show you this. It's these are the people that work with me. In Pomona, we were doing a project in which our groundwater is impaired by high nitrate and perchlorate. So we started doing water treatment, that's natural treatment, just using bacteria. And about 4 years ago, we were highly criticized. You are proposing to treat with bacteria water that might be used for drinking. This is bad. This is not happening. Now, I'm really happy to say this week on Tuesday, I went to the water reuse, and at least in Texas, the first water treatment that's going to be promoting direct potable reuse is being constructed, and they use biological treatment for drinking. For my project, what I was trying to do is, there is a way to do some remediation of the groundwater basins, shallow water, that is impaired through natural treatment systems. We can play with hydraulics, we can play with bacteria, we can make it happen. And we publish this paper. We show it. So it can be done, we can do some things, but we need the policymakers, because a few years ago this was highly criticized, there was no, the laws were not there, the permits and all those things, right? Without you understanding, and Grace Napolitano made that big point. The policymakers have to be in touch with the academia, what they are doing, what they're proposing, to ensure that we can get somewhere, and we can make this a really sustainable way to maneuver our water systems.
Well, that's interesting. If we would price water at the same level we price milk, that would certainly make it more valuable. It's just like water is the milk of life sort of thing. Mr. Ivey, correct me, but it's my understanding this bottle of water costs 1,000 times the cost of getting the same water out of the tank.
Yeah, that's true. And
who in the right mind would pay to buy a bottle of water? That may not be as healthy as tap water.
The College of Law.
Next, we have a representative from the Metropolitan Water District, Stacie Takeguchi, who is a senior engineer, where she's responsible for water resource and system planning. Previously, she was with the Los Angeles County Public Works, working on stormwater and multi-use projects, and was a star of the softball team, I understand, as well. She has her bachelor's degree from Tulane University, and is a licensed engineer. Welcome.
Thank you. I'll go from here as well. So Larry gave a great keynote speech, and not only set the table, but served the food as far as my presentation goes. So I can just now tie some of the visuals to what he said and reaffirm that in your heads. Some of the key points about this drought is that we are experiencing unprecedented drought conditions right now, unprecedented. With that said, we have been planning. We've been planning a great statistical slew of possibilities, and drought is one of them. And we've been making the past investments and critical planning decisions that are really paying off right now. In addition, we are implementing extraordinary drought measures to respond to this drought. And the bottom line is conservation is key. Larry touched up on it as well. Conservation is key. And it's not just one person, it's all of us. Public, private, academia, north, central, south, residential, commercial, industrial, all of us. And all of us, with all of us working together, we can weather this drought. So a little bit about Metropolitan. We are a regional wholesaler of water. We're made up of 26 member agencies, cover a large area, basically all Southern California, about 5,200 square miles, 19 million people, supporting about $1 trillion economy. Very important. We use, in this area, we drink about 4 million acre-foot average of water. And an acre-foot, if you don't know, is about like a football field, about 1 foot high, that's an acre-foot, and it feeds approximately 2 families for a whole year. And we have a demand about 4 million of it. About, of this bucket of water that we use, about half is supplied by local supplies, and the other half by import supplies through Metropolitan. So a little bit about where we get our water. we get it from two different watersheds, one in the Colorado River Basin, which brings water eventually through the Colorado River. The second, the Northern Sierra watershed. It's really good to have two different geographically located watersheds. So in case something happens to one, you still have another. In this case, droughts happen to both. It brings water down the State Water Project into our area. And there are challenges associated with import supplies as well, all water supplies, but particularly with import supplies, we have emerging water quality issues, endangered species, the delta smelt that was talked about earlier that restricts our flows to Southern California, energy costs to bring that water over and supply it to your tap, and aging infrastructure along with climate change. And most recently, drought, as what we're here to talk about. So drought isn't just a now situation. Our actions of the past impact what's happening now and also what we're going to do in the future. So a little bit about the past is we've gone forward with diversifying our portfolio. Starting in the 1990s, you can see there our import supplies, CRA and State Water Project made up about 60% of our supplies, Metropolitan delivered supplies. And now through 2010, Integrated Resources Plan, our last one, we're embarking on a new one now, it's only about 36%. So you can see we are seeking to stabilize our import supplies while meeting future growth with local supplies and with conservation. And we put our money where our mouth is. We've been spending over the last few decades billions of dollars in making sure that we have a reliable supply and we are reducing demands in order to successfully meet the demands of our region. And so we spent over $800 million in conservation, groundwater recovery projects, recycled water incentives. We purchased transfers. We invested billions in storage, surface storage, and in groundwater storage and banking programs. We've increased our storage capacity. It's a huge component of our water supply reliability by 14 times. And like Larry mentioned, we have incentive programs for local supply development. And we have about 100 projects that we've already invested in, delivering about over 2.7 million acre feet to date. We also supply rebates, and we implement incentive programs. And some of the key things to note is that these have been successful. Our population grew by 5 million people, and yet our demand remained relatively level. That's huge. That's huge. So what about the drought now? Our state is in 82% extreme and exceptional drought conditions. And the drought doesn't happen, it's just not about now, but it's been leading up to now. In water year 2012-2013, we were below average runoff. In calendar year 2013 was the driest on record, so we're not getting the water, the supply has been low. In 2014, in January, we had the lowest snowpack. And snow is very critical. It's like storage in snow, which then melts and gives us supply. In water year 2014 was the fourth lowest runoff in recorded history. And in 2014, we only got 5% from the State Water Project of our contracted amount, the lowest anyone could even fathom. Even the state couldn't even fathom. And on top of that, not only do we have low supplies, we have really high temperatures, record high temperatures. So you have low supplies and high temperatures which drive up demand. So it's like a perfect storm or non-storm. And last year the governor declared a drought emergency, asking everyone to save about 20%. And how can you tell you're in a state with a declared drought? This happens when you try to water something. Just joking. It's not there yet, but the state did adopt the emergency water conservation regulations, as was talked about earlier. And these are things you can't do. Basically, don't waste water. They concentrate on outdoor water efficiency. The fountains, you have to use recirculated water, if not turn them off. So don't do these. If not, you'll be subject to fines or legal action. And Metropolitan has been responding to the drought through putting our member agencies on water supply alert. We doubled our conservation budget from 20 to 40, now approaching $100 million invested in conservation to increase outdoor water efficiency incentives. We have a major outreach campaign. Look it up. We have great commercials. It's the state of California. I don't know if you've seen it. Have you heard it? Seen it? We spent over $5 million on it. Hopefully you have. And we've implemented extraordinary operational changes, basically bringing water from areas that is available to areas that may not be available. Great engineering feats there. We have record activity, so that's great, on our bewaterwise.com. I'm going to say that again, bewaterwise.com. Look it up and learn how to conserve water. And we have a new record on daily review applications. A coworker put this together. They're literally, if it works, flying off the shelf. It's really cute. I don't know how long it's spent on that, but that's awesome. Our interest in turf removal is strong. With the residential customers. I myself have been following my front yard for years. I mean, I knew the drought was coming or whatever. We've been in drought. My yard is literally the ugliest yard in our neighborhood. Like, cats come and like poop on it. It's just a litter box. You know, but you guys can take advantage of our turf removal program and plant nice native landscaping. That'd be great. I can take out my weeds now and plant the native landscaping. It's also been very popular. I don't know which way to click this. With our commercial customers. And overall, so this is a projection. So last year, 2014, very hot, dry, horrible drought year as well. We projected, we have great forecasters by the Metropolitan, great. Projected the orange line type of water demand. The bars show that not only did we not increase like in the summertime, which is expected, we've decreased demands. So it's been very successful. We have continued to do this in order to make it through 2015. 2015, again, runoff is key for water supply. We have rainfall plus snow melt equals runoff in our watersheds. And in the Colorado Basin, so far up to date, we are at 85%, kind of like a B if you're in academia, based on the average. And so not too bad. It's not a horrible situation there, except that we've been in a long-term drought on the Upper Colorado Basin as well. 3 out of 15, and this year turns out bad as well. 3 out of 16 years have been above average. Everything else has not been. And northern Sierra rainfall, you can see it's like a roller coaster. It rains record in December, record low in January, and in March, miracle March, hopefully, now 3%. So hopefully we do get some snow at the very end. But we're at 83% of the water year that year. Also maybe it'll be, but the snowpack, very important. Snowpack is very important. January, it's normal snowpack in 2013. In 2015, we're on 25% of normal. So basically we don't have any snow. And that's like our storage in snow, and the melt comes later in the spring. So our state water project, hydrologic conditions, you see here last year was really bad. This year isn't very good either. In fact, if it doesn't snow more, we could have the earliest and lowest peak in recorded history. And we're at 14%. That's at what F minus with the, even with the curve, you know. So Northern California runoff, again, we're below average. 8 out of the last 10 years. So this year we have, DWR squeezed out 20% allocation so far. Hopefully that goes up. And what if the drought continues? As Larry mentioned, we have our We have our storage reserves. It's really helped us through this drought and previous drought in late 2000s. And we used the most amount of storage between one year to the next in 2013, 2014. And we have about 1.2 million at the beginning of this year. What do? Do we use all the storage? Do we do more? Well, that depends. Depends on our hydrology. If we get more rain or more snow. It depends on the state water project allocation, how much more we get from the state. It's a big factor what goes on. And our service area demands. And that's how you can help. That's how we all can help. And all this will impact the need for mandatory cuts. Larry mentioned that we're going to go into looking or considering allocation as an action item for our board in April. That should be interesting. And Keynote is that conservation is still key. Check out that website, bewaterwise.com. Very catchy, very cool. And get some rebates, get some money, and save water. Thank you.
As you say, Stacie, it's really bad. And it's my understanding that for the typical homeowner, they use about 65–70% of their water on outside irrigation.
That's the number.
And so I suspect if you look at the picture on the front of your cover, you might see a glimpse of what landscaping will be like in the future as if this goes on for a long period of time. Our next speaker is Steele, who is a student here at the law school, soon to be the editor of the Law Review, but spent some time in the Air Force and secondary education, worked with migrant laborers in fields working with irrigation, and his goal is to focus on practice in environmental policy after he graduates and passes the bar. Jason.
Thank you. I just want to say I'm very grateful to be up here and to be able to build off of what everyone else has said so far. As I was just said, I came to law school with a desire to help change public policy in the area of natural resource management. Today I'm going to be sharing with you my plan to decrease our net residential water use by almost a third with gray water. In doing so, I hope to answer these 5 questions. Now, a year ago, I had no idea what gray water was. But once I heard about it, I started doing some research and was inspired by this statement from the California legislature. The interrelationship of policies and practices in the management of natural resources and waste disposal requires systematic and concerted efforts by public and private interests to enhance environmental quality and to control environmental pollution. And hopefully you'll understand why that's important as we go through this presentation. First question I want to answer is, what is gray water? According to legislation, gray water is untreated wastewater which has not been contaminated by any toilet discharge, has not been affected by infectious, contaminated, or unhealthy bodily waste, and which does not present a threat from contamination by unhealthful processing, manufacturing, or operating waste. Gray water includes wastewater from bathtubs, showers, bathroom wash basins, clothes washing machines, and laundry tubs, but does not include wastewater from kitchen sinks or dishwasher. Now, the average household uses just under half of its potable water for indoor use, the rest for outdoor. Most of what indoor use can be turned into gray water. That can help cut down on the amount of potable water used for landscaping irrigation by being turned into landscaping irrigation. So why does this matter? The National Drought Monitor has 5 categories to describe the type of drought that people can experience. The highest is D4, exceptional drought, which means exceptional and widespread crop and pasture losses, shortages of waters and reservoirs, streams and wells creating water emergencies. At the height in October, the U.S. had just under 4% at this level, which was affecting about 30 million people. In California, we had 27 million of that. So most of it is here, with just under 60% of the population affected by exceptional drought. And in fact, 99% of the state is affected by drought in some way. So that's our problem with supply. We've also got a problem with demand. I just want to briefly touch on the California Water Project, which was been addressed several times. But just as a reminder, a lot of the water from the delta come down to the south, where it's much more arid. This plays in with the change of population. The 2010 census showed that we had a 10% increase in population overall in California, but most of that population change has been in the south, where the demand where that region is more arid, and so we've not only got an increase in water demand, but also an increase in energy demand because of the need to transfer water to the area. This has got a natural economic impact. By increasing demand, decreasing supply, the price is going to go up. More than just theory, though, we've got real impact to farmers who have gone from paying $140 per acre foot to up to $1,100 per acre foot. That's going to pass on costs, of course, not only to the farmers, but also to us at the grocery stores. California puts out 15% of the national receipts in produce, but also 7% of livestock. And so that's going to hit us at the grocery store. What gray water can do is, while we can't increase the national supply of fresh water, we can decrease per capita use of potable water. And there's research to support the idea that by full implementation of gray water systems in residences, residential demand on potable water can be decreased by as much as 28%. And with California's population of 38 million people, with each person using up to 120 gallons per day, that could be 1.3 billion gallons of water saved each day. All right, for the longest time, up until very recently, gray water has been dealt with the same restrictions as used for black water, for anything that's coming out of your toilet. But Western states have taken a lead in allowing gray water reuse. States like Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Nevada, and of course California, which was one of the first. Today, at least 15 states have adopted legislation permitting some use of gray water. One of the recent changes in legislation is allowed for no permit systems. This is a very simple system. It's easy to install. All you need to do is take the water from your washing machine, clothes washer, and just take that water and basically dump it out into your yard. There's no need for change for internal plumbing, and it only costs about $250 to install. There is a limitation on use of 250 gallons per day, but I think if you're going to be using that much laundry, you've got other problems to worry about. Of course, there's no real way to measure the impact of this because there's no registration for these no permit systems. There's also no real way to enforce the limitations. That's why another option is to get a permitted system. Now, there's no upper limit on how much you can use for this gray water system, but it does require an augmentation of internal plumbing. That means a higher cost of installation, typically ranging from $1,000 to $3,000. There's also a requirement for a permit. Now, this can be quite complex. In fact, during my research, I made a trip down to the LA City permitting office to try to find out what sort of records they had on permits that had been issued in the past. After being bounced around from about 6 to 7 offices before being returned to the records office, I realized that the opportunity cost of even trying to find out what to do was too high. Which is why people might resort, if they're really interested, to just installing a system without a permit. Now, that would be illegal, and of course, there's no way to determine what kind of impact that would have. But this presents problems itself, because without a permit, there's no way to ensure that codes are being followed, and people might end up adding pollutants to the system rather than taking them out. They might also end up causing structural damage to their homes, which can increase other costs as well. The fourth option is to do nothing. Of course, that's a very common one because most people don't know anything about gray water. There's no mandate from the law to say that we have to do it. There's no immediate fiscal incentive. And there's really not much education. So what can we do better? As far as new construction goes, a mandate is simple enough. There would of course be costs, but I don't want to focus on that today because the impact of that would only be gradual. With the extremity of the drought that we're experiencing, we need something more immediate, which is why we need to focus on rapid modification of existing structures. As I hope I've demonstrated, there's a preference for a permitted system because you're going to have more control over what pollutants are discharged, how much water is used, and you maximize the amount of water that can be conserved. The question is how to proliferate this. What I recommend is to privatize permitting. Rather than having people have to go to a permitting office to figure out what to do, licensing plumbers to go out and issue permits to people as they sell the systems. This is a ministerial act to grant a permit. All people need to do is file the right paperwork and pay a fee. It's worked in other areas of the law, such as granting hunting licenses, which can be purchased at hunting or sports equipment retail stores. And it's also worked in the proliferation of solar energy to residential solar panels. That's why we get to rely on plumbers. They're experts in the field. They have a familiarity with the code. And to grant them the ability to the training to get licensed, it would only be an incremental change in the training they already have. They also have a business incentive to proliferate it. They would get a chance to share in the permitting fees. They would have profits from installation. And by increasing the complexity of their job, they'd increase job security. But I think we can go one step further and grant consumer incentives as well. We can offer tax incentives to consumers who decrease usage of 20% or more, which would offset the cost of installation. This would be possible because of a decreased demand on water, decreased demand on energy, decreased administrative costs to operate those systems, and increased revenues from fees. Of course, there are potential problems. Of course, I hope I have addressed the issues with licensing and enforcement. For instance, there'll be a market incentive for plumbers to self-regulate. But there is a concern about pollution. The long-term impact of gray water is not entirely clear. Most studies say that as long as reuse is done responsibly, the system is sustainable. Studies have shown that wasting gray water can serve as fertilizer as long as not released into natural streams or allowed to stagnate. There's also a concern for water management. By decreased use, there'll be less water going to retreatment plants. But considering the challenges we face as a result of the drought, this is something we should be willing to deal with to handle the problem head on. This is a small change that will be very easy to implement, and it can make a huge impact. I'm going to end with a quote. While gray water may look dirty, it is a safe and even beneficial source of irrigation water in a yard. If released into rivers, lakes, or estuaries, the nutrients in gray water become pollutants, but to plants they are valuable fertilizer. Aside from the obvious benefits of saving water and money on your water bill, reusing your gray water keeps it out of the sewer or septic system, reducing the chance that it will pollute local water bodies. Reusing gray water for irrigation reconnects urban residents to our backyard gardens and natural water cycle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason, and I hope you pursue that as you get licensed to practice law, be an advocate for it. Do we have time for questions?
You know, you can take 2 minutes for questions.
2 minutes?
2 minutes.
Any quick question?
I have a question for you, Doctor. So in the last slide, you actually showed us the bacteria, the pumping system that takes out nitrates out of the water. How much did it actually end up costing you, and is it feasible to implement that program for farmers?
That's a good question because when...
Can you repeat it?
His question was related to how feasible would be implementing the natural treatment system that I proposed. We presented this work at the Groundwater Resources Association in Sacramento, and after a scientist in San Luis Obispo saw the work, and this is not my original idea. We went to Iowa State and they're doing that for farming applications. So right now in San Luis Obispo they are doing some collection of the irrigation water, and they are getting on the field some of these pits with material that is going to be helping or holding the bacteria and treat some of the surface water. Now, this is surface water only. It's feasible because it's just a pit with material, it's covered, and the bacteria doesn't work. You just need to be monitoring to ensure that it's doing the work. What we're proposing down here was remediating that impaired groundwater that later down the road can be used for to keep it in storage or maybe to pump out for drinking water. That will be something that to talk about feasibility, we will need to talk about law and the permits and all those things, and then public acceptance and all other things. But I will say that it's more feasible than doing nothing, right?
I'd like to add one thing to that. One of our programs at Metropolitan is the Foundation Actions Funding Program, where we fund projects to reduce barriers to implementation of future water resources. One of our projects is a groundwater recovery research project that is biologically tailored two-stage treatment process in an Empire Utilities agency as well. So if you're interested in that, we also have further information on that too.
I see some hands. We don't have time for another question. Did you have something to add to this answer?
No, this was a question about the MWDs.
Well, go ahead, it's about MWD.
Oh, that's about
I was just going to ask, with turf removal, I know there are homeowners associations and condo associations that actually fine people for taking out their lawns or letting their lawns go fallow. What do you do about that? Are there mechanisms that the MWD has to sort of counteract these actual legal structures that prevent people from conserving?
Would you repeat the question so we can get it on the recording?
I think his question was about our program and removal of turf and what we can do to work with the homeowners association that disallows that type of program, basically due to their own homeowners association's ordinances, for example. Well, unfortunately, I'm not part of the water use efficiency team exactly, but we do work with our member agencies, and we do work with individuals as well to try to work through those types of issues. I can give you more information later.
Mr. McKenney?
Just to add a comment to that, there was a bill that passed last year, so it's law now, that common interest development restrictions of that type are not enforceable. There's a bill pending this year that would apply that to cities.
Thank you. Mr. Ivy, can we have one more? Last one?
All right.
Yes, sir.
Just to string along, just an additional level, the question is the turf replacement applicable to golf courses?
Yes.
Panel, thank you very much. This is terrific.
Let's give him another round. That was a great and enthusiastic and really, really good. And Larry, I didn't know you had a twin brother up here. That's kind of interesting. Anyway, we're going to take a 10-minute break, not 15, 10. I will start the program whether you're in here or not. So let's go for it. Okay, everyone. We're going to start the program whether you're sitting down or not. We're going to keep moving. This has been an exciting morning.
Good idea. Thank you.
Don't allow you to. This has been an exciting morning, and let me tell you, the more and more we talk about water and the fact that it is a necessary resource for our foundation of life, the better off we are all going to be. And what I'm about to present to you is a most impressive panel dealing with legislation. And if anybody has been studying water for any length of time, like a day, you'll know that the politics of water is almost more important than the drought we're going through right now. It is that serious. And so you can have some great opportunities to hear some presentations today. And I'm going to present to you our moderator, Charles Dosco, Professor of Law and Dean Emeritus of the Verne Law School. Charles, come forward.
Thank you.
Put your hands together.
The subject is water legislation. And you don't have to look much past the front page of the Los Angeles Times this week to know that this is a first burning subject which people are concerned about. we put together a marvelous panel here. Mr. Verne, Deputy Director of the California Water Foundation. Mr. Ortega is co-founder of the Water Conservation Partners, Inc. I'm not going to give you their qualifications. They're all in the program. You can strike from the program as it is Mr. Nahai, who's not here, but you can add Mike Gatto, who's on another panel, will speak last. And third, we have a genuine water rights lawyer, Sarah Foley from Best and Krieger. So I'm just going to get out of the way and let them speak. Mr. Verne? I think I can tell he's a real expert. He has no tie.
You know, I'm from up north in the valley, and we're just casual up there. So thank you for having me here today, and I just want to really compliment the organizers of this event, and you know, you've just got a great set of panelists, and I think real obviously eager participants here, and so I'm very appreciative of the opportunity to talk to you today. I'm Andrew Fahlund, and I'm Deputy Director of something called the California Water Foundation. We're an organization that is dedicated to a sustainable future for the farm cities and environment of California. We are effectively a collection of private philanthropies that invest in leadership and leaders who are seeking sort of a different path forward. We invest in policy change, in demonstration of innovation, as well as in building a strong field of new and emerging voices for a sustainable water future. So I'm going to talk a little bit about groundwater legislation that passed last year, and some of my other panelists here, I think, are going to go into some of the details of the substance of the act. I'm here to actually talk a little bit about the politics of it, about how the law kind of came about, how it actually made it through the legislature, and I think this is both a case study to be informative about how this really important piece of legislation came to being, but I think it's also meant to be perhaps instructive, although by no means a straight-up roadmap for how a major regulatory program comes into law. So 100 years ago, we established, the state established effectively the basis of our water rights system in a pretty big way. And we, at that time, had a debate about whether groundwater and surface water should be treated together or separately. And there was a decision made at that time to treat them very distinctly. Now, you talk to any hydrologists today, and they would tell you that that's simply a fallacy, that you cannot separate groundwater and surface water. It's all water, and that the connections both in flows and outflows are very clear and well established, and in most of the western states, where we heard earlier that we emulate virtually every part of the legal water system of those states, but in virtually every other western state, they recognize that connection to one degree or another, but we don't. And so that was 1914, and since that time, there have been a number of runs on an effort to try to make some sort of a change to manage or regulate groundwater. I couldn't help myself but to remind everybody what was going on in 1914. And the LA Aqueduct was 1 year old. That's what our water system looked like. Our transportation system was really based on the Model T. That was just starting to come off the assembly line. We established the first transcontinental telephone call. and Babe Ruth was pitching for the Boston Red Sox. So, just a quick review, and you're going to hear more detail on this in a few minutes, but we have this artificial separation of groundwater and surface water. We have had virtually during this time no state process for management of groundwater other than the courts. Recently we've had some voluntary programs for management plans, and we heard earlier that we have a system of correlative rights, which is a very different kind of system than again most of the other Western states. And we have had very little management in most of our basins. We have over 500 aquifers and basins and subbasins in the state of California, according to DWR, but we have only about 150 some odd management plans of those basins. Only 150 are covered by management plans, and only about 23 are adjudicated. So the problem has been accelerating over time. We've had new technologies that have resulted in dramatic overdraft in some parts of the state that has been arrested in some areas and not in others. The State Water Project was actually constructed in part in a recognition of the impacts of overdrafting all of that groundwater. So the effort was made to try to deliver surface water to the Central Valley. That, for a time, I think had an effect of reducing some of those impacts, but those impacts, as you'll see in a minute, have come back. And we are now have gone through a series of droughts. In addition, I think the other sort of item that I think has come to the fore has been this notion of a human right to water, and the idea that people have rights to clean, reliable supplies of water in this state according to law, and people are speaking up on their lack of access to groundwater, either both because of quality or quantity. So what have been some of the barriers to reform? I think first of all, old habits die hard. This has been in place since 1914, this system, and I think the longer it stays in place, the harder it was to change. The problem has also been out of sight, out of mind. Groundwater is a resource that we literally can't see. We ignore water in general, but you can magnify that considerably when you start thinking about groundwater. Groundwater is an extremely complex issue. Understanding the geology and hydrology of groundwater and how it works, we're making most of our management decisions based on best educated guesses, and in some places we have fairly sophisticated instrumentation and effective monitoring, but it is a very expensive undertaking as a result of that. And then there are private property concerns. Groundwater is something that is, according to the correlative system, you have the right to pump and put to beneficial use the water that you pump out of the ground, provided that it doesn't interfere with your neighbor's use, and provided that it meets a safe a level of use of safe yield. And that actually does start to run into some challenges with private property rights. But I think one of the biggest barriers to reform is that we have, and I think all of those other factors contribute to this, we've had a part of the population that has been extremely resistant to change, and another part of the population that just simply doesn't care. And that isn't exactly a recipe for legislative reform or transformation until recently. So how do you overcome these barriers? I'm going to reflect on several ways in which we were able to overcome those barriers to change in the groundwater context, but I think this is, again, by no means a playbook. I think the first is luck, and it's hard to, after hearing the first panel and the opening remarks, to characterized this massive cataclysmic drought as luck. But I think in a funny way it can be. I mean, we have to wake up, and groundwater is not the only way in which we have to wake up to the realities that we have to face as a society. And that the water management community and the agricultural community, as you heard, the environmental community has actually been aware of for quite some time. All of those interests, I think, have been aware of this, but I think we need the larger populace and the larger political apparatus to wake up to the fact. And they are, I think, in large part because of the drought. You know, reservoir levels, these are some levels that were taken from last year at the time that the bill was passed into law, and you can see, you know, that they're all very low, and that certainly got people's attention. I think another important step to overcome barriers to change was better information, better data, and making it more accessible to the public. A lot of universities, a lot of nonprofits, a lot of water agencies really began in earnest to make some investments in better understanding the problem and better articulating it about 3 or 4 years ago, coincidentally at the front end of the drought. That information was all kind of hitting at the time that the bills were under consideration, and I think it really did contribute. Although, as we all know, good information is simply not enough of a motivation to a legislature to actually affect change. But you know, you see declines like this one over time, and that's pretty easy to understand. I don't really even have to explain that graph to you to see that's a big problem. This kind of compelling information about subsidence, actually the surface of the ground starting to collapse, and the potential damage that could pose, again, pretty easy to understand and grapple with. Putting together diverse coalitions, different voices from different sectors, different geographies, different perspectives was really important to this discussion and debate. You can't just simply have the same old folks talking about the problem and expect to see any change in the political landscape. You have to bring in other voices to the table. Just to name a few that I think were really important in this particular debate, I think there were water managers, many from the Central Valley, that weighed in on this very early on, which then brought together the Association of Clean Water Agencies, which took a position that legislation was necessary. We had representatives from agriculture who were involved. There was I think, basic agreement with agriculture on the basic framework. Unfortunately, there was conflict with many in agriculture on the details of the ultimate package, and so a lot of organizations opposed it, but many individuals stood out in favor. I think you also, I'll go back for a second, business was also a really big, I guess I can't go back. Business was also a very big spokesperson in this particular debate, and Southern California spoke out, which was unusual in groundwater debates, because most of the groundwater basins in California are adjudicated, and they didn't historically see it as their problem. But I think that the state as a whole has recognized that it needs to see Southern California needs to recognize that it needs to look at the state as a whole and its water resources as a whole. A policy framework came together. My organization, the California Water Foundation, was asked by the governor's office to put together a diverse group of stakeholders to develop a policy framework. The Association of California Water Agencies came up with one remarkably similar. The legislature basically grabbed those two ideas and collectively came up with the governor's office with the package of bills that ultimately passed. I think it's really key that we reframe the debate around these issues. I think you know, traditionally water tends to sometimes fall on north-south lines or fish and farms lines. This debate didn't actually have that flavor. I don't think there was any disagreement among anyone that there was a problem that needed to be fixed. I think there was reasonable disagreement around how to fix it and what the details were. But I think that that actually is a very different kind of a dynamic, and that changes the way that the legislature looks at a problem like this and recognizes that they just need to simply roll up their sleeves, make some decisions, and lead, and they did. I think the other communications or messages that came out were that, you know, these threats affect all of us. That I think for some it resonated that California was the last to adopt a statewide approach. We adopted one ultimately that tailored to California's needs and not to the needs of to the experiences of other states. And I think that was also really important in the success of this. And I think that you know, those particularly those going without water, and the idea that there are people in the state of California whose wells are drying up, I think that resonated as well. This is a little gimmick that we worked up at the end of, towards the end of the campaign. I had a colleague who was walking around in Los Angeles a few weeks ago, and he walked past the t-shirt shop, and somebody had pirated this and was selling t-shirts with the camel flag on it, which was fine with us. I don't think you know, I was making a ton of money with it, but it got some attention, and it was cute at the time. But in all seriousness, this is a serious issue. The legislation did pass, and now the real work begins to actually make sense of it, to get it, to clean some of it up, because that's always, you know, people talk about sausage making when they talk about legislation. This is certainly some sausage, but I think this is going to put us on the right track, and it's really critical that we get started now. Thank you.
Just a calm before the storm. So.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. All right. I am a water lawyer, and for the past year, I've become a Sustainable Groundwater Management Act lawyer.
Can you get the microphone closer?
Been following the legislation from its inception. I've been analyzing the various drafts, and now I'm helping our clients come to terms with it, how they want to know how they're affected, and how we implement it. 2014 was truly an epic year in California water. The legislature passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, which was being called a once-in-a-century event. Voters approved a $7.5 billion water bond. We had another year of extreme drought, which is continuing into its fourth year. And the governor released the California Water Action Plan, which is a roadmap for the first 5 years of the state's move toward sustainable groundwater management, or sustainable water management. And Ms. Takeguchi covered most of these facts, so I'm going to turn to some more visual representations of the magnitude of the drought. This is Lake Oroville in 2011 versus 2014. It's the second largest reservoir in the state, and it's critical to the state water project. There's another shot of Oroville. Here's another shot of our abysmal snowpack. And this is Folsom Lake near Sacramento, also the 2011 versus 2014 comparison. This is a major reservoir for the Central Valley Project. California is highly dependent on groundwater as part of its total water portfolio. It provides anywhere from 30 to 60% of the state's water supply, obviously increasing in drought times when surface water supplies are decreased. Last year, the Department of Water Resources issued a report on groundwater concluding that groundwater levels throughout the state have reached all-time historic lows, and many areas lack adequate monitoring, so we don't know how bad it truly is. Our groundwater resources can be permanently decreased as a result of overpumping. The image that Andrew showed shortly before that I also have showing subsidence in the Central Valley, that represents losses in volume of underground water storage that are lost forever. So to address this problem, the legislature passed the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, a package of 3 bills that was signed by the governor on September 16. In 1914, California began regulating surface water. It considered regulating groundwater at that time, but chose not to. The groundwater problem continued over 100 years, and so now here we are with our once-in-a-century law. The key principles of SGMA are that groundwater is best managed at the local level, that local agencies should have the legislative, technical, enforcement, and financial tools to effectively manage groundwater resources. And when local agencies cannot or will not manage water locally, the state will take over. This is the state backstop. Additional legislative intent under SGMA is to enhance local management of groundwater consistent with the Constitution, to establish minimum standards for sustainable groundwater management, to preserve the security of water rights to the greatest extent possible, to improve data collection and understanding of groundwater, and to increase groundwater storage and impediments to recharge. While SGMA is comprehensive, it primarily affects high and medium priority basins as determined by the Department of Water Resources. Through its CASGEM program, DWR has released its basin prioritization results, which are available on its website via interactive map and spreadsheets. There are some high and medium priority basins that have been adjudicated, which means that the rights in the basin were determined by a court in a lengthy litigation process. These adjudications of basins often take 10 to 15 years. These basins, because they are managed pursuant to adjudications, are largely exempt from SGMA with the exception of certain reporting requirements. So the yellow and orange portions of this map represent the high and medium priority basins, which will have obligations under SGMA. The light green and the green are low priority basins, which are not required to act under SGMA, but are nevertheless encouraged to utilize the new tools available under the Act. To implement SGMA, groundwater sustainability agencies, or GSAs, must be formed by local agencies in these high and medium priority basins. Local agencies means a local public agency that has water supply, water management, or land use responsibilities within a groundwater basin. This includes, but is not limited to, cities, counties, water agencies, irrigation districts, or private parties could also form a public agency, such as a water district, to participate under SGMA. The problem is there are many of these potential local agencies over a single groundwater basin, and it's unclear how, if there's jockeying for amongst agencies, how conflicts among them will be resolved. GSAs, once formed, are then required to prepare and adopt one or more groundwater sustainability plan, or GSPs, that manages the entire basin. SGMA has an extensive chapter on GSPs regarding their contents, and they must be submitted to DWR for its approval. By June 30th, 2017, one or more GSA must be covered to form the entirety of all high and medium groundwater basins. By January 30, 2020, for basins subject to critical conditions of overdraft, or by January 31, 2022, GSPs must be adopted for each high and medium priority basin. The basins must achieve sustainability within 20 years of plan implementation. This basically amounts to a 25-year deadline, which is a lot of time to get a basin into balance. It's much longer than the lengthiest court adjudications. What happens if you don't comply? Then the state steps in. They can designate any of these high and medium priority basins as probationary basins and take over their management, and they won't be doing that for free. So basins must meet sustainability goals established by Sigma. Sustainability goal means adopting a GSP that achieves sustainable groundwater management and to ensure that the basin is operated within sustainable yield. Sustainable groundwater management is defined as the management and use of groundwater in a manner that can be maintained during the period an implementation horizon, a 50-year period, without causing undesirable results. Sustainable yield is means that water that can be withdrawn in the long term without causing an undesirable result. An undesirable result can be any of the following: chronic lowering of groundwater levels, seawater intrusion, degradation of groundwater quality, land subsidence, or significant and unreasonable adverse impacts on beneficial uses of surface water. We already know that groundwater levels throughout the state have reached all-time historic lows and that many areas lack adequate groundwater monitoring. These red areas on the map show areas where groundwater levels have dropped more than 10 feet in over a 1-year period and over a 10-year period. Here again is the infamous Central Valley photo showing the severity of land subsidence due to overpumping. So Sigma seems to primarily affect local agencies, so why do we care? Sigma provides expansive authorities to these local agencies that will affect private pumpers, particularly agricultural interests, which pump the lion's share of California's groundwater. GSAs may impose fees, fixed or volumetric, to fund groundwater management, plan preparation, and facilities. They may adopt rules, regulations, ordinances, and resolutions, conduct investigations, require well registration, metering, reporting, monitoring, enforce plan requirements, establish groundwater production allocations, and regulate, limit, or suspend groundwater production and or new groundwater wells. So GSAs can charge people for their pumping and they can tell them to stop. But GSAs cannot determine or change water rights, nor can they interfere with land use authority of cities or counties. DWR is supposed to provide assistance under Sigma, including adopting regulations for GSPs, publishing best management practice guides, and providing technical guidance using its best efforts, whatever that means. If local management fails, the state will take over. This is known as the state backstop. There are various escape routes from the backstop whereby local agencies will be given a second chance to locally manage a basin. But if deficiencies are not corrected, the basin will be subject to direct state regulation and intervention. Sigma also requires the consideration of environmental uses of groundwater. GSPs must include any groundwater surface interactions and must take into account consideration groundwater uses that affect surface water, such that groundwater pumping cannot deplete surface water, or environmental uses. GSAs must also consider the interests of the federal government, including the military and managers of federal lands. The feds may participate in basin management. And here's an example of all of the federal lands in Riverside County. And any of these federal agencies could be involved in basin management, which just adds another layer of complication. Sigma also applies to Indian tribes, and GSAs must consider the interests of Indian tribes who may also voluntarily participate in basin management. So Sigma creates opportunities, risks, and responsibilities. Groundwater is a critical resource, and its integrated management is essential to meeting the overall water management and water supply planning goals of the state, especially in times of drought when surface water supplies are limited. Managing groundwater helps protect communities, farms, and the environment against drought and climate change. The imposition of fees that are allowed under Sigma could help fund the costs of this sustainable groundwater management, because while the legislature has ordered sustainable groundwater management, it hasn't authorized any funds to affect that. While GSA formation and GSP implementation will hopefully eventually lead to predictability and long-term water supply reliability. Sigma also provides increased opportunities for water managers and land use planning managers to work together. But there may be short-term uncertainty, as pumping cutbacks and imposing fees for groundwater replenishment may be necessary and could lead to litigation. Sigma itself is not a perfect piece of legislation. Some of its provisions are vague and ambiguous, and additional legislation is expected this year, cleanup legislation, to further clarify it. GSA formation may generate conflict among various public agencies and other interested stakeholders via inconsistent regulations and policies. Already we are seeing kind of a race to regulate, and Sigma does not provide conflict resolution for local agencies who cannot or will not play nice with each other. And finally, Sigma might inadvertently start a cascade of groundwater adjudication or litigation throughout the state, which is not its goal. But doing nothing was simply not an option, as we can tell that groundwater is in trouble in the state.
Let's see, it's still the morning, so I'll say good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Gatto. I serve in the California State Assembly. I'm currently the longest serving legislator in the lower house of California government. My district is the 43rd district. It starts in Hollywood and it continues through Burbank, Glendale, La Cañada, La Crescenta, and the Angeles National Forest all the way to the Acton border. Does anyone here live there? Nobody. All right. I can be very honest today. You know, I'm an attorney as well, and my staff usually tells me that I shouldn't talk attorney before crowds, but I kind of like doing it, and it's always refreshing to be at a place that I can. I want to thank the University of Verne for holding this, the law school, and also for producing very, very good lawyers. I know that because I hired one, and that is Casey back in the, if you could give a round of applause. Although I think my staff sometimes doesn't like me so much because they scheduled me on the last panel before the lunch break. So hopefully your stomachs are cooperating with all of us, and you will indulge us here with a few more things. I'll talk a little bit about the legislation that I've been a part of in my time up there, and then what I'd like to do is open it up for some questions. I realize that as the lawmaker on the panel that I'm sort of a token, and there's probably people who have some questions about why the Sigma legislation was not a perfect piece of legislation, as Sarah said, and some other questions about what the legislature is doing and why. So let's see. So first, one of the first pieces of legislation that I introduced was back in 2011, and it was having to do with gray water. Before 2011, cities could prohibit gray water systems in their jurisdictions. So you had a lot of cities, most of them on the more affluent parts of the west side of Los Angeles, who said we will not allow homeowners to put in gray water systems, even when they had very, very well-meaning people who wanted to spend the money to essentially recycle their home water. It could be their laundry water or their kitchen water, and then use it to actually to purify it a little bit and use it to irrigate. So the first piece of legislation that I introduced on that would have prohibited, or did prohibit, cities from prohibiting groundwater, gray water systems, if that makes sense. And that's been on the books since 2011. The second thing that I authored having to do with water was the Rainwater Capture Act of 2012. This was a program that made it easier for homeowners to actually capture rainwater. You might think that in a state that has so many problems with water that we are very lenient towards homeowners who want to capture rainwater and put it to good use, but believe it or not, we were not. And that act simply made it a little easier for homeowners to capture rainwater and put it to good use. The third thing that I authored was also in 2012, and this had to do with car washes. Again, most of you are familiar with that we have pretty good technology to purify water. Right now, or I'm sorry, before my bill was passed, the water that we use to wash cars, if you pulled into a car wash with a dirt-encrusted Jeep, you would be using drinking water to wash that car. My bill mandated that any new car wash in the state of California use recycled water. People might not want to drink it. There's this idea that toilet to tap is a bad thing. I always point out to everybody that don't forget every water molecule on the earth came from somebody or some place at some point. I mean, we're all drinking filtered dinosaur pee, if you think about it. But for car washes, nobody has the right to get grossed out. I can understand if you don't want to maybe have coming out of your tap at home recycled water, but there's no reason why we should be washing cars with drinking water. Fourth thing I authored was a bill that established building standards for recycled water. So for certain homes that are built in very arid parts of the state, they should be built with a third piping system, hot and cold, but also recycled. For certain uses within the residential context, I think it makes sense for recycled water to be available, particularly irrigation, particularly during this drought. And the last piece of legislation I'll talk about, because it's a little timely, is for 3 years running, I tried this bill that would establish a loan program for small businesses and for individuals who want to implement water recycling and water conservation efforts in their house. This is everything from the very common low-flow shower heads, but it got a little more involved. I mean, this really is any system, including agricultural, that would reduce water consumption for any user. Tried it 3 years in a row. First 2 years it did not pass. The third year, which was last year, it passed, but the legislature stripped out all the funding from it. So it's a loan program to loan money to homeowners who want to put in water conservation things, but there's no funding in the loan program. That changed yesterday when the governor and my colleagues in the legislature put forth their emergency drought package. Many of you read about it. It's on the front page of the LA Times today. I had some issues with this emergency drought package, most notably the fact that it was roughly $1 billion and 65% of it went to flood control. We haven't had any problems with floods in the recent memory, and I don't expect we will for quite some time, but I think it was really kind of tough to go out there to the public and say, we're going to spend $1 billion of your money for emergency drought measures, and by the way, $660 million of it will be for flood control. So my colleagues did what they do when someone has a problem. They threw money at me, and they offered to fund my loan program in this package. So it was a minor victory, but I do think that this loan program, which passed last year but without the funding, will actually do some good in the drought. If you can deploy the technology, particularly within agricultural uses, to get people to conserve water and to go from very high-use technologies to lower-use technologies, then that will make a difference, and that will make a difference quickly. It's sort of low-hanging fruit. What else? People talk about Northern California versus Southern California. We're starting to see that crack a little bit within the California legislature. Last year I was part of the negotiating team for the water bond. Those of us who were of a certain mindset in Los Angeles, we wanted some things in the water bond, most notably groundwater cleanup. We actually partnered with some of the people from the Central Valley. So you have this weird coalition, a historic coalition in the legislature. You had the Central Valley, particularly the northern Central Valley people, partnering with the folks from Los Angeles. And we knew that we had enough block of votes that we would be in the driver's seat for the water bond. And I think we ended up getting a product that appealed to the entire state, and I think the vote last November reflected that. That's all that I have, particularly not just because I lost my voice last week and I'm just getting it back, but I do want to open this up to questions and answers to anybody for the rest of my time, and that includes my fellow panelists in terms of if you have questions about what the legislature is doing, what we're thinking, why we put a certain provision in a certain law, you name it, I'm happy to provide that insight to anybody who has such a question during the rest of my time. Thanks.
Question? Where does that recording go? We want to make sure we get questions on the recording and also that the panelists can hear them.
You were discussing you had a bill that was passed for allowing gray water to go through in most cities. And I also noticed in 2013 there was a bill to incentivize personal savings, cutbacks on water use. Can you elaborate on what kind of savings or what kind of incentives are there?
Which bill are you talking about?
AB 1349.
1349. That was the Cal Concern program that I talked about. That was the state loan program that the legislature passed but did not fund. It's proposed to be funded in this emergency drought package. The emergency drought package will be voted on next Thursday. It's a budget bill. Budget bills now go in effect immediately. So by next Friday, there will be billions of dollars in a fund to incentivize everything from low flow shower heads, low water toilets, to drip irrigation systems within agriculture and everything in between. So this, I think, look, I mean, residential users have already made tremendous gains in terms of conservation. I think 20–30% of the gains, or in the reduction that we've seen, has come from homeowners. But there is still some room out there, and if there are people who really do want to, put these low flow devices in their houses, then I think we should be able to offer them a look. This is just a loan program. It's not a grant program. We should be able to loan them the money so that they can put them.
I know you made some fun of flooding, but green trees people have shown that when it rains, it floods in Southern California. It'd be nice to save some of that water. I was wondering whether you had worked on any legislation that might help with the flooding situation and saving that water for future use.
Sure. So a couple of years ago, there was a series of articles in the Los Angeles Times that talked about this precise concept. They said that the amount of rain that falls on the Los Angeles megapolitan area that really goes out to the Inland Empire and is a very urban area that's paved, if we could somehow capture that rain, which just flows into the ocean and captures a lot of oil and leaves and pollutants on the way, that we would have a lot more water. And obviously we would also be recharging our groundwater if we allowed it to actually seep into the ground versus flow into the ocean. We have worked on things like that. There was a bill that I want to say I co-authored. I wasn't the principal driving force behind it a few years ago that dealt with this topic. But that being said, I don't think we've done enough. I mean, there is no coordinated plan to capture that runoff or implement the technologies to capture that runoff. But it's also something where I'm not sure that people are aware, and I'm certainly not aware of the best technologies that we should be putting in place. So if you have ideas on that, I'd love to hear them maybe after the presentation.
Looking forward, are there any new bills that you'll be introducing in 2015 that are water related?
We have a bill that we have in. So the bill introduction deadline is passed. The legislature still follows arcane rules that date back to the 1850s when it comes to when we can do things, and that even applies during a crisis like this. But I have a bill that's sort of sitting in the Rules Committee that we could amend if we wanted to, and we could hopefully put some urgency in it if we need to. And that is, I really don't think that the emergency drought measures that have been proposed go anywhere near far enough. I think if you talk to most members of the public, they don't want to. This is one of the first times you can maybe draw an analogy from certain times during the Great Depression or World War II, where you have a public that is willing to participate with government to actually do meaningful steps. So I read a poll the other day that said something like 78% of Californians want to see mandatory rationing. And if maybe if that number is not quite as high, maybe the poll question was phrased in the alternative. Want to see rationing, or they want to see incentives for conservation? We I think have to be prepared for one of those two outcomes. Rationing is not a popular subject. If I introduce a bill like that, I'd probably be voted out of office pretty quickly. But we really do need to consider these things. I think that's the responsible thing to do going forward. I also don't see why we couldn't form it, in terms of incentives for conservation going forward. Water bills are you can't fake a water bill. Your usage in 2012 was your usage in 2012. Your usage in 2015 is your usage in 2015. You could imagine a system going forward if this drought continues where we say that we're going to take some of the money that was either allocated in the water bond or some of this, or $1 billion is an awful lot of money. We were doing some calculations in my office. If you offered every major user a small incentive for reducing their water consumption, might that be the best way to save water? And so that's what I'm considering personally, is that type of incentive system. And by the way, I think there's a Q&A session afterwards too, so if your question did not get answered, then by all means, there's more time later.
Good morning. My name is Alan Ortega, and I was introduced as co-founder of a company called Water Conservation Partners, where we have been working on innovative water conservation, mostly through private sector investments. And if you hear commercials for the turf terminators that are using water agency incentives to come to your house and rip out your lawn and replace it with drought-tolerant vegetation for free, that's a venture that we've been working with a group of investors over the last several years, mostly in the city of Los Angeles, because the incentives there are $3.75. The city of Los Angeles actually kicks in an extra $1.75. And so talk about incentives, the city of Los Angeles is doing, I think, the extra mile, although there are other entities around the region that are also beginning to step up by adding to the $2 Metropolitan incentive. But I'm going to switch hats. I also have a government affairs firm where I represent various entities. And in terms of legislation that I wanted to talk to you about, I'm doing it in my capacity as executive director of the California Association of Mutual Water Companies. Mutual water companies are a throwback to the foundation of California, when farmers would get together and they would form these not-for-profit corporations that would all pitch in to build and operate a well. These entities have been dealing with what they call cost of service, which in the public sector is reflected in Proposition 218, that requires that you only charge for the cost of operating and maintaining a system. These mutual water companies have been subject to those restrictions since their foundation. But they're also part of a class of broader entities that we're beginning to know as disadvantaged communities. Most of the mutual water companies are very small. They may have as many as 3,000 connections and as few as 16. They exist all over California. They serve a population that's dispersed around the state of about 1 million people. And they, together with small cities that have municipal water departments, as well as local irrigation districts and county investor-owned utilities that exist around the state, form a group of entities called disadvantaged communities, commonly in today's discussion about water. And I wanted to basically inform you why a focus. You're going to see a lot of legislation that's aimed at disadvantaged communities, and it's driven by money. Most of these, by virtue of the fact that they have few users, are not like the Department of Water and Power in the city of Los Angeles with millions of users. They don't have an adequate number of people to spread the cost of maintaining their systems or to upkeep their systems. In many communities, primarily in the Central Valley, but you'll also find them in Los Angeles County, you may have high unemployment rates where people are poor, they can't afford the types of rate increases that are required to do what they have to do to maintain their systems. Also, their systems are aged, and because of what I just said, they lack maintenance, and in many respects deliver a substandard service to the people that consume the water, meaning that in many instances the water that folks consume do not meet the basic requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. And it's incredible that in California in this day and age, there's people in California that don't have access to safe drinking water. Also, we have a regulatory regime driven by the public expectation of zero risk that is getting stricter and stricter. We're getting now to standards, as I will describe in a few moments, that are nearly impossible to meet. And we're going from an environment where we used to talk about parts per million when it came to contaminants to parts per billion. We're now talking about parts per trillion, which is by orders of magnitude a very difficult thing to accomplish. So I want to describe the legislation that's affecting these small systems mostly in two parts. The legislation that's in play aims at building capacity that helps some of these small systems apply for grants that have been set up for disadvantaged communities. It also seeks to increase the accounting, operational, and governmental capacity of these entities. Another class of legislation that's out there is attempting to fill the gaps, and that's to find alternatives for meeting these strict standards, meeting drought needs and other things. And then there's a third class that there's such desperation to do something for these small systems that there's something that I call do something, anything, just about. So let me first get into the first type of legislation. So building capacity, I just wanted to illustrate two bills that are, that kind of demonstrate what's being done. One is AB 615 by Assemblymember Rendon, who used to chair the Water, Wildlife, and Parks Committee up until last year. They're proposing to create a Center for Community Water Projects that would be administered by the Division of Finance through the State Water Resources Control Board. And basically they would apply technical assistance for disadvantaged communities that are designing and building projects. You'll find that, for example, in Proposition 1, there's $500 million that's dedicated to these small communities so that they can build up their capacity and build projects. This bill would help many of those find the kind of technical aid through the state to do so. There's another bill that I'm involved with as Executive Director of Cal Mutuals, which is AB 656, that would allow the mutual water companies to form joint powers insurance pools as public entities enjoy it. For example, the public agencies in California belong to an association that Andrew described as the Association of California Water Agencies. They basically have formed an insurance pool that allows their members to purchase less expensive insurance. It stabilizes risk management in their operations so that they can predict what their rates are going to be across the board, whether it's workman's comp or liability insurance or even health insurance for their employees. Mutual water companies in 2007 were ruled as ineligible for that kind of insurance through ACWA, and so we're looking to form this insurance pool. The difference here is that rather than apply the pool so that we can mitigate the risk of exceeding our payment capacity, we would subscribe to a reinsurance product that would allow us to use the residuals, the money that's left over, to capacity building. So we would then help these mutual water companies increase their capacity for finding accounting assistance, technical assistance, and grant writing capacity, given that the legislature did us the favor for the first time of allowing us to apply for grants under Proposition 1.
So we did something right, folks.
You did something very right. It was very good. We appreciated it. The second one has to do with filling gaps. The first bill I wanted to talk about was AB 434 by Assemblyman Eduardo Garcia. He's the former mayor of Coachella, and he's introduced a bill that would allow the use of point-of-use devices in order to meet the state arsenic standard. Now here's a standard that is going to cost the state over $2 billion to meet. The money in terms of being sufficient for communities in California, there's not enough money in the water bond, for example, to comply with this standard. These systems are too small to have centralized treatment, and so the idea is that you would have a point of entry or point of use devices that would meet certain criteria set by the state water board that would allow the smaller communities to have safe drinking water through this means. The second bill is more interesting to me. That's AB 385 by State Senator, SB 385, I'm sorry for the mistake here, it's by State Senator Ben Wesso. And it allows for variance in compliance with the new standard for hexavalent chromium. The new standard is 10 parts per billion. There, the cost of compliance, according to Aqua in California, is about $4 billion for that chemical alone. In my world with the mutual water companies, we have 50 mutual water companies in California that are heavily impacted. We have some members in Lancaster whose users are facing costs as high as $35,000 per connection per year in order to comply with the standard. If we were to try to use the technologies that have been identified by the health department in the promulgation of this standard, what this bill would do is that it would allow systems 5 years to identify remedies, and then they would have to report to the state water board their implementation of those remedies. This helps larger communities as well as like the Coachella Valley Water District, which faces a cost of $500 million just themselves to comply with that standard. Hexchrome is naturally occurring, you know, in many of the places that are heavily impacted. So the last thing I wanted to talk about was this piecemeal approach. I mean, we're going to have a perchlorate standard. So what are we going to do? Are we going to go back to Assemblyman Eduardo Garcia and say, well, now we need a bill that would allow point-of-use devices in order to deal with perchlorate? How many point-of-use device bills are we going to have to meet all of the different contaminant standards that are out there? And the same with the variances. The perchlorate, for example, the public health risk goal was set at 1 part per billion. Chances are that the MCL could come down from 6 parts per billion. For every part per billion that the regulation is set, below that, you're talking about orders of magnitude of costs that these agencies will have to pass through to their customers, and not just the small system. So the costs are overwhelming, and we're advocating a strategic plan for safe drinking water that helps to align the regulatory process with the ability to pay and implement technologies. Also, it's beginning to push the limits of Prop 218 because many of the remedies are, well, let's consolidate these smaller systems into bigger systems. But the problem is that under Proposition 218, a public system would have to show the benefit to their users of any increased costs that they would assume for helping these smaller systems. And that's not an easy thing to do. So I think Prop 218 reform is probably in the wings at some point because of this. And then also, because, as I stated before, they're driven by the fact that the funding and capacity don't match the regulatory calendar. So at some point, these things are going to have to square, or else we're going to continue creating a bigger and bigger community of bigger and bigger pool of communities of have-nots, and that wouldn't be acceptable in California. So that's basically it. Thank you very much for your attention.
We have about 10 minutes for questions.
For you, Mr. Ortega, would you really reiterate what is a parts per billion, parts per million? Is that a gallon of water, or?
Well, it's a scientific term. I'm not a scientist, but typically, for example, let me give you the example of 10 parts per, well, the public health goal for hexavalent chromium was set at 20 parts per trillion. That's the way it's described. It's the equivalent of trying to find a molecule in a body of water filling the Rose Bowl. So it's a very, and when we're talking about risk management, what the Office of Health and Environmental Hazards Assessment, OEHA, basically assessed was that in order to avert the chance that one person would face 1 in a million chance of getting cancer from that, you would have to strip out that molecule from a body of water that large. And so it's a marvel of science that we can detect to that level. And in fact, in Southern California, there was, I remember I was at a meeting and everybody got upset at the Metropolitan Water District because they were the only ones that had a lab that could detect to that level. So it's very minute.
And here's a real world example from my district. So we're in the midst of this water crisis, of course. most of you know that most Southern California water agencies get their water from a variety of different sources. We get some from the Delta, we get some from the Colorado River, we get some from rainfall, etc. So Glendale, city in my district, they were struggling with this hexchrome standard, and I think it was, at the time, I think it was 6 parts per billion or something like that. So what they don't go through and strip out the few molecules in the reservoirs. What they do is they just dilute it, right? So they just dilute it so that they meet the standard. So what they had to do is they had this great source of water, but it was slightly over the chromium 6 standard. So they had to then go out and buy additional water from the Colorado River or wherever else and divert from other sources. And so it's a challenge, to say the least.
The #1 cost driver in water.
So, Adon, I wanted to I wanted to make 2 observations, and you can tell me if I'm correct. I think it's true. The contaminants that you mentioned, hexchrome, perchlorate, and arsenic, are all contaminants where the health risk is from chronic exposure over a 70-year period. That's the way that the health risk is assessed. It's not people are going to get sick from drinking it tomorrow. Right. It's a very long-term thing. So I think that's important to note with regard to the variants. Yeah. And the other thing, and since you worked at Metropolitan before, I know, so you probably know this, but correct me if I'm wrong. We treat our drinking water so that if you drink that water for 70 years, your risk of cancer is not increased more than 1 per million probability.
That's correct.
And within the region, in the metropolitan service area, how much of the water the Metropolitan treats to that level is drunk?
Is what?
Is drunk.
Oh, well, that's a good one there. It's less than 5% is actually consumed by people. So we treat a lot of water that we pour on our lawns, and then we waste half of it with over irrigation. Thank you for bringing that up.
Hello. Just this week, the State Water Board passed the regulations or put them over again for another year to mandate people watering their lawns to 2 days per week. Mr. Gatto, what is the legislator doing about helping agencies enforce these restrictions?
Well, I mean, the short answer is the legislature is not doing much with respect to anything along those lines. I think the reason why this was done by a regulatory agency, not the legislature, of course, is political will, political courage. I think it's a lot easier to punt a decision like that to an agency. But it's a tough question because so let's say we funded something akin to a water police. That's what it would be called, right? And this whether it's a local law enforcement agency or somebody in the employment of the local water agencies were to go around and sort of try to inspect for people doing this. I mean, it's very challenging. I mean, you can either set up this tip system where neighbors call on neighbors, which really has problems for a number of reasons, or you can study usage on a water bill, right, and see if somebody's increased their use. But I mean, at some point, if the drought continues, there will be need for funds for enforcement to make sure that people are not breaking these rules.
May I add to that, Mr. Moderator? I think there's an important dynamic that needs to be recognized when it comes to overwatering outdoors. The total demands of water in the coastal plain of Southern California add up to about 4 million acre feet a year. We are used to importing about half of that, about 2 million acre feet, that comes in through a combination of the Colorado River and the State Water Project. About half of what we import gets wasted because of over-irrigation. We lose about 1 million acre feet of water from people overwatering their lawns. What this means is that if we could have a cultural shift in Southern California, this drought wouldn't impact us. There would be plenty of water to keep the taps and businesses and everything else going. We surveyed when we started the California Friendly campaign at BeWaterWise.com. This was like 12 years ago already. And we found out that the biggest incentive for people to landscape is keeping up with the Joneses. If you could find a way to make the region's natural vegetation appealing again, if you go to many parts of Claremont and you go to Pasadena and you see these old craftsman homes that were built at their time in the 1920s and 30s, you'll find that they're vegetated with California-friendly plants. They don't have lawns. They look beautiful. And so we've got to get past the stage where we think that watering lawns and having lawns are a God-given right, and we basically should embrace our landscape heritage like other parts of the country do. You don't find in the East Coast that they tear down their forests. I mean, one of the most pleasant things about driving through Connecticut is those wooded roads. And so we lack that in California, and it perhaps has to do with our immigrant tradition where we want to bring our places with us. But this drought may be the game changer where we really become Californians.
Can we get an amen? In other words, we are not Scotland, and we have to start acting like it.
So I have two questions. One is, so I've heard a lot about hydraulic fracking, and so I was wondering if the risk of contamination of the well water is something that really falls into, under the legislation that you guys were talking about, is it something that falls under the enforcement of the local agency to police, basically to police the oil and gas companies that are engaging in the fracking and how they, manage those hits or anything? Or is that purely EPA and, environmental protection?
Yeah, the Groundwater Act didn't cover fracking in any way, shape, or form. And in fact, it actually has very little to say about quality in general. It was really mostly sort of a quantity-oriented balance of the account, so the fracking issue didn't come up.
So then, is that something that the state would consider? So I guess this goes to Mike Gato then. Is that something that is a big enough issue in California, or in terms of endangering well water or drinking water, that there should be legislation drafted, or that's already covered by existing legislation and just needs to be enforced?
Well, it's a huge issue. There have been proposals to put a moratorium on fracking while we wrestle with the water issues. I think in the year 2012, there were 7 bills introduced putting a moratorium on fracking until we could address the water contamination issues and other issues. All 7 bills failed. I voted for them, for what it's worth, but they failed very, very bad. I mean, the Assembly has 80 members. It takes 41 votes to pass a bill. I think they got about 26 votes on the floor. In the meantime, we did take steps, the first state to actually try to regulate fracking. Believe it or not, it's unregulated in most states. The same senator who authored the groundwater bills, Senator Pavley, who's a very renowned environmentalist, she authored bills to regulate fracking. It did provide additional authority for groundwater agencies to monitor it and to hold the drillers accountable. I'm not aware of any prosecutions that have happened underneath this new legislation, but I do think stuff will happen. If you've read the newspaper the last few days, you've seen how I think it was 11 wells were contaminated very bad in the Central Valley area. So I think because of that outcry and because of the new tools, there will be something that happens in the near future.
And then my second question, so I don't remember if this is in your district or not, but there have been big stories in the past few months about water main breaks. There was the one that flooded UCLA. So I was wondering if any of you guys know whether there's a particular schedule for replacement of these ancient water mains that seem to be at risk of failing around now.
The short answer is within my district. I have Los Angeles, I have Glendale, Burbank, La Cañada, and people are very upset about their water and electricity rates in 3 of my 4 cities. As soon as the public wants to triple their water bills every month to pay for the infrastructure, then I think it'll get replaced. But I say that half kiddingly, but I mean people people are not willing to, I think, to fund the infrastructure always, and there's a perception that there's a lot of waste within these utilities, and they're probably accurate. So there is no schedule that I'm aware of, but, and remember, these are not governmental agencies, these are utilities. So it's kind of hard for us to control that or to even know how old the infrastructure is.
I think that's a very good question because it's at the underpinning. That's the second largest driver of cost for water in Southern California. I live in Fullerton, and I was appointed to our rate commission in Orange County, and we immediately found out that the city had been skimming 10% of all the water revenues from the water fund into the general fund, which is against the law, and that they had to basically reimburse. But here's the sad part. The sad part was that at the same time that was happening, the city has 600 miles of pipeline, of distribution system. We're replacing pipe, and much of it is over its 35, 50-year threshold when you must replace it. The city was only replacing, at that point, a mile of pipeline a year out of the 600 pipelines. So we would be playing Hunger Games by the time that we had a rehabilitated water system in our city. And, you know, for all of the flack that LADWP takes, I think, you know, as somebody that observes the industry, because they're under all that scrutiny, they're doing, I think, a little better than most of the region. And I would look at the little cities and the little communities who fly totally under the radar, who have been using water revenues for things other than the system.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll take that. Let's give another hand of applause for this great panel. As usual, we try to bring you as much information as we can in a compassionate way, because always what's missing in these very dry subjects like water is compassion. You like that? I know, that was good, I know. So what I want to do is instruct you now that we're going to have lunch, and we'd like you to go through this door, this back door. It's not a program for lunch, but it's a great opportunity for networking, getting to talk to each other about this, and getting ready for another exciting panel that'll follow right after lunch, which I will be moderating. So that'll be exciting. I'm looking at it right now. So again, thank this panel, thank you all. And again, lunch is through this door, and we'll get back together right afterwards. Thank you.
What makes it smart?
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Hope everybody had a wonderful lunch. Did you have a good lunch? Yes. Oh, it sounds like people have to go to the hospital for food poisoning with that. Did you have a good lunch? Yes. Oh, thank you. That scared me. Anyway, we're getting ready to embark on our afternoon panels this afternoon. Did you find this morning's panels invigorating and exciting? Yes. Oh, I hope you weren't asleep. But did you think the panels were invigorating this morning? Yes, absolutely. And I want you to know that this afternoon is going to be even more exciting because we have a great panel for you. And serving both as MC and moderator now, this is always an exciting thing. We have pinch hitters coming in for us today. Mr. Gatto couldn't make it, so we have someone sitting in for him. Thank you very much. But we're going to go through this now. This is called the Contemporary Approaches to Water Allocation, or something close to rationing. And it's going to be something that's going to be totally new to Southern California because we've been close to this before, but this is going to be the first time we actually are going to be going into some type of planned way of mandatorily affecting your lifestyles here in Southern California. So it's something new for us, but Southern California's already been holding on in there because we've been doing very well in conservation. In fact, we're a model of the entire nation on the amount of water we've conserved over the last 5 years, even though we've had tremendous population growth. So serving on our panel today is Tim Barr, Water Use Efficiency Manager, Western Municipal Water District, which happens to be one of the member agencies of Metropolitan Water District. Greg Devereaux, Chief Executive Officer, San Bernardino County, and San Bernardino City was going to be a member of the Metropolitan Water District way back. Peter Reach, which is Professor of Law and Director of Environmental Law, Concentration, Whittier Law College. And then Paul Wenger, who we've heard from earlier, he gets another shot at farming and almond trees in the Central Valley, and he is the President of California Farm Bureau Federation. So why don't we go in the order as I read? Mr. Barr, why don't you take us out?
All right. Okay. I've got a PowerPoint.
Fantastic.
So, my name is Tim Barr. I'm with Western Municipal Water District. I was previously the Water Use Efficiency Manager and was, for better or worse, promoted to Deputy Director of Water Resources at a time when drought is prevalent. So, lots to do. I'm going to take us backwards, though, before I start talking about drought. I'm going to talk about Western's water allocation to our individual customers. We've done something unique, and I'm going to explain that in a little bit. So here we go. We go now. So I have to talk about my employer first. Western Municipal Water District is a member agency of the Metropolitan Water District. We serve about 527 square miles of western Riverside County, approximately 900, a population of about 900,000. We're both a wholesale and a retail water purveyor. Wholesale to the cities of Riverside, Norco, Corona, the water districts of Elsinore Valley, Rancho California Water District, Lee Lake, Harupa Community Services District, and the like. We provide not only imported water supply, but water management and water use efficiency programs. We used to import about 110,000 acre feet of water a year. Demand is down, so we're importing, somewhere between 75 and 90,000 acre feet of water a year. About in our wholesale region, about 35% of the water that is supplied to the population in our area is imported. 65% is local. In our retail service area, you can flip that upside down. The retail service area in the city of Riverside and the city of Murrieta are completely opposite of what our wholesale area is. Okay. So it's important for a water agency to have revenue stability. It's also important in this day and age to have an efficiency program, or to get our customers to use water efficiently. People call it conservation. I prefer the term efficiency because that's what we're striving for. We're striving to use water efficiently every day in our lives. Conservation is what we ask our customers to do during drought. We ask them to reduce below an efficient level. Now, lots of people talk about conservation and efficiency synonymously. I prefer to think of them as two separate items. We have a budget-based rate structure that applies to all of our customers. This is a tiered inclining block rate structure, 5 tiers for every single customer, whether you're a landscape customer, whether you're a single-family residential customer, or whether you're a commercial customer. All the tiers, all 5 tiers are the same except for the way that your individualized budget is derived. So this is an allocation of sorts. We're giving every customer an allocation every single day. This allocation changes as the days change if you're a landscape customer. This allocation changes every day if you're a single-family residential customer. And we do that with real-time weather information, and I will get to that. So a very simplistic approach to our budget, our allocation, is the number of people in a single-family residential household times 60 gallons. That doesn't change. Whether it's 1 day in your billing cycle, unlikely, or 30 days in your billing cycle, you get 60 gallons per person in your household. That's the way it works for our single-family residential customers, no matter whether you're in Murrieta or in Riverside. It doesn't change day to day. Again, this is a very simplistic approach on this slide. The next part of a budget or an allocation for a single-family home is the outdoor component. And this changes with weather. It changes every single day with weather. If it's cooler, your budget falls. If it's warmer, your budget grows. So this is the very basic approach to an allocation at the customer level. This really is not working. There we go. So, go back now. Oops. Sorry, technical difficulty. So, every single customer has the same
tiered structure. The tiers are structured exactly the same. Every customer gets a budget. Beyond the budget, you start moving into more expensive tiers. So every water bill provides a price signal to a customer to use water appropriately. Every single month, a customer gets a bill that says they are an efficient water user, an inefficient water user, a wasteful water user, or an unsustainable water user. If you're an unsustainable water user, you're paying the highest cost for water. So it's important for a district to have structural integrity of its fiscal resources. So our budget provides us with financial security. We recover our costs from a fixed service charge and a certain amount of O&M on our volumetric side, on the tiers. So you've probably heard the story. People say, oh, the water district asked me to conserve water and then they raise their rates. It's common in a lot of agencies. We don't have that problem because if our customers conserve into efficiency, they're lowering the tiers. They're not using water in tiers 4, 3, or 5. So they're bringing it down this way. Our O&M cost comes out of the efficient tiers only, tiers 1 and tiers 2. So long as our customers use their water efficiently, then what we have is we have revenue stability. So how does this work? We have, back, just go back one. Okay. There we go. So through our 218 process, through our public hearings, we explained the nexus between all of the rates. So in tiers 1 and 2, we have a certain blend of costs. In tier 1, we use local water and a blend of imported water together to lower the rate that's charged. There's no supply penalty, there's no conservation program funding in tier 1 or tier 2. In tier 2, as it shows up here, what we have is we have the cost of imported water. That's where it comes from. There is only enough local water to supply the needs of indoor, the first tier of landscape, and the first tier of commercial. So that's how we have a lower rate in our first tier. The second tier is all imported water. And the third tiers, all of a sudden we start moving into funding efficiency programs and supply penalties in 3, 4, and 5. So all of our conservation programs are funded out of the upper tiers. So only the water wasters pay for the conservation programs. We have revenue stability because we can count on tiers 1 and 2. Most customers want to be efficient. Most customers, we know how much water their landscape's going to need. We know how much water their indoor water use requires. So our revenue stability is only dependent on tiers 1 and 2. How'd we do? In the last 3 years, we've had this rate structure since 2011. Our customers have had budgets or allocations since 2011. We have seen a decline in our tiers 5, 4, and 3 water use, as this slide shows. That means customers are becoming more efficient. That's a good thing. We have moved our water demands down and closer to an efficient level. We have recovered $3.4 million over 3 years for efficiency programs. That funds the programs that our customers like. That funds the rebate programs. That funds the programs where an irrigation inspector for free will go out to any customer's landscape and look for opportunities to increase efficiency. It funds sprinkler nozzle programs and irrigation controller programs. And customers that are efficient, they can participate, but they're not funding it. It's a benefit. We also have our supply penalty over the last 3 years, we've collected about $3 million. That goes into a reserve, and I'll show you what that's used for. Last 3 years, we have just exceeded our budgeted need for running the district, just exceeded it. So in tiers 1 and 2, we have recovered all of the costs necessary to run the district. So again, another positive metric. The latest, since the Water Conservation Act of 2009, in the water industry, we knew the term GPCD, or gallons per capita per day. It's the latest craze. The state board, in its infinite wisdom, has a new calculation as well for gallons per capita per day. They call it residential gallons per capita per day. It's a great way to compare an agency against itself in progress, it's not a great way to compare us to our neighboring agency, or us, an inland agency, to a coastal agency, because the demographics are different, the lot sizes are different, the climate is different. But nonetheless, the media loves to compare an inland agency to a coastal agency. It happens. Our progress. I can't take all the credit for this, although if you look at this chart, it shows that we started a decline in 2008. That's when we passed, for the first time that I know of, a California agency passed a water use efficiency master plan. We built a program that went out and targeted our customers. So all of a sudden we started to drop down. Well, there was also some economic chaos happening at that time too. But what our rate structure passed in 2011 did for us is it helped us maintain plateau. So we dropped, but we haven't seen the kickback. We've seen an actual leveling of our demand. So we've dropped significantly. Now this looks like we're staying the same on this chart. I wish we knew how to use this. Here's the weather. Over the last 10 years, the weather has substantially increased. I don't know whether climate change is real or not, but what I can see is that our climate in our area is actually changing. We have seen an increase in the need for landscape plant materials. The water demand of landscape plant materials increased by 10 inches. The historic average in our area was 56.65 inches of water as measured at the University of California, Riverside. That's the amount of water that evapotranspires, potentially evapotranspires out of our region. Last year it was 64 inches. So it's steadily increasing. So when I look at these two charts together, I see that the demand of landscapes is increasing, yet our customers are applying the same. So clearly, getting a signal on your water bill every month of what efficient use is, what an efficient allocation is working. It's paying off for us. What about during a drought? So here's where we talk about getting into more restrictive measures. State board likes more restrictive measures, so we are stuck. There we go. So how do we do it? This is what we did. We had a 218 hearing in February. We noticed the public 45 days in advance. We had the public show up and protest, send in letters, the whole bit. What we have decided to do is we're going to use this allocation that we give every single customer as the next tool. We're going to tell them when we're going to shrink their allocation. That's effectively what we're going to do is when the demand for water is X and the supply is below X, we have to do something about it. We have to shrink our demands. So we can do that and still put forth the pricing signal on every single bill. So we don't change the rates. You may have heard of drought pricing. We don't change the rates in time of drought. We keep the rates the same. What we do is we move forward and we start to make changes to our tiers. We eliminate a tier so that as soon as you exceed your water budget, maybe you're now paying the cost of water at tier 4 or tier 5, depending on how severe the drought is. So that pricing signal gets more severe. And we use the additional funding to offset the need to increase rates. We use that additional funding to fund additional boots on the ground to go and help customers become efficient. We use that additional funding, if appropriate, to go and secure additional water supplies. We also have the ability to actually use this additional revenue to offset any lost O&M revenue. So again, we do not have to necessarily raise rates in time of drought. This is one mechanism we put in place. It's very new. There are very few districts that are actually doing this. There's 4 that I can count right now in Southern California. This is just I know you can't see the other slide, so I've made this a little bit larger. And what we have is, I'm just showing you here that as we compress the tiers, the price gets more expensive, but we don't change that price. The price stays exactly the same. So I believe this is the second to last slide, so I'm wrapping this up. What this shows is it shows as we move into different drought stages, different restrictions on supply, if a customer listens to us, does this have a laser pointer on it? It does not. So if I follow the track on the bottom of the slide, that means the customer is listening to us. We say we're going to reduce your individual allocation by 10% and you do it, your water bill will drop because you're using less water. If you don't heed our warnings and you don't listen to us, you're following the upper track. So there's this huge differential between those that pay attention and those that choose not to pay attention. And I say that clearly, choose not to pay attention, because our community affairs folks have developed a huge media blitz, a huge campaign to reach out to the customers, and we will leave no rock unturned. We will make sure all of our customers are aware of changes in their day-to-day allocation. So for us, it's been successful. We have revenue stability. Our customers have signals of efficient water use on their water bill. We have revenue stability even in times of drought. Our customers pay the lowest possible water bill because they are in their budget. We provide support and help for them. And through inclining block rates, our demand for water is shrinking in our area. With that, I'll turn it over.
Apparently that went forward.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about water allocation from a whole different standpoint. County of San Bernardino is not a water purveyor. Okay. When I came with the county, I was for 12.5 years. I was the city manager here in Ontario. We were a water purveyor. Went to the county. We were not a water purveyor. And when I first went to the county, we went through a visioning exercise because the county really, county-wide, we had no shared vision of the kind of future we wanted for the county. So we went through a very extensive visioning exercise, convened 20-some public meetings, convened over 20 stakeholder groups, over 6,000 online surveys, and created a countywide vision that our board and the Sandbag board, Sandbag is not only the transportation agency in this county, it's also the Council of Governments in which all of the cities participate. So we created a vision, and this is some of the statements from the vision. To implement that vision, we established what we call element groups, elements of the vision, and the water element group was one of 8 groups that we convened. That group is made up of a lot of different participating agencies, so a wide variety of stakeholders when it comes to water. So we brought the group together, and you can see a significant group of people, 68 different stakeholders that participated, brought them together and asked them what we needed to do about the future of water in the county. And every year, they had been holding a water conference here in San Bernardino County that was hosted by the Building Industry Association. And every single year at that conference, the water professionals said, one of the things that we really need is an inventory of the water within the county. We actually don't know how much water we have. Now, we were concerned about that. The building industry was concerned about that because water has always been believed to be one of the most significant limiters of San Bernardino County's future growth. Well, so they came into that meeting and they said, well, we need a water inventory. We said, well, you guys have been saying that for 5 or 6 years, so why don't you go do a water inventory? And they said, no, you don't understand. We can't talk to each other. So what do you mean you can't talk to each other? No, we can't talk to each other about how much water we have. What do you mean you can't talk to each other about how much water you have? You don't understand. We all work for boards, we work for city councils, we work for ratepayers. They all believe that's their water. We can't talk to each other about sharing water or how much water we have. But if you continue to convene us, they'll let us talk to you. So we continued to convene them. One of our supervisors convened the group on a regular basis, and they did the water inventory that they had been talking about for some time. Once they did that, they came back and they said, they looked at all the groundwater management plans and they came back and said, we have enough water. These are all the groundwater management plans, the significant water agencies in the county. We have enough water, but guess what? It's not in the right places for the future growth. And so they also said we have enough water if we use proper conservation measures. So the next thing that they did was they went off and they developed an inventory of best practices for conservation measures. They also developed they mapped all of the prime areas in the county for water recharge. Now, the next thing that they are working on is developing a gap analysis of the infrastructure needed to get the water where we need it for development. I believe, though I certainly can't talk about what each of those agencies are doing about drought, I think that that conversation of where the water is, where we need to get it, what needs to be invested in the infrastructure, and how we will finance that infrastructure will lead to partnerships that will allow things like allocation to be much easier, because we will develop a shared understanding. That will be really interesting to see whether it leads to the consolidation of some of those districts. With that, I will be happy to finish, and that's the good work that is going on within San Bernardino County.
Thank you. I'm Peter Rich from Whittier Law School, and I'm not going to follow the tradition of this panel so far and speak from there because I want to be closer to the water. So I'm very appreciative of being asked here to speak by the Law Review, and I'm very grateful to have been able to see your beautiful campus. I'm going to talk about something today that's kind of on the, to some extent on the margins of what's been discussed so far, but also very central, and that's the United States' water relationship with Mexico. And Mexico is often sort of shunted a little bit to the side in discussions of water supply, but when we talk about the Colorado River as a source of importation for water in Southern California, we have to also understand that according to the 1944 treaty between the United States and Mexico, Mexico is entitled to receive a certain proportion of that water, originally 1.4 million acre feet, and that's changed. So what I'm going to talk about a little bit is the sort of general problem of international water distribution, how allocation works within that context, and a little bit about the a case that I consulted on, the Consejo de Desarrollo Económico de Mexicali, which was a Ninth Circuit case in 2007, which involved rights to the groundwater seepage, basically water from the All-American Canal that was seeping into the aquifer that runs underneath Baja California and California. So distributing water across international boundaries is often a very problematic issue. It's problematic all over the world. And we just had out at Whittier, we just had the UN rapporteur on the right to food speak, and she was talking about some of the water issues in the Middle East and in Africa. And this is, we think we do have a drought here, but our problems are not unique by any stretch of the imagination. In Mexico and the United States have an additional problem of differing legal systems by which water is allocated. Mexico has the civil law system, really descended directly from Roman law, and the U.S. has the common law system, which is essentially descended from Anglo-American law, and to some extent French law. And what that means in terms of water is that under Roman law, there's a notion of usufruct, sort of use by communities of water, and as opposed to absolute ownership. And the U.S. takes more of, I would say not completely, but more of an absolute ownership approach. And the United States, for people who've taken water law or been exposed to it, we have two systems, the riparian rights, that if you live by the side of a river, you get the water that's there, or prior appropriation, which was discussed earlier, which was the system used in the West to take water wherever it was needed for beneficial use. And so when the United States took over the current Southwest, and if you look at the handout, that's in the first map, this is really the western portion of U.S.-Mexico borderlands, there were all kinds of opportunities for water disputes because there were various rivers, not just the Colorado River, but the San Pedro River, the Rio Grande, where both the United States and Mexico had a chance to get into trouble over water. And of course, what's not shown in this map, which is a surface map, are all the aquifers, right? So underneath both the Imperial Valley and the Mexicali Valley, where Calexico and Mexicali are, there's an aquifer. There are aquifers at various places along the border. So these become sort of issues when we start talking about conjunctive use of groundwater and surface water, or even just direct access to groundwater. The different doctrinal mentality that we see in terms of legal doctrines, the United States and Mexico has created a lot of these problems. Well, in the late 1890s, there were a number of projects to irrigate the Imperial Valley and the Mexicali Valley, but it was discovered that there wasn't much water there. And if you look at the map from 1910, which I got out of the Huntington Library, you can see there's sort of this long area here from Calexico to the Arizona border, where there's almost nothing there. And there's nothing there because there weren't water sources. It was very, very difficult to irrigate. And so, at least in the short run, a canal was built on the Mexican side, referred to as the Alamo Canal, later the Imperial Canal, to conduct water from the Colorado River into the Imperial Valley. And it was successful in bringing water there, but one of the problems people may know is that the digging of canals from the Colorado River severely weakened the levees that supported the Colorado near Yuma, and in a year of particular surge, the levees were overcome and the Salton Sea was created. Basically, the levees were broken, and this depression that at prehistoric times had been a lake was refilled and became the Salton Sea. This was in 1905, 1906. And so this sort of a problem of managing water between the United States and Mexico was not completely successful in terms of controlling access to the water that was there. 1911, the Imperial Irrigation District was formed and pressured the United States government to build a canal inside the U.S. border. In other words, farmers in the Imperial Valley on the U.S. side were concerned about access to water on the Mexican side, partly because the Mexican Revolution was starting, partly because the Cucapa Indians were used to taking water from the river. There was this sort of a sense of not being able to control the legalities of access to water on the Mexican side. So the Boulder Dam project, when it was authorized by Congress, included something called the All-American Canal. And if you look at the, actually the third map, Imperial and Mexicali Valleys, you can see where the canal was built, basically from the Colorado River into the Imperial Valley, just on the American side. Well, meanwhile, the Mexican government and Mexican private users were continuing to use water on the Mexican side and take this what was available from the river. And sort of the question had to be dealt with: how much water does the United States get? How much water does Mexico get? And that was the 1944 water treaty that allocated water between the Colorado River Basin states and Mexico. And that's where we get that 1.4 million acre feet benchmark. As many of you no doubt know, that benchmark was taken at a time when the flow of the Colorado River was unusually high. So the assumption of how much water was in the river was really incorrect. Meanwhile, the All-American Canal was taking water from the Colorado River to the Imperial Valley, and the canal was built of dirt. Being built of dirt meant there was seepage. The seepage resupplied the aquifer under the border, provided an access for people who wanted to drill wells, provided some access for people in Mexicali who built some of their own canals. You can see the picture here from a Baja California magazine about some of the early, showing some of the early irrigation canals in Mexicali. And Mexico actually became dependent, to some extent, agriculturally, on the seepage from the canal. Meanwhile, the delta area also became dependent on that seepage. The delta had been drying up over the years because of all the dams on the Colorado River. At one time, the delta was practically jungle. There were jaguars there, but by the 1930s, that was no longer the case. And today, of course, if you ever visit the mouth of the delta, it's all mud flats. There's almost never any flow there except at such time when the dams further up release water. So farmers in the Imperial Valley became very concerned, and the Imperial Irrigation District became very concerned that some of their Colorado River water was seeping into the aquifer. So they pressured Congress to line, that is, put a concrete cover on the dirt by which the All-American Canal was built. In 2006, in the Omnibus Reconciliation Act, Congress authorized the lining of the canal. This was a response to those complaints. Well, all of a sudden the water to Mexico and to the delta ecosystem is cut off. So a series of farmers in Mexico and environmental groups, which I help represent, sued the U.S. government to enjoin the lining. That resulted in this Consejo de Desarrollo Económico de Mexicali case, and we went up to the Ninth Circuit and we actually lost. We lost because the Ninth Circuit said there was no property right to water across international boundaries. It all had to come through treaty. It all had to come through diplomatic negotiation. I consulted on the appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. The plaintiffs decided not to appeal. It was too expensive. They were losing. They were running out of money. And so instead, the plaintiffs went to the International Boundary Water Commission, hoping to get some relief from this binational commission that allocates water. In 2012, the International Boundary Water Commission allocated some additional water from the Colorado to Mexico. It also authorized some earthquake repairs in Mexicali. But the sort of overall problem of the Mexico south of the All-American Canal not getting water was not solved. So where does that leave us? Well, to some extent, that leaves us with what I call a water wall between sovereignties, right? So when sovereignty ends at the border, there's a wall of water. The North gets it, the South doesn't get it. And if you look on the other side of my handout, the Alamo Canal, which runs south of the border, which you saw in the earlier maps, is now completely dry because this source of water from the Colorado River is no longer there. The All-American Canal, of course, is full of water. How do we solve these kinds of problems? Well, one way is to think about the legal commonalities between both systems. So we're used to thinking of the U.S. system being based on prior appropriation or riparian rights. I would argue that there are elements of Roman law in both systems. There's elements of usufruct that have actually been recognized in the United States. I helped litigate a case in Colorado, Lobato versus Taylor, which established grazing, water, and woodcutting rights on former common lands under a Mexican land grant. That was decided by the Colorado Supreme Court, incorporating this notion of use without ownership. Similarly, you could do that with water. Also, the International Boundary and Water Commission actually uses Roman law concepts in allocating water between the two countries. It uses the doctrines of accretion and avulsion. Right, so those of you who had property may have run into this. If the river moves quickly, if the river is a boundary between two pieces of property or even two nations, the boundary doesn't change. If the river moves slowly, that's called accretion, the boundary changes with it. Why? Because you have noticed that the boundary has changed. So the IBWC has actually incorporated accretion and avulsion in its decisions about bancos, or sandbars, lying between the two countries, either in the Colorado River or in the Rio Bravo, Rio Grande. So some of these sort of notions of shared legal concepts could be a basis for compromise between the two nations on the basis of water. Of course, obviously you have political interests, obviously you have people who are pressuring to preserve private access to water. You also have NAFTA. There are NAFTA side agreements on environmental issues. This is another place where water could conceivably be allocated. I'm not saying that we're ready for a North American Union along the lines of the European Union. There is a movement that is proposing this. There's a common currency, the Amero. I don't think we're quite at that point, but we don't have to be. All we have to do is recognize that there are water users on the U.S. side and on the Mexican side that do impact on development in Mexico. In other words, if Mexico doesn't get any water at all, that creates socioeconomic problems. It's a reason for migration, and there are all kinds of possible problems for when Mexico doesn't get sufficient water. So I would argue that despite this existing doctrinal water wall between sovereignties, there are reasons to compromise our water sources, and there are also doctrinal structures within which water can be appropriately allocated. So thank you, and I'll be happy to answer questions later on.
Well, that makes it all seem so easy what we got here in California. I'll tell you that. I love coming to listen to this because it just reinforces the old saying, whiskey's for drinking and water's for fighting. I did notice they put smart water at my table this time, so they wanted me to be a little more intelligent. I'm sticking to the old stuff and opinionated. So anyway, just a couple of things. Thank you again for letting me be here, and it's great to be able to double team a little bit when Mike had to move up a little bit. You know, I just wanted to reiterate, in allocation, it is all about allocation and the wars that result from that. But again, you know, we have the same amount of water, you know, in the world, in this state. It's going to come in different forms and at different times, and really it comes down to how are we going to be able to adapt to that with a growing population. We're all responsible for that. I don't know how many of you have children or plan to have children, but you know, if you have more than replacing yourself, we're all part of the problem. And so we've got to figure out a way to accommodate the needs of people, not only for water for drinking, but also water for the environment and water for food production. I'm going to go back to a couple of things and then leave plenty of time for questions, since I did get a second shot at it. You know, it was mentioned earlier that the governor's action plan came out, and it was almost tongue-in-cheek to say, why would we have money there for flood control when we're in a drought? Because we will have floods, even though if we're going to be another, let's say we're in a 20-year drought or a 25-year drought, we don't know. All we know is what's in front of us, but we do know that with our capabilities, we can predict better what the weather's going to be, and so we do need to do better management of our reservoirs. Our reservoir management is still archaic, based on having enough room for that potential rain or that potential snow that melts and fills our reservoirs. And so we've got to give our reservoir managers the ability to manage. And when we know that rains are coming or heavy snows are coming, then you start releasing water. But don't release water in anticipation that you're going to have a really good wet year. But I think the governor is fairly smart, and he's been listening to folks that with climate change, we are probably going to have less snowpack, as we've witnessed the last few years. And we're going to have some really big pulse flows. This year, coming out of the Sacramento River, I think I mentioned it before, maybe I didn't, 10.5 million acre feet of water fell, 4 million acre feet got captured, 6.5 million acre feet went out to the ocean, and it didn't really do anything for the environment or anything else, because it wasn't the flows we needed at the time that the environment needed it and the people needed it. So it was water that we could not capture. And so when the governor says he wants some water for flood control, I think that's very, very important. You know, we talk about water allocation, and we talk about, you know, supply and managing our supply or our use, but we also have to manage our supply. And part of the groundwater management, we talked about groundwater management, there's still a hesitancy to allow benefit the designation of surface water for groundwater recharge to be a beneficial use, because the fear is that people are going to overuse water. And so we have to get over the fact that we can only control use. We also have to make sure, and if we're going to talk about conjunctive use, talk about conjunctive supply, and that means putting water back in the ground. For those that want to say that water is interconnected, it is. It is interconnected, but that means we got to put it back into the ground when we have it. When we talk about water allocation too, We had a lot of folks saying they're cutting back by a certain percentage. We've got a lot of folks that have zero allocation, zero water. And so if you ask me for my home, if I could cut down on my home by 50%, you bet. We can drink a little bit less. We can take a shower once every 3 or 4 days rather than every 2. We can, that was a pun, but anyway. You know, and I'm not sure it's beyond what I do, but I hear a lot of times folks saying that we got to go to low flow toilets, but a lot of the folks that I talk to and when I've seen them, and there's good technology in low flow toilets and there's terrible technology in low flow toilets where you flush them 3 and 4 times. So you use just as much water as you did with a higher flow toilet. But the technology is getting there to where we can actually save water. You've got to see what the amount of water is that's going out the backside. So I always like to convert it to money because we all think about money. We're all here. You're studying to become attorneys so that you can be successful and have a nice retirement someday. But it's kind of the same thing that when we take a look at water, it's the same thing. You've got money in your 401k, you got it in your savings account, you got it in your checking account, you got it in your pocket. If all you're going to do is control how you spend that money and not add to it, it's not going to be a very good future. So we got to think about how we're going to add to that water component, just like we want to add to our money, whether it's in our 401k savings accounts for the future. When we talk about water conservation only, all we've been doing is hardening demand. And I got to tell you, Peter was straight on. We've seen it before where because we haven't gone in and actually increased our water allotments, but we've done water conservation, then we took that savings and we utilized it for a hardened demand. A lot of times it's homes. And again, in the Central Valley, we've seen a lot of folks, looking for better returns on their investment, have gone from wintertime vegetables to permanent crops. So yes, we have, even in agriculture, hardened the demand that we have on some of those resources. But it's very interesting, the government is also to blame for a lot of that, because today you can apply to the United States government for funding from the government to help you install conservation irrigation. How many think that's a good thing, to have the government help you install conservation irrigation? It's a good thing, right? They're doing it on ground that's never been irrigated. How do you conserve water? By giving somebody money for conservation irrigation to put water on ground that's never been irrigated? To me, that's just adding to the problem. But the government doesn't even know. On one hand, they want you to conserve. On the other hand, they're helping you put water on ground that never had water on it before. As we heard earlier, the State Water Project, and when President Kennedy and previous Governor Brown, Pat Brown, when they came together and did the State Water Project and the Central Valley Project, the Central Valley was overtapped in underground aquifers. When you see back those charts, that was a lot of time when they were over pumping and subsidence had happened. So then came the State Water Project, the Central Valley Project, and guess what? The water tables came up because they had water and they didn't have to depend on the ground. And as they were putting that water on the ground, it was repercolating into the underground aquifers. They filled those aquifers up, and then came along the biological opinions. And once they had the biological opinions, no longer was there the supply of water going into the south, and so now they're relying on their aquifers again, and so now we have the over-reliance on the overground aquifers. Today in agriculture, when we look at efficiency and water allocation, and certainly it's going to be driven by efficiency. We were talking earlier, they mentioned that some people are paying $1,000 an acre foot for water. I will guarantee you there's nobody that can farm long-term $1,000 an acre foot for water. They cannot do it. Unless you would like about 70 to 80% of your disposable income, where now today it's about 6 to 7% of the average disposable income in the United States goes for buying your food. If you'd like that to go to 60 to 70%, then maybe we can pay $1,000 an acre foot for your water. It follows down, and water and the cost of water is not as elastic as a freeze or a hurricane or something that maybe interrupts the food supply. Certainly we'll see if we are in a long-term drought, that elasticity is going to get a little bit more reactive, and we're going to see prices go up, especially for certain food products on the shelves, and we will see an increase in food prices. But folks are looking for a way to take that expensive water and just get them through to the next year, but it's not a solution to the problem. And so again, when you get back to the water markets, it's going to find its way through everything. Actions have consequences. Whatever we do, for those of you that getting ready, I'm talking to a couple of students getting ready to graduate this year, going to go study for your bar. If you don't study, if you sit around the pool and have a few too many Mai Tais or Pina Coladas, you're probably going to fail the bar. I mean, actions have consequences. But for an awful lot of the people that are making the decisions, there are no consequences. If they guess wrong, they don't lose their job. If I guess wrong, I'm out of business. If you don't study, you don't pass the bar. But we have an awful lot of people that don't have skin in the game. And if you don't have skin in the game, if there aren't consequences to your actions, if there's not accountability, how are we going to get anything done? And at the end of the day, there are consequences for inaction. And I really think that as California, we will be able to get this done. And lastly, because we are California, and I hate having to compare ourselves to anybody else in the world or anybody else in the United States. We are California. By God, I think we're a unique state. An amalgamation of cultures and everything else, probably not seen in too many other places, maybe in a few cities and certain states of the country. But California is a unique place all upon itself, and we can solve these problems if we just let the barriers go down and be solution-oriented. But it is going to mean there's going to be some challenges going forward. There's going to be challenges for species. There's going to be challenges for people. But I think we can get it there. Today, where we live today, we think about the environment has to exist the way it has for millennia, and I will guarantee you if we all had to go out tonight and park ourselves under an oak tree and search for grubs, there wouldn't be as many people in California as there is today, because we get to get in our nice car, travel to our nice heated or air-conditioned apartment and get on our iPhone. And yet we still want the environment to exist the way it has for millennia. We can use technology to make sure the environment exists or continues in a healthy state. Some species may be challenged. But it's also interesting when I talk to a lot of my friends who are Darwinists by nature and not really creationists, and yet they say we can't see another species live the face of the earth. How can you believe in evolution and think that everything's going to stay the way it has been for millennia? It can't. Lastly, Sigma, I just hope, and I'm already seeing in the agricultural arena, and we all hear about the fight for water, north versus south and other things. We're already seeing the battle lines being drawn, and a lot of folks that are in the legal arena are going to be first and foremost. I've talked to several of you. They're going to go into patent law. Some of you are going to go into estate tax planning and other things. I hope today maybe tells you there's a real future in water law. And I've seen a number of folks because of Sigma are already starting to lawyer up to say that we have a prior right. If we've been pumping into the underground aquifers and you've been relying on surface water, if that surface water dries up, that's your fault. I have a prior right to the groundwater. Sigma doesn't say that. It says it doesn't do anything about current water law or current water rights, and we want to shore that up with an expedited adjudication and other ways that you can protect your right, whatever that is, to a diminished supply of water. But there's going to be an awful lot on the table for all of California in the future as it talks about groundwater, and it was a hastily put together bill. There is going to be cleanup legislation, and we will see what the ramifications are going to be about that. But at the end of the day, we are 38 going on 39 million people in this state. We're on our way to 50 million people in the near future. The people are coming. We got to make sure we have the resources for them, the economy for them. And one of the highlights, even though folks say you're a $43 billion industry, you're less than 1% of our total gross domestic product, what does it really mean to California if agriculture went away? It's the fact that we were able to produce the food and fiber that people can have on their table every day to allow them to go and become attorneys, and allow them to go be doctors, to allow them to take vacations and not have to worry about where their food comes from. And if you think that what we have in California is not unique, just go to Russia and see what a supermarket in Russia looks like. It doesn't look like Rayleigh's or Bel Air or any other stores around. The shelves are bare. The first thing on those folks' mind is, where am I going to get my food for today? It all comes down to water. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Very good. Any questions for our panelists? You got the microphone?
This question's for Peter. Peter, you mentioned the difference between the U.S. and Mexico legal systems as being an important factor in the dispute. To what extent does the existence of strong legal institutions on both sides of the border help, and to what extent does it hinder kind of creative, helpful solutions in these cross-border conflicts? And if you were to have a cross-border conflict with weak legal institutions, do you see war and waste, or do you see creativity and cooperation?
I think you see, that's a good question. I think you see creativity and cooperation where institutions have partners. In other words, sometimes there's a disarticulation between the way government is structured in one place and the way it's structured in another country. So Mexico is known for being highly centralized. So for instance, if Nogales, Arizona and Nogales, Sonora are talking about a wastewater plant, Nogales, Sonora has to get permission from Mexico City, whereas the decision can be made more locally in Arizona. So that issue, it may not go to the strength so much, but it goes to the question of whether or not you have decision makers at the sort of same level of political aggregation. So I think that the decentralization that is going on now in Mexico, and I've been speaking to the Mexican Senate and to the equivalent of the EPA there, some or not, about decentralization and federalism, how to get government agencies broken down into components that can then talk to their American counterpart. That may go further in terms of providing solutions than sort of we thinking about it in terms of how strong they are. And I think legal institutions in Mexico are, at least for the sort of not the entirely first world, are fairly strong. But I think that there's a tradition of sort of decisions being made from the center that I think prevents action and also prevents responses to private actors. So, for instance, the marinas in Baja are currently being sued by environmental groups because the state governments have given concessions to small boat marinas that they would never give to small boat marinas in the United States. And that has to do with the sort of weakness of local government. So I guess I would rephrase your question a little bit and say, I think that you need strength at all levels of government in both partner countries for solutions to work. That helps.
A question for Mr. Barr. I read in the last several weeks articles about certain taxpayers suing in Orange County over their tiered pricing. Have you had that experience, or have you been challenged on that?
I touched the third rail. I mentioned 218, so I knew I was going to get that question. So no, Western has not been challenged. You're talking about the San Juan Capistrano case. What I believe what my legal counsel tells me, and my legal counsel tells me that we have done it exactly correct. We created a nexus, we did a cost of service study, and our tiered inclining block rates are represented correctly by the cost of providing the service at that level of pricing. So we are not concerned.
Thank you. Just a comment for Professor Reich. I've understood that the situation in California over the Colorado River is the exact flip of Mexico and the Rio Bravo in Texas. So to the extent that we control the debate in California or on the Colorado River because we're upstream, the Mexicans can turn around and say, we'll treat you the same way, and you will not get Rio Bravo water flowing down into Texas.
That's true. In fact, in the 1920s and 30s, it's really, we're talking about the Rio Conchos, which flows into the Rio Bravo. So the Rio Grande itself has its origins in Colorado or even Wyoming, but it's the Conchos that goes from the south into the Rio Bravo in Coahuila. So yes, in fact, that has been one of Mexico's ways of getting leverage against the United States in these negotiations with the IBWC. But when you go to a court like the Ninth Circuit, they don't really care about those kind of macro issues. I mean, they're going to decide the case on the basis of what they perceive to be property law. And so in the Consejo case, they said, oh, there's no cross-boundary right to appropriation of water. But absolutely, when I talk to Mexican government officials, they're very knowledgeable about the Conchos and how they will use that. But they tend to use it, they'll use it in the diplomatic arena. And I, as a lawyer, I like to talk about court solutions, but that may be just lawyer arrogance, thinking that everything can be solved in court, and that may be wrong. But I guess I have an all of the above attitude. If you could solve a problem diplomatically in court at the local level, any place is good as long as the problem is solved.
Any other questions? Yes.
Hello, this question is for Mr. Wenger. Being a farmer, I've heard that walnuts or nuts are high water costs, and California is more of an arid climate. What is your take on modifying the crops that you grow, or the crops that are grown in California?
Well, I guess what I look as a businessman, what do you want to eat? And if it's not you, what do other people want to eat? And it's driven by the markets. And so clearly right now with the Mediterranean diets that are out there, with Dr. Oz and everybody else saying, you know, you eat almonds, you eat walnuts, olive oil, a lot of those things, they're good for your heart, they're heart healthy and all that. I mean, it's just an unbelievable, I never thought we would see what we're seeing today. But as I said earlier, a lot of the investment that's happening today is coming from out-of-state investors. It's coming from people that are non-farm investors, but yet they call themselves farmers. I had one young fellow, he's about 30 years of age. He's doing some management. He had a fellow from Utah, bought 800 acres in Placer County. It's just up to kind of the east and north of Sacramento, rice ground. About 800 acres, already had the trees ordered, almond trees. Rice ground is heavy dirt. It means you pour water on it, it sits there. That's why it's rice ground, because they grow it in water. It's not very permeable. But this fellow had already ordered the trees several years ago, because if you wanted to order trees today, it takes about 3 or 4 years to get them. You've got to be that much in the queue. All this drought could change that. This individual called him and says, I just bought 800 acres. I have the trees. They're in cold storage. I want to get them planted this year. Is physically unable to do it. Had no idea how Mother Nature works, had no idea about agronomy, had no idea about growing, but he's somebody that had a lot of money to buy 800 acres, probably $10,000 to $15,000 an acre. The cultural cost to be able to plant those and get them into the trees, probably another 5 to 7, and then another 5 to 7 to get them up to producing age of 4 years. But this is a kind of it's kind of like a gold rush going on right now. So folks say that almonds and walnuts and pistachios don't take as much water, but they have a high water coefficient. Most of that water stays right in the area that we apply it. It goes back into the ground, goes into the woody tissue, it goes in the leaves. Through photosynthesis, like I said earlier, they're taking carbon out of the air, exuding oxygen. And so most of that water stays right in the area. A couple of years ago, Richard Halliday, he's a retired economics professor now from UC Davis, and he was talking, just looking at farm gate value, he said we can have fewer acres under production in California and still grow our agricultural economy, and I think that's limited because he said we have to use our water for the high value crops. It's exactly what we did, and now it's the devil's own product is almonds and walnuts, because it's on the headline of everything. We're using these water intensive crops. A while back it was corn, it was alfalfa and things like that. What does a dairy cow eat? A dairy cow eats corn and eats alfalfa. We think about reducing our carbon footprint. Should we import all that feed from another state or another country? How many of you would like to have an ice cream cone this afternoon? You realize it took 17 gallons of water to make that ice cream cone? So if we want to conserve water, don't eat ice cream. Don't have a lot of the products we eat today, and then the market will be diminished, and I'll guarantee you as a producer I won't grow a crop unless somebody wants to buy it, because I can't eat it all myself.
I have to ask this one question. Is it an almond or an almond?
Okay, so that you've heard this, right? Now, I mean, you've heard the definition of that. So they're an almond on the tree. We have to knock the L out of them to harvest them, and they become almonds.
That was good, by the way. Anyway, any other questions today? Isn't this a fantastic pint? Somebody else?
Yeah, I'm a law student here, and forgive me if this is kind of a dumb question, because this is the first day I've ever really thought about water rights in terms of law. But I've driven along the Missouri River through Minnesota, North Dakota, Montana, where it's completely flooded just from rapid snow melt. It seems they have too much water up there, as if that's some, where they have a problem of too much, where we have not enough. At what point would this crisis have to heighten, I guess, for us to start thinking of technological ways of maybe moving that around more?
I'll start. There's a water energy nexus that people have referred to. Obviously, whatever your technological fix is, it's going to take something to move water. And people have these proposals have been made over the years, right? There have been plenty of proposals to float icebergs right down from the Arctic to supply drought. So I don't know, if it's, in law, we don't say that we know the answer. We say we know how to find the answer, right? And so maybe finding the answer is sort of figuring out exactly how much we would have to spend, in a market sense, on the energy to move that water, compared to how much we're spending to do other things in the state, such as desal or pump additional groundwater or other processes. So I'd say, if you're interested in water law, that's a good field to go into, because those answers are going to take a long time to figure out.
Yeah, there's a lot of answers, but the energy component of pumping and moving the water a bit, it's funny. At the Farm Bureau, I get a lot of things in from folks that have got the answer. I've had guys saying, well, get these containers and we'll put them on trucks and we'll ship the water out here. And I think when you start thinking about the carbon footprint of that and whatnot, we really do have the water here in California. We are in a drought. If we get into a 20 or 30 year, 50-year drought, it's going to change the face of the state no matter what. We realize that. May of 2012, our reservoirs were brim full to the top. And we went through 98 to 93, or 88 to 93, we went through 6 dry years, and we didn't have the impacts we have today. At least not in the valley. And I think Metropolitan's done a fantastic job of making sure that they have the safety net. They just have to plan ahead when you've got that many people dependent upon your system. And so all these folks that are here, that are doing the municipal water, they're doing nothing. People don't realize what it took to get that water to come out that tap. These guys do. I wouldn't want that. It's one thing for me to fallow some ground and pull an orchard out. It's another thing when you've got a bunch of folks that are ratepayers and they're expecting that water coming out. And it's still really, really cheap. When you start thinking about it, it's really, really cheap. We've had the water here in this state. We just haven't captured the water that's been there for use when we don't have the water.
Yeah, which is really, there's a lot more we can do with recharge and storage. And there's a lot of recycled water that goes unused. So we're not even using the water that we already have.
So we have enough challenges ahead of us agreeing with our neighboring water agencies to import water from another place where it's never been imported is just a huge obstacle. Forget the energy cost. But as was stated, we have a lot of opportunity to do things with the water we have. Recycled water is a huge untapped market. Conjunctive use is another one, so long as it's put first and take second. But there's a lot of opportunity, especially in the San Bernardino Basin area, the Riverside Basins. There's lots of opportunity out there to do smart things with the water that is available. So.
Well, you think it wasn't that long ago that all we did for flood control was build concrete channels? Instead of capturing that water and running it out, putting it in the ocean.
So let's add something to cost too. Everybody knows what these are, right? Water bottles? So the municipal utilities in Southern California deliver 5,560 of these to you for $2.50. They weigh more than 6,000 pounds. So we saved your back, and you're welcome.
Any other questions? This is an outstanding panel. Let's give them a hand. We'll take a 5-minute break to allow panels to change.
As it's life nature we look forward to every year. The sandhill cranes descend into the San Luis Valley every spring and are creatures of habit, just like all of us. They go where the water is. These artificial wetlands help ensure the crane's survival, but Mother Nature can't buy rounds for everyone. I am of the mind that nature and the cranes could take care of themselves, but I love having them as neighbors. Our sopping glory days of limitless water supplies are long gone.
The San Luis Valley is a safe place, tucked a few hours away from the sounds of traffic, bulldozers, and rectangular patches of manicured lawns. It's a good place to raise my son, grow gardens, and discover so much life in a place that appears so desolate. The mountains, the beautiful display of green during the growing season, and the gold light at the end of the summer days are particularly beautiful. I'm proud to call this place home. This area has always been known for its farmland. Farmers are good people, and we keep the economy going. It shimmers with water during good years and takes life with it during the bad ones. Cottonwood trees that stood tall only a decade ago are now twisted stumps that I drive by every day, reminding me how water in any form is so welcome, yet so scarce. We speculate when it's coming and discuss the storms for days. It's a celebrated precious element that only Mother Nature can deliver. Everyone is pumping too much water. People have to start to buy into the community thing instead of me, my farm, my deal. Otherwise, the state's water regulators will decide for us. Wells will be shut off and we will all go down with the ship. Colorado's economy will feel it and realize the true worth of this place. Who can stand here the longest? Who will be left to the valley if there is no water? Will I want my house that has been in my family for 3 generations if the sand blows year-round because there aren't crops to hold the soil down? Together, we've resisted the pressure to grow cities and give our water to the thirsty Front Range. The future is uncertain, but we're not giving up. As stewards of the land, we admit we must live within new limits. We've created our own local irrigation market, charging ourselves to pump water, finding new ways to conserve it, and fallowing land out of production. It's our responsibility to keep the valley thriving while maintaining the soil, aquifers, river, vegetation, and our children. I am proud to be a farmer, and I have no plans to leave.
And with that, I'd like to present to you our next panel. Panel dealing with discretionary use of water endowments, and the moderator for this panel today is Placido Gomez, visiting assistant professor of law, Verne Law. Placido.
First of all, thanks for sticking around. They saved the best for last.
That's right.
I wanted Professor Goldslegger to name this panel Wet and Wild, but he wouldn't do it. Before I introduce the panel, with Mr. Ivory's permission, I'd just like to actually, it's self-preservation, because if I went home to Colorado and the people learned that I had the opportunity to recognize Peter Rich for his work with the Hispanic communities of Southern Colorado, and I didn't do it, they'd beat me up. So I just have to do it. In 1960, there were only 2 tracts of land that were held communally in this country. One was the Boston Commons, and the other was a 77,000-acre tract that was attached economically and socially to 6 or 7 small mountain communities, almost all Hispanic, around San Luis, Colorado. And the people had used the land in common to hunt, to fish, for water and timber for over 100 years. And in 1960, a North Carolina timberman came and bought the property and suddenly barricaded the roads so that the people couldn't use it. And in these subsistence communities, the survival of the people depended on a communal use of they called it La Sierra, the mountain tract. And what happened was a war started. Mr. Taylor hired a militia, and people started shooting at each other. And a small organization of local people called the Land Rights Council, and to try and avert people getting hurt, actually went to court and lost a case in federal court. And the people who've taken property for me study that case. It's Sanchez versus Taylor. And when they lost the case, the war reignited. And Mr. Taylor actually got shot in the lake. Someone had a high-powered rifle and shot him through the window of his cabin. So that the people of the San Luis Valley are wealthy in many ways, but they don't have the money to hire legal help. And in 1978, two lawyers stepped up, and one of them was Peter. I'm getting choked up about it. One of them was Peter, and he litigated the case for 24 years. 24 years, with money out of his own pocket, him and another lawyer, Jeffrey Goldstein, and finally won. He spoke about the case, the Lobato case, and finally won in 2002, the Colorado Supreme Court. So he is a legend in Southern Colorado, and he's taught me lessons. One lesson that I'd like to share with you, and that is that if you're going to help, as a lawyer, if you're going to help poor people in their struggle with much wealthier people, it's going to take a long time. And attached to that, I know as students and as lawyers, we think about pro bono hours. Peter and Jeffrey Goldstein gave pro bono years, right? A lifetime. So Peter, thanks. And his work still has had significant impact on communal indigenous communities in Mexico and Latin America, and it still is having an effect.
Lastly, though, just one thing. I did not start in '78. I had not finished law school at that point. I came in a little later.
Not that old, though.
Jeff started in '78. I started really more in the late '80s, but that's.
Cut him off. Cut him off. Well, I'm sorry I got choked up then, right? You're still a legend. I won't tell anybody. No, really, they would be upset at me if I didn't recognize you for your work, Peter. So thank you very much. I'd like to introduce you to a new friend and two old friends. And if I had to think of a word that described all of them, it's passion. All of them are passionate about what they do. And let me introduce them and then have them speak to you. My new friend is Henry Barbosa. And if there was a god of water in California, I think it would be Henry. He knows the history, and he's got some innovative ideas about the future. And I've asked him to talk about his work with water in California. Two of my old friends, one is Dr. Eric Romero. Eric and I are from the same little spot on this rock, the San Luis Valley. And I've worked with Eric at New Mexico Highlands, where he directs the Indio Hispano program. And you can tell a lot about a person by the mode of transportation that he uses or she uses to get to work. And one time I went over to Eric's office looking for him, and I asked the secretary, "Is Eric here?" And she said, "Of course he's here. Didn't you see his ride outside?" And I looked out the window, and there was a horse. So Eric has been known to come to work on his horse. And Eric is going to talk about a very unique system of water and government that's close to 1,000 years old, the Acequia system. And it has implications, I think, or I would suggest for the future, especially in the western states. And my other old friend is the Honorable Sierra Russell. Sierra is a citizen of the Yavapai Apache Nation. She's also an appellate judge on the Salt River Pima Maricopa Indian community. Sierra and I taught for a few years. And I like to say we fought battles back to back, you know, just watching out for each other. Sierra's a strong proponent of tribal sovereignty and Indian self-governance. And she will tell you in some detail about the history of her nations, how they address her nation, the Yavapai Apache Nation, the history of the water and what water means to her community. There's a lot more about each of the panelists in their biographies, and I won't repeat that. But let me start off then with Henry Barbosa. Henry.
I want to stay close to the water. Before I begin, I'd like to add my own voice, and a voice of gratitude. I understand that Congresswoman Grace Napolitano was here this morning. I have just over 20 years involved in water politics, water policy, and let me share with you that in my experience at Metropolitan Water District, Southern California has no greater representative than Grace Napolitano when it comes to water policy issues. And so I think you were honored and blessed to see her this morning. She's a very unassuming councilwoman from Norwalk, then the Assembly, and then the Congress, and she has been a voice for California protecting your water. And so you were graced this morning with her presence. With that, one housekeeping item. My paper may have been distributed, but there's 3 parts to it. My remarks today are here. There is a second report item here, which is remarks I made 1 year ago that embellished and condensed in my presentation today. And the third piece is a study that I conducted 6 years ago on behalf of a water district here in Southern California that I will use to contrast with my philosophy. So with those 3 pieces, I'll be speaking from the one, but there's references to the other 2 that will give meaning to my presentation and hopefully it will be understandable. So let me begin. I'm going to start in the middle here. Energy, water, and food are the world's 3 most critical resources. Although this fact is widely acknowledged in policy circles, the interdependence of these resources on one another is significantly underappreciated. Strains on any one can cripple the others. This situation has made our society more fragile than we imagined, and we are not prepared for the potential disaster that is waiting for us. The late Nobel laureate Richard E. Smalley of Rice University gave a hint at where to begin in the 2003 lecture highlighting the top 10 problems of humanity for the next 50 years. His list was organized in descending order of importance: energy, water, food, environment, poverty, terrorism and war, disease, education, democracy, and last, population. Energy, water, and food were at the top because solving them would combat problems further down below in cascading fashion. Developing plentiful sources of clean, reliable, affordable energy, for example, enables an abundance of clean water. Having an abundance of clean water and energy to make fertilizer and to power tractors enables food production, and so on. As brilliant as Smalley's list was, it missed 2 important nuances. First, energy, water, and food are interconnected. And second, although an abundance of one enables an abundance of the others, a shortage of one can create a shortage of the others. With infinite energy, we have all the water we need because we can desalt the ocean. dig very deep wells, and move water across continents. With infinite water, we have all the energy we need because we can build widespread hydroelectric plants or irrigate unlimited energy crops. With infinite energy and water, we can make the deserts bloom and build highly productive indoor farms that produce food year-round. However, we do not live in a world of infinite resources, of course. We live in a world of constraints. The likelihood that these constraints will lead to cascading failures grows as pressure rises from population growth, longer lifespans, and increasing consumption. And I cite Scientific American. These are not my words, but it was worth capturing in this paper. So let me begin with my background. In a paper I delivered last year, I attempted to highlight critical elements of California water regulation. It is a now familiar description of hodgepodge, Germanic mining law, Spanish and Mexican land grant law, and English common law. And with this, layer upon layer of physically irrelevant distinctions between surface water and groundwater, the law's development evolved into a clash of competing claims, with common law advocates basing their interest in land as the predicate and the common law notion of reasonable use. In 1928, the people of the state of California, by initiative, amended the Constitution to incorporate judicially evolved reasonable use of water law into the Constitution as a mandate. All of our subsequent history in the state has emanated from this conflict over the question: did the voter approval of the amendment indicate a new direction, elevating a judicial doctrine to constitutional status? I call it the Liberty Model. Or was it merely a reaffirmation of the status quo, which is based on the property model? Does the constitutional mandate trump individual property-related rights in times of scarcity, and is this to be the new permanent? Now, there are a number of opinions suggesting movement to this Liberty Model, and it's in my earlier paper. I call the Liberty Model the one that in our Constitution, equal rights, inalienable, we're all equal. In English common law, you're nothing if you don't own property. Everything was related to the notions of property. So in my Liberty Model, so that's what I'm talking about, and you'll see in the earlier paper. There are a number of opinions suggesting a movement to the Liberty Model and away from the common law property model. In City of Barstow versus Mojave Water Agency, the Supreme Court had this to say: under California Constitution, Article 10, Section 2, no one can have a protectable interest in the unreasonable use of water, and holders of water rights must use water reasonably and beneficially. This constitutional provision carefully preserves riparian and overlying rights. And here's the important part: while abolishing that aspect of the common law doctrine which entitled a riparian as against upstream appropriators to enforce his right to the entire natural flow of a stream, even if his use of the water was wasteful and unreasonable. Interesting statement. In a similar vein is the case of City of Santa Maria versus Adam, where the court upheld a physical solution without the necessity of a finding of shortage in justification, and it exercised its equitable power to impose a physical solution. This direction of the law is not yet securely established that the primacy of reasonable use on a constitutional level outweighs historic land-based property rights, including senior priorities and other preferential allocations of water. Now, if the public model, the liberty-based paradigm, is to prevail, let's look at what the actual record of performance of public agencies has been. How successful is the Liberty Model that I endorse and I would advocate? And to give you an answer to that question, how successful have we been, I conducted a case study. In 2009, the Upper San Gabriel Valley Municipal Water District, right next door over the hill, commissioned a study to provide or produce a strategic vision for the district for the 21st century. The district was organized to provide supplemental water to its territory, but had failed for the preceding years to deliver any water. The election of November 2008 reconstituted the board with new members who requested the study to address the failure to perform.
In September 2009, I presented a report for public comment and board consideration. The board ended up taking no action on the report other than to receive and file. Now let me talk about what was in my report and the features of the study that I conducted. The San Gabriel Aquifer is one of the most marvelous and bountiful geologic formations on the planet, extending from the city of Alhambra on the west to the greater Pomona Valley on the east. It has an estimated 3 to 4 million acre-feet of potential storage space within its bathtub configuration at the opening of the San Gabriel Mountain watershed. By contrast, the storage capacity of Metropolitan's Diamond Valley Reservoir in Hemet has a design capacity of under 1 million acre-feet, and it cost over $2 billion in direct construction and an additional $1 billion to construct a suitable conveyance to feed into the reservoir. The study I conducted identified a number of factors impacting Upper District's mission to provide supplemental water to the greater San Gabriel Valley. One, with a growing population after World War II, the basin was hastily adjudicated and a water master appointed by the court consisting of a panel of 8, 6 investor-owned utilities and 2 municipal water districts. 2, the predominant players on Water Master were the entities engaged in proprietary enterprises, the investor-owned utilities. 3, the judgment at the behest of the IOUs required a supermajority vote of the Water Master Board in order to authorize any groundwater storage whatsoever, and they effectively usurped authority over basin recharge. 4th, the basin was plagued by multiple jurisdictions with oversight over one or more features of the basin, including Los Angeles County Public Works, Metropolitan Water District, U.S. Corps of Engineers, a Water Quality Authority, the Regional Water Resources Control Board, and the Los Angeles County Sanitation Districts. 5, the basin was impacted with World War II era contamination attributed to the dumping of perchlorate, a weapons propellant and carcinogen. 6th, the reported hydrology of the basin had been declined for over 20 years with effective rainfall on the downward projection. And 7, finally, despite the lack of adequate local water to naturally recharge the basin, the Water Master Board repeatedly authorized overdrafting of the basin in contravention of the judgment that annual production was to be determined according to an operating safe yield determined by the Water Master's chief engineer. In fact, the Water Master had authorized overdrafting beyond any of the parties' allocations under the adjudication in 14 of the 15 years prior to 2009. All the while, the parties of Water Master exceeded their judicially decreed allocation and were in effect selling the public's water to the public at PUC regulated rates a second time. First their adjudicated water, and then the water that they had overdrafted without compensation. Had the judgment been enforced, the parties overdrafted the basin would have paid for replacement or recharge water over and above their adjudicated entitlement. The study that I prepared estimated 500,000 acre-feet of water has been overdrawn from the basin. That's about half the size of Diamond Valley has been lost because of local control. So where do we move from the Liberty model, and how do we get a grip on what our public officials and our elected officials are doing or not doing for us? Notions of the public trust doctrine are as old as civilization and are found in the great codification elucidated by Emperor Justinian in the 6th century. And Professor Reach made mention of that earlier. Our history goes back at least 2,000 years with the use of water as opposed to the ownership of water. A more contemporary articulation of this doctrine is found in the landmark U.S. Supreme Court decision of 1892 in Illinois Central Railroad versus State of Illinois. In Illinois Railroad, the Supreme Court struck down an agreement between the state and a privately owned railroad company conveying a large parcel of lakefront property. Relying on the emerging notion of federal common law, the transaction was seen as an act violating the principles of sovereignty, as the property was held for the general public welfare in trust, and which could not be alienated or surrendered even by the individual state. The public trust doctrine has evolved in a very uneven fashion. At one time, its application was limited to specific natural resources, major lakes and rivers. And even there, organic development of the law followed the existing pattern of congruence with earlier established rights in real property. The earlier decisional law applying the public trust doctrine in the case of surface would apply in the case of surface water, but would not apply in the case of groundwater. An antiquated approach. It was a Hawaii Supreme Court that addressed this shibboleth of current water jurisprudence in Ray water use permit application for the Waiea Holy District. And I quote, rejecting arguments from private water users that the public trust applies to surface water but not groundwater, the Hawaii court observed the common law distinction between ground and surface water developed with regard to the manner in which both categories represent no more than a single integrated source of water, with each element dependent upon the other for its existence. So the greater challenge is not reconciliation with the whole body of water jurisprudence as it is with other constitutional pillars. How does the public trust doctrine interact with our other constitutional values? Questions. Does the doctrine attach to all or some of the nation's natural resources? 2, to what degree is a resource managed by federal law? 3, how is the public trust doctrine reconcilable with other legal doctrine, such as states' rights, the 9th and 10th, and the takings under the 5th Amendment? What is the ultimate underpinning of that doctrine? A resolution to the issue of the congruence between the public trust doctrine and due process takings of private property embedded in the 5th was suggested in a landmark case, takings case, Lucas versus South Carolina Postal Council, 1992, where the court ruled that even where government regulation has the effect of eliminating all economic value or use of private property, there is no constitutional taking when the challenged regulators reflect a long-standing background principles of the state's law of property. In conclusion, so does the public trust doctrine represent a background principle of state law that would immunize its application from a takings challenge? For example, is there any individual's right to enjoy beachfront property? Is it outweighed by the damage to the shoreline that would be experienced by all the other visitors to the shore? Can the state alienate any of its ownership of natural resources? And what is the ultimate authority, source of authority for the public trust doctrine? Common law? Judicial creations? Not sufficient. Can a legislative body nullify or constrain the doctrine? Is it an inherent limitation on a state's sovereign power? I don't have the answers, but those are the questions that I would address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Henry. Judge Russell.
Thank you. Dagote Gamumahanjika. My name is Sierra Takechura Russell, and I'm a full-blood member of the Yavapai Apache Nation in northern Arizona, located in the Verne Valley. I have been thank you. I want to say thank you so much to this law school, to Verne, to the Law Review Board for having me here, and a special shout out to Professor Placido Gomez and to Evelyn. I have been asked to present the role of water in my community's history and culture, to discuss Federal Reserve Indian water rights and the question of whether or not Indian tribes have the right to sell or lease water. Oh, isn't that great? My home is in the Verne Valley in northern Arizona, and it is also the home of my ancestors. I am Yavapai, my clan is Wipupa, people that live below the mountains, meaning the mountains of Sedona, Oak Creek Canyon, and Mingus Mountain. My nation is comprised of two distinct people, the Yavapai, as I've already said, my band, and also the Apache, Western Apache. The Wipapa speak the human language, and the Apache, the Athabascan language. The history of our people comes through oral tradition via our elders. I am not old enough to hold this status among my people. Thank you very much. I will share with you some of the story of our origin as shared by a revered Apache elder, Vincent Randall, director of our Apache Cultural Center. That's our seal. And the two feathers, they're representing the two different tribes, and then the mountain in the background representing the red rocks, and the different colors represent the directions, and they have other meanings, but I must go on. Water is life. God created the earth and created water. After the world was formed, water was brought. Water is earth's blood, and her arteries and veins carry the minerals, copper, gold, uranium. The water filled the world and filled the center of the earth. Both Apache and Yavapai elders tell their beginning origin stories in a similar way, that when the water filled the earth, they came from below the earth, and the Apaches came on a grapevine that grew through Montezuma's well, which is still existing near our reservation, but not on our lands. So they came up through Montezuma well. When they climbed onto our original homeland, this was called the Second World, the First World was underneath. They built Montezuma Castle. That's Montezuma well. A picture of Montezuma's castle, which is near Montezuma's well. Both places are now part of the National Forest Service and not on reservation land. But my ancestors stewarded the land that was given to them by Creator God. But let's get back to the Second World. In the Second World, things were not going well. Then the flood came. Only one young girl emerged from the flood because the people placed her in a cottonwood log hoping that she would survive, and she did. The Apache consider her a heroine. Okay, she's a heroine in our culture. This was the Third World. Then water from a spring impregnated her, so her father, this baby's father, was water. The Apache say that this baby was born for water. An interesting way to express it, isn't it? Born for water. When she was older, she asked her mom to help her because she wanted to have a baby, and water would not touch her. And that is why incest is repugnant to the Apache and the Yavapai people. So her mom turned her daughter, born for water, to the sun, S-U-N. And she did give birth to a son, S-O-N. The water from Montezuma's well is considered healing water even to this day. All springs are revered, but some have extra power in healing. Waters from Fossil Creek, Clear Creek, and springs in Oak Creek Canyon. My ancestors and their descendants never urinated or defecated near or in springs or rivers because of their reverence for the blood of Mother Earth. Apache oral history goes on to tell that after the killing of the monsters, the Fourth World began. My ancestors lived in extended families called clans and worked designated garden plots by irrigation and dry farming, but not on a scale of mass irrigation, which came later. Each clan knew their plot, where it was, and they were very detailed about its location. Gardening produced about 25% of all the food consumed by my ancestors. They grew foods like sugar cane and watermelon, pumpkins, chili, corn. Another 50% of their food was harvested like from pinon trees. I don't know if you know about pinons, but those are wonderful. Also, those are pinons right there, close up. But also acorns, the agave family of plants, the bean of the mesquite tree, prickly pears, saguaro, red berries, I know I'm making you hungry, black walnuts, and banana yucca, to name some more familiar natural growing foods. They used water to irrigate their crops, feed their animals, and sustain their way of life. They had gathering locations throughout their Aboriginal land, millions of acres, to store their foods for when the snow came. Approximately 25% of their food came from hunting as individual or in group hunts. They hunted deer, antelope, duck, quail, burrowing and mounding rodents, rabbits, but not jackrabbits, ground squirrels, elk. They didn't eat bear or cat animals, foxes, wolves, or coyotes. Prior to European intrusion, they had over 60 million acres of land to find their food, including fish in the lakes and rivers and creeks. Arizona has a land base of almost 72.9 million acres. Those are the territorial lands prior to European intrusion. Creator God positioned the Yavapai Apache on this land as stewards, and they were responsible to care for all of the good ways that Creator taught them. As the European immigration continued into their land, conflict, war, and deaths ensued. My ancestors stopped fighting. On October 3rd, 1871, their homeland was reduced from 60 million acres to 576,000 acres. In a single-page letter, President Ulysses S. Grant established the Camp Verde Reservation, also known as the Rio Verde Reservation, by executive order. The 900 square miles extended 40 miles from the top of the Verde to the south of the Verde and 10 miles on each side of the Verde River. Due to military conquest, U.S. authorities confined the remaining Yavapai and Apache people on small parcels of land, and to survive, the people had to develop cooperative farming and divert water out of the Verde River, Oak Creek, and Sycamore Creek. They made existing ditches larger on these water sources so that they could extend irrigated farming and began producing wheat, oats, beans, and hay, much larger crops than their clan-sized gardens. Their harvest and increasing crop production began to fuel jealousies with ditch companies and farming interests as demand for the Yavapai and Apache hay and oats grew from the southern Arizona territory. The Yavapai Apache stood in the way of the increasing numbers of white interest in the rivers, springs, and ditches. Miners, ranchers, farmers, ditch companies, they wanted the Yavapai Apache out. Vicious letters were sent to Congress, and along with political pressure from powerful constituents, President Grant annulled the reservation in February of 1875, less than 4 years later. The very next month, in March of 1875, General Crook, don't you love his name? General Crook was given the orders to forcibly remove an estimated 1,500 Yavapai Apaches from that Rio Verde Reservation 180 miles away to a concentration camp in San Carlos. Those are the words exactly that are written in letters that were found in the archives. They were called the concentration camp. Scores of lives were lost on the forced exodus, along with the 900 square miles of Aboriginal lands promised to the Yavapais and Apache. In 1886, do you know what happened? Geronimo surrendered. And the last of the Indian Wars was over, and from 1890 to 92, the Army didn't want to play guard at the San Carlos concentration camp. So the officers simply let the people walk away. Some took maybe a year or so to get back to the Verde Valley. So between 1895 to 900, about 100 to 150 tribal people arrived back in the Verde Valley finding work in smelters, railroad, and farms. And you know why? Because the Irish and Chinese were gone. My ancestors lived where people wouldn't shoot them or be mean to them. That was along Clear Creek, and along the Middle Verde River. There you can see now a map of Arizona, and that circle is showing you where our land base is now, if you can see the little dots within the circle. During their exodus, the government allowed the settlement of non-Indians throughout what was their reservation. Among the non-Indians in the Verde Valley, there was conflict about the Yavapai Apache living near them and along the river. The local community of white settlers split into two camps. One camp hated the Yavapai and Apache living near them and wrote to judges, senators, etc. in about 1902-03 to have them remove the Yavapai and Apaches. Guess where they wanted them removed to? Anywhere else but near them, right? The other camp spoke on doing the right thing because the war was over and we needed laborers. This conflict resulted in Congress appropriating money and purchasing land and water rights in the lower and middle Verde River areas for the benefit of the Yavapai people. The federal government purchased the Eureka Ditch in 1912 and paid $750 for water rights on the ditch. This ditch became a nucleus of our reservation. Our nation's position is that this purchased land is a key fact in establishing our priority position in negotiations for our water rights. Congress passed the Indian Reorganization Act in 1934, and our community as a federally recognized Indian tribe is a result of that legislation. Our land base has grown from approximately 18 acres to approximately 1,800 acres that are held in trust and among 5 separate parcels in the Verde Valley. Now the law regarding water, Indian water rights. The center, as we know, of any viable community is water. Water resources cut across geographic and political boundaries, although politics is the most challenging and generally adversarial opponent to securing our water rights for future generations. There are 3 United States Supreme Court cases which form the foundation of the determination of Federal Reserve Indian water rights. The first case is United States v. Winans, decided in 1905. Winans established a right that dates from, quote, time immemorial. The priority date of time immemorial doesn't apply to my tribe. It doesn't apply to our situation because our reservation was not formed by treaty or by a congressional act. Our reserve that was established back in 1872, the 900 square miles, was by an executive order and had no congressional backing. In Western states governed by prior appropriation doctrine, priority dates are a critical attribute of a water right. The second case, which was decided 3 years after Winans, is the Winters v. United States case decided in 1908. Winters established a right that dates from the date of the reservation. And using the Winters theory for my nation's claim to reserve water rights, the priority date is what? You're right, 1934. Which places us in a bottom position to the numerous senior users making much earlier claims. The third case, decided in 1963, Arizona v. California, Arizona 1 in quotes, addressed the quantification of the entitlement and established the quote, practically irrigable acreage standard as the measure of reserve rights on reservations. Since these cases, the law of Federal Reserve Indian water rights has been modified, enhanced, and refined through a number of significant decisions in state courts. The crisis. Whiskey is for drinking, and you know what? White is for fighting. So protecting our future against other water users upstream and downstream is our responsibility, meaning the Yavapai Apache Nation. We must establish our federal reserved water rights before all the water is gone due to illegal and legal groundwater usages. This unabated use of groundwater by numerous developers, municipalities, commercial and industrial uses is draining our rivers and springs. The first in time, first in right practice of drilling wells is based on 19th century water law that met the needs of a primitive frontier, but it's impractical to differentiate between surface water and groundwater in the 21st century. It's an out-of-date system that Arizona is hanging its hat on, so to speak. The Yavapai Apache Nation needs a dedicated in-stream flow to sustain us for now and the future. Professor Gomez?
Please take a little more time.
We battle at the negotiation table. The entities and water users such as townships, municipalities, cattlemen's association, ranchers, farmers, mining companies, and the corporate giant Salt River Project, who wants, among other things, a power plant in Page, Arizona. The federal government sits at the table supposed to be on a fiduciary relationship with us, but really is not a powerful ally. This process of negotiating is only successful for the Yavapai Apache Nation if all the non-Indian stakeholders are motivated into an agreement. The other huge player in the settlement process is Congress. A question becomes, what is Congress willing to pay for? Because Congress must approve the settlement and provide the funding. As part of our water settlement process, our nation must, 1, identify a defined quantity of legally secure water uses. In other words, we must quantify our water needs, and secondly, we must secure the money to develop the infrastructure to ensure access to the water. Finally, quantification. That's a key to preserving our homeland and necessary to reach a water settlement. The Arizona test must consider, among other factors, our tribal culture and water using practices. The Yavapai Nation possesses several hundred irrigable acres. We've identified cultural requirements for water using practices. Sweats, which are spiritual cleansing rituals, require water as a purifying medium. The sunrise ceremony, Naihaska, which is the Apache girls' puberty ceremony ritual, requires water and a deep understanding of its connection to Apache women and culture. The cultural heroine, which I talked about earlier, Born for Water, is also important and carries through the activities and our preservation of our culture. All springs are considered as holy places, as it is water that comes pure directly from Mother Earth. For example, Fossil Creek Springs is such a place, as are other springs that I would name and most of you wouldn't know. Both the Yavapai and Apache creation myths significantly include water as the medium and part of the journey, including Earth's great flood, food preparation of big game for ceremonial purposes, and preparing ceremonial grounds. Other needs, of course, include domestic, irrigation, agribusiness, industrial, and commercial uses. Selling or leasing water, the transferability. As you can see, that is a quote straight from Moses, they say, Moses. And when you read that, you can see that the payment for water was something that has been happening for thousands of years. Why? Because as a good steward of the land, you are responsible for taking care of it, every single resource of it. And sometimes, as a commodity, it may be in the best interest of your society to make that decision. The ability to transfer water rights for off-reservation uses provides a potential source of revenue for tribes. The Non-Intercourse Act provides that tribes cannot alienate their land absent express authorization by Congress or in a treaty. And there are tribes leasing their waters to municipalities whose urban demands exceed their allocation and enter into these water settlements to access Arizona First Nations water rights. Within these negotiated settlements, non-Indian entities wanted more water, so they agreed to allow these leases of Indian nations rights to use water for their off-reservation purposes. The selling of water is mutually benefiting off and on reservation community. Remember an Apache proverb from a dear, dear, dear mother of a friend of mine. As long as the river flows, life will be good. May your rivers flow, and may you drink from the living waters where you'll never thirst again. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Russell. Dr. Romero.
Do you want to take your water with you? Yes, I'm kidding. At least one. I'm not going to steal his water.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I very much appreciate being here. I recognize this is the very last session today, at least as the part of panel, so me quedo ante ustedes, su humilde y modesto servidor Eric Romero, para servirle a ustedes. I am your humble servant, Eric Romero, in sworn servitude to your needs. I was brought up saying that, right? After listening to all the presentations today, I was thinking, and I wanted to make sure that my presentation, knowing that I was towards the end of the day, was going to be very much relevant. Again, the issues that I want to talk about are very complicated, and I'm wondering how I'm going to really synthesize it within a short period. So I want to change around a little bit of what I'm working with. Sex is not what I'm going to be talking about. Just wanted to catch your attention. Yeah, that's a cheater one, right? Anyway, actually sex thing, I'm trying to think about this, not that I was thinking about sex all day, but just the relationship that, when we're talking about sustainability of our communities, a livelihood, a welfare, a continuity, these are discussions that have been taking place for eternities, and different kind of cultures have different kind of orientations of how to work with it, and part of my presentation is to remind the audience, remind all of you as policymakers, as litigators, as planners, that there's there's historic and indigenous wisdoms that have been working with these areas for millennia, for more than centuries, for millennia and such. I want to talk about one kind of aspect of what we're working with, northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, and again, Professor Reach has mentioned it, Professor Placido has mentioned it, the Honorable Sierra Russell has already introduced some of these ideas of really understanding that there's heritage issues that go along with water use. So I'm going to talk about what are called acequias. And the word acequia itself is actually an Arabic word, and it reflects much of the history of a water delivery system, a different kind of hydrology that's been in place here in the southwest of the United States for thousands of years. And I'm going to ask you to be thinking about that, as far as my placement of the time frames that we're working with. This is heritage technology, heritage orientations on governance around water issues, and community-based issues on natural resources sustainability. Okay, so in alignment with the rest of what the title is on the conference, I wanted to speak again about what are those cultural aspects. Because oftentimes culture, like communication, like community, we use those words a lot, but do we really give a good working definition that makes them pragmatic and makes them practical? And I want to put a little bit more emphasis because I'm trained as a social, cultural, linguistic, applied anthropologist. Next week I might be something else. But we work with these aspects of what we call deep culture. And deep culture goes beyond the materiality. It goes beyond the obvious or the behavioral aspects of culture and goes deep in looking at perspicuity. It looks deep at understanding an ethos, an orientation, a perspective on the world around you. And we don't always get to those levels when we look at other cultures. We typically look at, kind of a tourist example of multiculturalism, which is just superficial. But when we're doing comparison and learning from other cultures, it's within our interest that we look deep into the cultural value systems. But much of that only comes about when you understand the bigger history and the bigger social, environmental contextualizations that take place. So in speaking about acequia communities and acequia culture, I have to clarify, first of all, that part of my interest in this, because generally I'm interested in looking at land-based cultures. That's part of my anthropological training, my linguistic training as well, is looking at where these value systems that underlie land-based culture. And land-based culture, not only in the sense of sustainability, but in the sense of stewardship and sustainability, not just subsistence in the sense that let's live off the land to get by, but let's live off the land in the manner that we're going to do this for generations to come. And our planning is going to incorporate generations to come. So it's a different kind of orientation, a different kind of ideological orientation onto what is land use patterns. Okay? And again, when we speak about this issue of deep culture, we want to look at it and look at it there's a problematic that goes along with it, that when we speak about culture, we got to make sure that we're not overly essentializing and saying, well, these people, this is the way they think, this is the way they act, that's how they understand it. And the big issue is, how do we transfer those knowledges, particularly when we're talking about the use of water, the use of land, the practices, the behaviors, and the beliefs? How do we transfer it into the contemporary period, into urban areas, into a free market economy system, et cetera, et cetera? And that becomes a challenge, and I'm hoping that I could add, similar to Mr. Barbosa, he mentioned some of the significant questions, because the questions are always more important than the answers themselves, and I'm not sure that, even with the evidence that I'm going to bring to you today, we have all the answers in place. So acequias are age-old, in a very pedestrian sense. They're irrigation ditches, but they're human created. The technology behind these ditch systems, these irrigation systems, actually go back 10,000 years. We have evidence of them by means of Native American constructions, by Native American demonstrations of these irrigation technologies in alignment with the Spanish. The Spanish brought it into place in the Southwest 400 years ago, but the Spanish they borrowed it from the Moors, who brought it to Spain in the 7th century, 711 to be more precise, when the Moors invade Spain and bring that technology. The Moors got it from the Berbers got it from the Mesopotamians. So when we're talking about some of these kind of water systems, these irrigation systems, we're going back into the Euphrates, the Tigris rivers, the Fertile Crescent of Middle East. And again, because agriculture develops there as much as 10,000, 12,000 years ago. So we're looking at this ancient technology that's been transferred and not only brought over and instituted, but rather is modified in accordance with local topographies and local cultures. So when the Spanish come into the Southwest, in particular, we're talking about northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, they brought this technology in, but it's not a pure technology because it was in articulation. It was modified by different kind of systems, the Tlaxcalan system, the Azteca aqueducts, the Chinampa systems, different forms of agriculture, different kinds of foodstuffs and food productions are all incorporated within these technologies and these knowledge systems that are brought up to New Mexico and introduced in 1598, 400 years ago. Okay? And so with those technologies, again, there's a knowledge system. I appreciate that much of what was being spoken today is speaking about this idea that our place, our landscape, all has wisdom. And it's up to us as intellectuals, as organic intellectuals, that we actually go and look. And in fact, one of the terms I caught today that I really like to use and borrow and kind of usurp it and make it my own, as an academician, that's what we do, right? Was dealing with this area of the landscape, right? Our landscape heritage, our place wisdom, the indigenous knowledges of our backyards, et cetera, we want to really take a look at it and say we are people from places, and place matters in a bigger sense. There's a difference between space and place. Space is your occupancy, it's a structure, it's an edifice, it's an erection, whereas a space or place is the sense that you make of it. When you speak about a house is a structure. A home has something with it. It has an articulation. It has some kind of value to it. That's how we have to consider and think about the manner of how we look at our landscapes, our river systems, our watersheds, et cetera, et cetera. Another one of the terms that I heard today was the idea of water literacy. And this is very important for us to understand. How do we really appreciate, how do we understand our water, and how do we bring it into a daily practice? How do we make sense of it on a daily level? And I have a joke for you that we were doing some watershed work in one of the middle schools there in Las Vegas. Did I mention I'm from Las Vegas? Las Vegas, New Mexico. That's the first one. There's a little bit more, less sin, no, more sin. Well, it's an eventful place nonetheless. There in Las Vegas, New Mexico, we were working in the middle school and we were doing work around Watershed. And the conservation district, they were asking the kids, well, where does water come from? Kids say, well, you turn on the tap. Where does the water come in the tap? Well, there's tubes underneath the tap. That's where the water comes from. Where does the water come from? From underground. It comes in the tubes and it comes to the tap. And we were talking about it, and a couple of years earlier, we had a devastating fire over in the Pecos Wilderness area up in the Sangre Cristo Mountains, a forested area. And the gentleman that was speaking, the hydrologist was speaking, saying, well, if your watershed burns down, you're going to have a lot of problems with your water flow. That could devastate a watershed system. And I swear to you that a teacher raised her hand raised her hand and asked and said, well, if the watershed burns, don't you just go to the lumber yard, buy you lumber, and go up there and rebuild a new watershed, right? There's no problem, right? And I mentioned that in the idea that, it's amazing sometimes that, to the degree that we're not familiar with understanding what are water systems and how do they come to us and how we use them. Okay? But nonetheless, let me come back to this issue, the acequias, because first and foremost, they're a hydrology system. Secondarily, they're a system of governance, and as I mentioned, this goes back way not only into European and Middle Eastern history, but it's an articulation with Native American, the indigenous knowledge patterns, etc., on systems of governments. And what's quite remarkable about these systems of governments, because it assures water to all. It is a shared system, a community governed system. And I really wished I had at least, 16 weeks, like I do in a class that I work with, that we could really describe, what is the remarkable nature of this kind of system. So first, it's a hydrology, and it's an alignment. If we could, actually, I got that right. Which one? This one? So again, they look like little rivers, right? But again, they're humanly constructed, and again, many of these, at least in New Mexico, some of these are as old as 400 years old. Okay, and so they've been maintained in a communal manner, and the water governance systems that are associated with them are also based on these governance systems that are pre-European, for that matter. Okay, European configurations with the Middle Eastern, etc. So even though they're beautiful landscapes, and that lends to the ecology of the area, there's much deeper meaning that runs through those waters. And part of the particularities of these is, again, these acequia systems are in articulation with local topographies. They're not going to be the same, right? Because they have to be in adherence. These are built without mechanized, motorized equipment. This is pala work. Pala is the Spanish word for shovel. So instead of pilates, we do palates. We pick up the shovel and get to work and get busy. It's exercise. Not everybody knows. Do you get it? You caught it? Right? Okay, that's cool. There's a lot of work that goes into this, not only in the original construction, but in the continued maintenance of what goes on. And this actually becomes part of the cultural configuration of what the work is in here, because every year people go out and, okay, I'll come back to that idea. This is kind of the layout of, what were the villas, the provincias, the pueblos that were established by the Spanish colonial in articulation with Native American communities. So it was automatic that you would have your river system, and then you would have, so up here, this is the acequia, right? So you have a dam right here, and then the acequia is driven here, there's another one went here. This was Santa Fe. This was Santa Fe in 1610. Again, more than 400 years ago. And so again, there was a plan that was delineated in a variety of not only Spanish doctrines, but Middle Eastern documents that give you the plan, that gives you planificación, that gives you the idea. This is how you lay out your communities. This is how you articulate with local populations. This is where you set up your agricultural fields and such. So this is a common type of strategy of designing these kind of. Okay, so again, that's a satellite view of Santa Fe in 1650. Pretty cool, huh? I had to go back into the historical record for that one. So again, this was the kind of layout that you saw typically in these different kind of communities. That you had common land, okay, and this goes with the Spanish and the Mexican land grant systems, which had been alluded to earlier. So you had the solares, which were personal properties set around the plaza area, that's spout round. And then you have the suertes, which were individual plots, were irrigation plots that were down from the acequia systems themselves. And then you have the common land that was shared by all. And again, those kind of systems in New Mexico, we still have 13 different land grants that still have communal property that were supposedly guaranteed by the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo. Within a 30-year period, 80% of those lands were lost, and right now we're only holding on to maybe 6 to 7% of those original lands that were awarded by the Spanish and the Mexican to Native American and to Hispanic communities. Let me flip through this because I know I'm running out of time. Again, water flowing through our communities, we know how important this is. Okay, but more than an irrigation system or a water delivery system, for us it's a cultural system as well. That it ties into language patterns, it ties into spirituality and religiosity issues as well. And these are the kind of communities that we're defending, that we're trying to maintain, because the sustainable agricultural practices and not only the biodiversity and the seed exchange that comes out of these communities are very much pertinent and relevant to today's different kind of fast-paced society. These are some systems, again, you know, old and new, we do the combination. We incorporate a lot of different type of technologies in place. Let's just skip that one. I did that one. Did that one. This is kind of the complexity. This is up the Taos River system. Within the 3 rivers of Taos, there's over 70 different individual acequias which have their own organizations. And these organizations, they meet at a watershed level, at an acequia level, an association, at a river level, at a watershed level, and of course, in incorporation with different levels of governance, they have to be in articulation and do collaborative planning with other states and as well with other countries. Again, there was elaboration on that earlier. This is typically what the village looks like. This is Pecos Pueblo. The date on this was 1953. It looks very similar today. There's still agricultural practices. And again, these are not hobby farms. These are sustainable small farms which feed local communities, right? So we're addressing our food sovereignty issues by continuing to grow and produce and market locally. That's the same image earlier. Another image of the same. And this is kind of typically what some of these little plots or some of these farms look like. These are at the family level or at larger than family levels, and there's a lot of collaboration. Again, let me just mention this one if I could go just a couple more minutes afterwards. Every year there's a limpieza, fatiga, saca, when the community comes out in a common community-oriented civil engineering project. They come out and work to clean the acequia. There's maintenance in place. There's a communal cleaning. This is a cool party. When you do your palates and, you know, at the end of the day, you're hungry, there's usually a very, very significant fiesta, fandango. That goes on. Yeah, it has a different, and you do whenever, and it doesn't matter if you're a PhD, you have to do the work, right? You know, you have to get in there and do it anyway. or regarding time of year as well. This is a community responsibility. And again, there's a lot of sense of community, there's a lot of sense of sharing. There's some deep-rooted principles that come around with it. And like I say, even though I'm trying to synthesize it real quickly, there's a ditch boss. Can I go back one? Go back a couple for me. That part of the governance of it, you have something called the ditch boss, a mayordomo, who's responsible for maintaining. And you'll see the older gentleman that's up there, he's holding a vara. That vara is, again, from Middle Eastern technology, again, something like 6.2 feet in length. And that person goes through there, and during the community cleansing, marks the territories, marks the fatigas, the tareas, of what an individual has to work. And so again, the community is supposed to come out, and there's responsibility. If you don't come out, you're penalized, not only with a social shame, but actually with a monetary penalty for not making it. Anymore, we're even doing it in articulation with some of our school systems and making them civic engagement, community service learning projects for kids to really understand the value of doing the work. Women are out there, women are mayordomos, women are part of the commissioners, which are the governing board of many of these articulations. It wasn't always the case. And again, like I mentioned, there's a spiritual orientation. In May 6th, the Fiesta de San Isidro. San Isidro is the patron saint of agriculturalists and farmers. And so there's a blessing of the waters, etc. So again, there's deep-rooted spirituality orientations that go along with it. And again, just in a sense, I ask you to pursue the idea. Look at some of the materials like Professor Gomez gave a handout. It's very complicated. It's a beautiful tradition. It's a beautiful heritage, and a lot of the knowledge, the indigenous knowledge that could be extracted from these knowledge and these irrigation systems are very much applicable today. Again, I wished I did have more time to kind of delineate more of the specific areas as to where there could be a transfer of these knowledges as it makes sense for our planning. One of the bumper stickers that we have is El agua es vida. We all know that water is life. The other one is to look to the future, look to the past, because we've been doing this sort of thing for a long time. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Eric. Do we have time for a few questions? Yeah. Ezra.
Professor Romero, for those of us who live in communities that are too large to organize into an acequia, what kind of lessons can we learn for the greater problems?
Well, that's what I mean. That's 16 weeks worth of this.
All right, what's your top lesson?
Well, the thing is, again, in the larger communities, and it's been addressed earlier, looking at the issues of food sovereignties, right? Now you're a food production type of counties and industries, et cetera, et cetera. For many of us living up there, again, the food sovereignty issue is a big problem. Some of the areas in northern New Mexico, southern Colorado, where we're talking about, where they're land rich, they're capital poor. So again, a lot of the imports of foodstuffs that are coming in are at some kind of cost, not only the energy, but a monetary cost and such. And so we were going to have another panelist today that was working with community gardening, in the sense of really creating sense of community. And there's nothing more beautiful than seeing kids collaborating together as they're raising and understanding what growth and agricultural is at. Not that they're working the fields, but actually that, that's part of it, but that they actually have that opportunity to understand what the growth process is. And again, from field to mouth sort of orientation as well. It's a very powerful. From the water sharing mechanism, I get to sit on, I didn't mention my other hat, which is I'm on the State Acequia Commission. So we're in articulation with different policy efforts of the government. We give advocacy to the governor's office, to the state engineer's office. And so there's a lot of different kind of areas in regional planning where there could be an emphasis and understanding that there's local community formations that could also be part of larger regional water planning systems.
Can I add an answer to that excellent answer?
Of course.
To your question in listening to this? What I caught from this presentation, and very significant, and it was commented a week or two ago in the LA Times. There was some article up a creek. The writer was saying, here's a disaster of no water, no water. We not only don't have a paddle, we don't have a creek. And he wasn't exaggerating. We have, the river's dry, the system is locked up for the fish. The lesson we get from this, and one that I try to make in my presentation, compared to my presentation about what this water district did for 15 years, sleeping at the wheel, and they're still underserved with water. The lesson is that people in these communities take ownership of the issue. They take direct responsibility for their environment and their neighborhoods. The rest of us, we just turn the tap on, take the water and go home. And you keep doing that and you sleep at the wheel, these water boards and elected people that you elect are going to be asleep at the wheel, and our problems will get worse and worse and worse. We need to take ownership of the issue.
And also the spiritual nature. I think that came through in all the presentations, and I think it added to the earlier presentations, the spiritual nature of these, how the local communities deal with water.
Well, let me reverse the question, because we're talking about cultural shift, right? A cultural change where we really look at, appreciating, respecting that water literacy component. So how long does it take for that kind of a cultural shift that you have communities that actually kind of transfer or shift in their manner of thinking?
Well, on that note, if I can take one more second. Sure. Professor Romero, you mentioned that shame is sort of an aspect that keeps people in line and working with the Acequias. You don't do the work, there's public shame there. So this goes for all of you, I guess. To what extent are you comfortable with leveraging some of that in our greater society? For instance, having a water waster sticker that we put on someone's curb if they're, washing their car with an open hose. And doing that on the government level, so that this is something not just vigilante justice between neighbors, but actually really leveraging that, which is a pretty low-cost mechanism. Is that a step too far, or are we getting to needing that?
Well, I know of communities where there's a water posse running around doing water vigilantes, and you find the anecdotal information in any number of occasions. It goes back to...
Use the mic.
I'm sorry. It all goes back to the notion is you need to take ownership of the issue. If you want your water, don't take it for granted. Engage the political process, find out who's buying, who's selling, who's holding it back, what can we do to accelerate the process and secure our sustainability. And so you can take it at the macro down to the micro, any level, it all revolves around the same concept. Take ownership of the issue. It's your future and that of your children.
Well, the history of the Acequias is they had ditch waters, right? I mean, that would watch out, and people were shot over.
Whenever I have a really complicated question, I refer to my wife, who's a kindergarten teacher, and think about what would a kindergarten teacher do? and I think what her response would be is, again, that formation that you have a self-policing group, that you're really working with the idea that the students in her kindergarten classroom, they monitor one another. So she doesn't have to come in and shame them or punish them or discipline them for something else. That there's actually that kind of growth within the kids themselves, that they're doing their own monitoring and policing. Please.
Other question? Antonio.
Yes, I would just like to kind of comment off of Professor Goldfather's comment about the shame, and there's like a disconnect between our policymakers enforcing these brown law violations, and people that don't, or that are actually trying to conserve water and not watering their lawns, and are actually getting fined for that. So I just feel like maybe there's a disconnect between the shame that people need to receive for overwatering and overusing during these times, and the local government who's actually enforcing these brown law violations. That was just a comment. I don't know, it wasn't necessarily a question. I just wanted to comment on that.
Well, thank you. You talked about landscaping. You heard other speakers today talk about the very basic issue here in Southern California. And Don Ortega addressed it, and so did others, that in Southern California, we put most of the water back on the dirt. We have a culture we adopted from Ohio and North Carolina or someplace else, Michigan, where people had lawns. I go to Texas, they have lawns because they get rain year round. We're not in that environment.
we're comparable to Cairo, Egypt. That's the reality, what we have here. So you cannot maintain those things. And one more little fact. We went from 13, I was at Metropolitan, we went from 13 million population to 17 million population in the last 15, 20 years. No increase in water demand, 2 million acre feet a year. How do we accommodate 3 million more people? Because we did the easy stuff, the faucets, the dishwasher, the washing machine, some restrictions on inside use. But we had not barely begun to touch the outside use. Mr. Ortega was very modest and humble. He created this WaterWise program 15 years ago when I was sitting on the board of directors for Metropolitan, and we tried to broadcast past the message. 70% of your water you throw back on the dirt. If you saw where the water came from, the state project in the north, Tracy, those big pumps up in the delta, or go to the Colorado River, Eugene Camp, we've got 6 enormous barrels. They're 20-foot diameter. These things are 12,000 horsepower electric power each, and they're sucking water all day long. We have treatment plants. In one side, we have to treat the salts the salts and solids in the Colorado River. On the other side, we've got to treat the organics that come out of the state water project, the cattle manure and the fertilizer. Different kinds of treatments, all very expensive. If you appreciated the cost it takes to bring the water 500, 600, 700 miles away, the treatment and the scientists and the study we make every day. They mentioned the lab at Metropolitan here in Laverne. It is a state-of-the-art lab. They found Scriptosporidium. I mean, it is so tiny you can't imagine that. So if you appreciated what it takes to get the water, we would cut back on outdoor usage. We already added 3 million people by doing very little just on the inside, which is only 30%. Imagine what we could accomplish if we would address the outside irrigation. And I'm not arguing against lawn. If your backyard, you have kids, I have grandkids, play in your lawn. Your front yard, how many times do you play in your front yard? Across the community. And yet you're throwing as much water in that front yard as you do in the pool in the back. So we have to address our wasteful use, appreciate the value, because we are already at the point. The GRED's been announced for a number of years. The GRED has arrived right now. The system is constricted in the state. The Colorado River is overstressed and oversubscribed. You're going to go back to worse than 1989 when we had a drought and Metropolitan couldn't deliver water. You turn the tap and it's not there. We're at that point right now. And we have to address outdoor usage, domestic outdoor usage, and that will provide enough water for another 50 years.
Diana, take another question.
So, I don't actually know whether this is a question or a comment, but...
Antonia, we tell her.
But, so I think in response to Professor Goldschlager's question, you know, one of you had said, well, what does it take to, I guess, what does it take to create a cultural shift? And so we have thought about that here at the law school, not necessarily in terms of, you know, a shift in the entire community's, you know, thinking process and use of water, but, you know, more like, you know, how do we create a culture shift within a law school? And I think we have thought of it like, you know, in terms of the generation within a law school. So, you know, it takes 3 years to get through a full-time law program. So we want to make a shift in the thinking of an entire entering first-year class. So the analogy I have for that is actually something that I lived through. When I was growing up in Southern California in the 70s, and there was the energy crisis, I have no idea how the curriculum passed or anything like that, but there was a whole energy conservation curriculum in the elementary schools. We had stickers to put on, you know, in our houses, you know, turn off lights when you leave the room, you know, lower the temperature to a certain degree. I mean, I think the other thing is that we were all living through it in terms of, you know, gas rationing or shortages, you know, so a lot of the students are way too young to remember any of this. Some of the professors probably are too, but you know, depending, you could only get gas on it was odd or even days, right? So it depended on what the last number of your on your license plate was. And I don't feel like those types of programs or those lessons are really being passed on in the elementary schools. And I have a kindergartner. So when you talked about, a kindergarten program, you ask your wife, what do? They self-police. They also police us. Anytime my son learns anything in school, if he sees me do anything against, that's different from what he learned in his class, he's like, are you supposed to be doing that? Shouldn't we try? They said in school there's a drought, and I was like, right, I tell you that all the time too. but I don't know what it takes to pass, programs, that change teaching in schools or create.
And I think that's a good point, because we know that was that was a significant shift in the 70s, because most conservation practices we learned from the kids. They said turn off the water while you're brushing your teeth, because older people were already in our habits and such, and it's the kids that are doing the policing and such, right? Another area is also looking at the kind of the full spectrum of the media that's in place. Within our communities, again, we have the dichos, we have the refrains, there's a constant awareness that, again, in fact, we work with the concept of querencia. Querencia is a Spanish word which means stewardship. And it's within, like, every other sentence almost says something about your querencia, your love of land, your appreciation, etc. So not to say a bombardment, but it's continuing, and it's in a lot of different kind of manners. And so that, those levels of communication, that's kind of the foundation of where culture is the community and the communication systems that are embedded in with it. So you have to approach it as kind of a holistic system, that you don't impact culture unless you impact the communication and the communities that are impacted by it as well.
And an example of that is the kids in the ditches, right? I mean, the kids are out there too with everybody, and that passes it on, that system of governance.
And actually, can I mention one last thing on this? That's actually kind of a rites of initiation that takes place within these communities, because it used to be, and like I say, this was patriarchal. It used to be the young males. They used to have to stand up next to the shovel, and when you were tall enough to be at the height of the shovel, you went to go work with the men. Because up until then, you're kind of considered worthless, you really, so it's a scaffolding, a skill scaffolding, that you go work with the men, and that you became a man, not because you're captain of the softball team or this and that, but because you got to go work with them. So there was a work ethic that was kind of combined with these other cultural favors or cultural underpinnings. And so again, it's a holistic system, and again, it's complicated to the degree that that's a discussion rather than an answer, right?
And if you're short, you just SOL.
No, that's when they cut the shovel.
At night, late at night, cut the shovel. I just want to thank the panel personally, my new friend Henry for coming out, and my two old friends, and of course my old friend Peter. Eric came all the way from Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Sierra came all the way from Arizona. So thanks again, and let me turn it over to Mr. Ivan. I love your voice. I love your voice.
Thank you, panel. Another round of applause for our excellent panel. Thank you. That was very good. It really put the frosting on the cake for this entire day. And I don't think of another way we can close this day off better than to hear from the Dean of the Law School, Gilbert Holmes. Come forward, put your hands together.
And thank you all. One of the challenges in giving closing remarks is you wonder if you're going to have an audience. But clearly, we had the kind of panels that would keep people interested and engaged and the like. And I'm going to do something that will probably significantly reduce the audience, but it's
Don't sing!
I would like all the members of the law review to come up front.
All right.
You see what it did to the audience. But these guys did a fabulous job in putting together this symposium. And I won't tell you the whole story, but on Monday, some of them were looking a little bleak. And what they did was, rather than throw in the towel, they hitched up their shorts and took more efforts to get people out for this very, very valuable symposium and discussion. And so I just want to say, as Dean, thank you for your commitment. These are the real leaders of our College of Law and leaders for our future. And so they deserve to be brought, all of them deserve to be brought up front so that you guys can acknowledge them for their hard work. So please. Okay, you go back to your seats now. I thoroughly embarrassed you, and so it's all good. It's been a great day, and there's really nothing else to say, but thank you for coming out, thank you for staying around, and I'll thank this panel on behalf of all the panels. Thank you for your commitment, your information, your sharing of your experiences with our students, with the community. It's just been fabulous. And everybody have a great weekend and get home safely. I'm sorry. Special round of applause for our Master of Ceremonies. Thank you, Jill. Great job. I was a little worried about that voice. You know, how do you come up and speak into a mic after a voice like that? I need to go take voice lessons. So thanks a lot.
Thank you.